it's gotten into the water.
What would what's the what would be the purpose of putting fluoride in the water like here in the States?
They say it's about teeth, but
So sorry, my microphone was muted. The fluoride is something that I'm actually pretty well informed on, but you can go to your like your county website and look at the water treatment page, and they'll tell you openly that they put fluoride in the water, and the narrative is that it's for your teeth. The problem, it's supposed to help cavities and strengthen your enamel. The problem is that fluoride, when used that way, even the evidence there is very loose. It's supposed to be topical. It's not supposed to be injected or ingested. And so, allegedly, fluoride put into the water supply was first used by the Nazis in their concentration camps to make the populations more docile, malleable,
We all believe
lower,
that narrative
lower
too.
IQ.
We all
Yeah.
100% believe that
And
narrative.
that's in my opinion, that's pretty that's pretty obvious as to why they would put fluoride in the water supply. Did you?
a lot of
Well, what if I don't believe that narrative at all, though? That they did that in
Well,
Germany.
you can believe. I mean, you can believe whatever you'd like to believe, but there are studies that do prove that childhood exposure to fluoride has a dramatic impact on IQ. And then you can say, well, I don't believe in IQ testing, and that can be flawed as well. I hear you on that. But I personally would like my water to be water and not have anything added to it.
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
Why can't we just have
All of
water?
us, everyone in here grew up on tap water. Everyone.
No. Tap water's not all.
No,
Tap water's not all the same. I grew up on well water.
Well, I grew up on both. I grew up on well and tap.
I never
that's not the
drink
same
tap
thing.
water.
Yeah, those are very, very different.
My wife grew up on tap water. She has an IQ of 158. It's ridiculously high. But she comes from a family of engineers and programmers, and they all live in like towns and cities. They all drink tap water. They're all really smart people.
Yeah, I would just put a link.
Just because they're smart people, just because they're smart people does not mean that they couldn't have been smarter.
Exactly.
I know that's unfalsifiable, though, isn't it?
Well, sure it is, but the point that you're making that they're smart people does not. That is not a point saying that fluoride doesn't have an impact on IQ.
Trust me, there are probably a lot of people with extreme high IQ that you will have like years of trying to make them understand that they don't live on a globe. You know, just because someone is autistic and has a huge IQ doesn't mean that he has significant what is it called? Significant problems on a different side of his character as a human being.
She's got a total mind. She's flat earther too.
Yeah, but the point is like, can you point to any other any other thing where the government automatically medicates you?
Wow.
I'm saying.
I mean, if you don't trust the government, but you don't trust the government, but you don't. You trust the government to put chemicals in your water?
No. I don't trust that what they're telling us is to make us one way or the other. In that, are they telling you that to make you afraid of drinking water?
But it's not water. You see what I mean?
Are they telling you to make you afraid into thinking?
It's water plus other chemicals.
Are they trying to make you afraid of just living, though?
Most of the people don't know, man.
Listen to
this. What if they don't put anything in it? What if they just don't and they just say they do?
I mean,
the whole idea.
I'm not standing
you the money for doing so when they don't.
Yeah.
The whole idea is just to make these idiots afraid.
Listen, I'm not afraid of water, but I'm not going to drink things that have chemicals in it. You know, like people do measure.
Water's a chemical. I mean, water's acidic too, right?
Listen, fluoride is not something good to consume. You don't.
I'm not saying fluoride's good to consume. I'm not saying fluoride's good to consume.
There's a reason why we have no fluoride
He's
in
saying
Germany
he's
in
not
our
sure it's
water.
even in there. He's saying he's not entirely sure it's even in there, which
Yeah,
technically
but
he's right. But hey, I just
No.
wanted to point out something. Different people react differently to different things, and some people are more susceptible to some things than others. So maybe this fluoride stuff, maybe it just causes brain damage in like 25% of the population, and then or 50%
I
of the
could believe
population,
that.
and then half of us it doesn't,
I could believe
or a
that.
significant amount.
But what
You
if?
can-
What I'm saying is this: what if? There's a reason I'm saying this because I actually already know the answer here because I've looked into this. What if fluoride occurs completely naturally in water, and they're just saying they added it to make you afraid that they added something to it?
What? Doesn't occur
Fluoride
naturally.
occurs
Yeah.
naturally in
No,
all
no,
spring water.
Not
All
sodium
spring
fluoride.
water.
Not sodium fluoride.
It's
Okay, well,
it's a different
fluoride.
it's a different compound. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sodium fluoride's not fluoride.
So I
Fluoride's actually
have
an
here-
essential mineral.
I-
Fluoride's one of the 60 you can't live without.
I
Yeah.
have here a bottle of spring water from Luxembourg that we always buy in Luxembourg, and it has calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, chloride, and nitrate and sulfate and bicarbonate, but it has no fluoride.
That's what they tell you on the ingredients. They leave the
But-
fluoride.
And I can get a
I get what
fluoride.
you're saying.
There are fluoride tests where you can have a chart of how much fluoride is somewhere. I can stick it in there and it will show me no fluoride. Trust me. We do not consume any fluoride in our household. We never did, and we never will.
I get what you're saying about fear, though, and I think that there's a difference in between choosing not to do something because you're informed on it and choosing not to do something because you're afraid of it. Like, I'm not going to walk out in a thunderstorm and hold my golf club up in the air, not because I'm afraid of getting hit by lightning, but I don't want to get hit by lightning, and I'm informed that that will increase my chances of getting hit by lightning. It's like, why would you
No,
go and do something?
That's
Okay.
fair enough. So, like people out west, they open up the water tap, and they can light a flame to their water, right? And
That
and
have
coming
fracking
out of the
issues?
tap.
Is that what you're implying?
Well, they're saying that's caused from fracking, right?
Right.
Except they were doing that. Except they were lighting their water on fire in the 1920s. Long before there was ever fracking.
Okay. Well, do you think it's a good thing if the water that you drink is flammable?
It's not the water that's flammable. What happens is the water is in an area where there's pockets of methane, and that travels through the pipe and seeps through. You're not lighting the water on fire. There's a gas that's expelling with the water. It's methane gas. And that's what was happening in 1920, and it's still happening today.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason why in every chewing gum that you can buy is a huge amount of fluoride, because it's just it has a reason, and the reason is it can create a mind of people not able to connect dots. That's what my revelation about fluoride is. I think it prevents people from connecting dots. They can't connect dots
Fluoride
anymore.
was the exact reason why people believe in a globe Earth.
Would you say, well, the globe Earth was propagandized and invented long before, like, fluoride?
I'm telling you, it could be a direct one-to-one correlation.
I think you don't understand what a correlation is. Look, here's the thing. What was I saying?
Okay, no. Here. Let me just. I just remember of something. This is completely connected with a conversation. Okay, so I drink 2 liters of water. I've been drinking 2 liters of water since like years ago. Okay, and I experimented. I found 30 minutes from my house a natural source of water, natural, coming from a natural source. That not a lot of people know. Some people know, and I started an experiment that I remember this about 5 or 6 years ago. And I experimented it for 2 or 3 weeks. I said, I'm gonna drink I'm gonna continue drinking 2 liters of water like I've been. But now I'm gonna change it to this water. I started my mind. I've experimented it when I don't know if this is just like, might just be me. I remember like the water didn't have, first of all, it didn't have any taste. So it didn't have any chemical taste. But mentally, man, I swear, like I used to feel like more awake, and I'm, you know, I used to feel kind of like more creative. I would make music, and I would be able to like improvise my music like magic. I know it sounds, you know, but I did experience that. I did experience that,
But it
and
wasn't a
I've done
blind.
it.
It wasn't a blind test, was it?
No,
Like
no, no,
with intent went down to change your drinking habits. So you were
no.
already
It wasn't a blend.
you were making your mind over already.
Yes, probably. It's possible. Yes. I mean, it could be
See,
valid,
that's the thing. Think about
but
all the
let me tell you,
Americans.
but
Okay,
let me tell you something else. Just something else, okay? So, so one day I was walking with this. I was drinking this natural water. I was doing this diet thing of this water, right? I would go every day, pick up 2 bottles of water, come back to my house. Okay. But one day I was walking with my mom, and I forgot to bring water with me. And I asked my mom, did you bring your bottle of water? And she's like, yeah, here, have some. She wasn't doing the thing I was doing. And the moment that I open up the bottle of water, like, okay, like I mean, so she didn't, this wasn't like a mineral bottle of water. I mean, what she did is like, she used the bottle, you know, to fill it up with tap water, right? So the moment that I open up the bottle, I can swear you that the smell of the chemical was so intense that I'm like, fuck this. There's no fucking way I'm drinking this, because I became so used of the water without the fluoride thing. That I was like, how could I, like, there is no way in my mind that I would like drink this, what, like the smell, bro. It was like, you know, like the type of smell, like when you swimming pool, right?
Yeah, it's
It
chlorine.
was intense. It was
That's
intense.
chlorine.
Now the crazy thing is that once you start drinking this water repeatedly for a couple of days, no problem. You get used to it.
Would y'all say there is a great awakening right now of people waking up to the system?
What do you mean?
I think there's a fake awakening.
It's been going on for a long time. People have been talking about
going on for the past
a long time.
Yeah. No, but it is accelerating, and it seems like when you expose people to information, a lot of people, a good portion of people, wake up. They do. It's true. They may go on and have to live their lives and go to work because I got a job, right? But like I see it every day. I talk to absolutely normal people who hold a lot of the same beliefs I do about like the world is fake. It's a stage. Like most things are just out of everybody's control, and voters are sequestered from any kind of real power, and we're lied to about everything. There's a lot of people, a massive amount of people. I would say the majority of the people I know think like that. I mean, what happened to all this like food and poison that was supposed to keep them from being able to think? Like, how did they calculate that this food only allows them to wake up to a certain extent, right?
Well, you must be lucky, because like most conversation I had so far is very rarely anyone who has any clue about anything regarding health or things they consume in general.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot of this awakening stuff has nothing to do with diet or anything else. I think it has to do with culture.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's mostly what it has to do with. And Americans
I think there's a lot of fake awakening, especially from the how should I call it? Like look at the whole Q movement. That's all.
I think the truth movement is I want to be awake, but I want to live in absolute abject fear constantly and not go all the way.
It sounds like you're thinking about fear porn, like people that like to watch fear porn.
That's what it is. The truth movement is a fear porn industry.
And Alex Jones is the top fear porn star.
He's the Ron Jeremy of the fear porn.
Gatekeeping the awakening too.
Yeah. But you know, so many people have gone around that. I mean, hey, when we started off, we had 300 people. Now we have what, 26,000?
Numbers are just going to grow from here.
Yeah, and every day more and more, and nobody ever goes back. I'm telling you, the whole idea that and two, feeding someone something in their ignorance that makes them dumb, that's against the rules. People have to voluntarily shut down their mind. Because if you shut down their mind, you don't have power over them. Power is when people do what you want because they follow you, not because you've drugged them. And it's the difference between a prison guard and a politician, or the difference between a prison guard and a demagogue. A demagogue can get people to do things. A prison guard just beats them. That's not real power. The demagogue has the real power because his power is actually over that person's mind. That's what prevents people from waking up, is who they've given their mind to. And it is a conscious choice to give your mind over to somebody. Anyone who can wake up will, period.
Not bad, eh?
Hey, you gotta live, you know, you gotta live. You can't just...
No, it starts with the mind, I guess, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it does start with yourself, and then as you start noticing things, you can always make adjustments. But once again, going back to fear, you don't necessarily have to live in fear, but it's also right to make the adjustments that you feel appropriate, you know?
Well, two, I think there's a habit that a lot of people have, especially inquisitive people, to internalize everything good, or mostly good things about how their experience of waking up is, but externalize all the bad. And so they'll look at themselves as being awake, and then they'll look out there at all those sheep. They're all asleep.
No.
None of them can wake up. I've got the answers. I hate to say it, that's rife in our community. So
the other side of the coin, you know. But I mean, if you don't have any, what's the word?
Chutzpah?
What was that?
I said
no.
chutzpah.
If you're not, no, I was thinking about the word paranoid.
Paranoid. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're not paranoid.
Yeah, if you're not paranoid, like you're fine.
You know what's funny is, I think I was paranoid at one time in my life.
Oh, come on. Everybody is.
Oh yeah. But I was in like my early 20s. I mean, I was like bodybuilding in the garage and just working.
How old are you, man? No, wait, let me ask you. You sound like 19, bro.
I'm 41.
Nah, dude, get out of here.
I'm 41. Don't worry, the girl in the gas station thought I was 29. So I have a big conquistador beard though.
I can't believe it.
This guy has like 6 children. What are you talking about?
I got three kids.
No. I didn't say anything when you said that. I didn't say anything, but I was gonna be like,
no, I got a wife and 3 kids. So
nice.
And we each have a business, and so we're very busy people. But I was gonna say, what was I saying anyway? Because I'm also
the paranoia.
Oh yeah, paranoia.
You were talking about the lady at the gas station. Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. No. When I was young, and I was like, I just spent all my time bodybuilding in the garage and going to work. I would work like 14 hours days. I'm 41. Hey, 24 was young. So
when I was younger, when I was even younger
than I am now, I was paranoid, and I would sit there and I'd watch Alex Jones videos and stuff. And this was before he was really popular. And like we watched like Bohemian Grove, all that kind of stuff. And like I was paranoid back then. And the day that I quit being paranoid, I was about 25, 26. And I just was like, I'm stopping. I'm not doing this anymore. Like, what's the point? What's the point of looking up at the stuff in the sky and saying, oh my God, what am I breathing? What's the point of it? And the day I stopped, the day I stopped being afraid of everything, like what I was drinking, what I was eating, and what was in the sky, everything started going right for me. Like I was like, oh, hey, there's an opportunity. I'm going to go follow it. Here's another opportunity. I'm going to go follow it. I'm married to a model. I think I did all right.
That was the day that you decided to make your icon a gay frog because of Alex Jones.
Yeah, I was like, and I was like, I know this guy Alex Jones. He was young and he looked great and he was in shape, but now he is a disgusting Jabba the Hutt, and that's from cigarettes and coffee and paranoia.
Meme, you married to the Globe model.
Yes, living on the globe.
I mean,
he became the Globe model. So
I don't know. He talks a lot about eating carbs. I think the carbs may have played a factor.
Oh yeah. I remember back then I was eating like a steak, like a flank steak, and like 8 eggs every day. And I'd just be in my garage. I'd be blasting Danzig and just lifting weights like 2 hours every single day. I was nuts. And then I would go in and watch conspiracy videos. So it was like just paranoia and working out and working. So that was my 20s, my early 20s. But yeah, the moment I quit worrying about everything, I started seeing opportunities in life that I should take. So I think a lot of times when you're always thinking about all the bad, you don't take opportunities because you're like, even if I take that opportunity, the world's going to end, so I might as well not do it, And so a lot of people, they miss out on life. It's the only life you got. I mean, until you shuffle off this mortal coil. But at least, do something in it. There's nothing you can do to change it.
I mean, you can be thankful of having tap water, or you can, you can be, what is it called?
No, I'm more thankful of having the chlorine in the tap water, because that way, we don't get that whatever disease it was that involves fecal material.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. It kills the sepsis. It kills the
something kills, right?
E. coli.
I mean, it better kill something, right?
No. That's another thing that occurs naturally in a lot of water, though, is chlorine. So, chloride. So, I just don't think there's a lot to worry about. Like, know the truth, and the truth should just set you free. It shouldn't. That's what it did for me, man. Like, I'm not worried about anything now.
I remember we grew up so poor, bro, that to get like the stuff to wash clothes with, we'd have to actually boil the water and extract the chlorine and the fluoride from the water and boil the water away and use that to wash clothes with.
Would you grow up in the 17th century?
Something like that. 1491 or.
Jeez.
I think you meant to say calcium.
Whatever we could use, My mom wouldn't tell me exactly what it was, but I used to watch all the rich kids, after they got their thing and they'd be riding their bike around bragging. My mom used to have to crush up aspirin, put it in a turkey baster for us. That's how we got ours. You know what I mean? All the other kids, they'd have theirs. We didn't get ours like that. You know what I mean? All these lucky kids with their Modernas and stuff. Man, we didn't have it that good.
Man, I'll tell you what. If you're abroad and you come home and you were in some European hellhole, and you get home, man, the first thing, just a big fat McDonald's fries and a Coca-Cola. God, that was so good. I still remember that first meal coming back from Europe.
What if you're not abroad, but you identify as abroad?
Then that's your problem.
Like what year ago? What year was that you're talking about eating this meal at McDonald's? Like, was it different back then? Because
no, their fries haven't changed. Their fries haven't changed in the last, 30 years. Their fries are like exactly the same as they were. And this is all after the Coke change, which I actually go down to the local Mexican store and I buy Coke with sugar in it.
So I have a story that's kind of the opposite of that. Like 3 years ago, for a while, I was dating this woman who's an immigrant from South Korea, a Korean woman.
That's right.
And she told me that when she got here, that her family was warning her. She told me this while we were in a McDonald's waiting for a bus together. And she told me that when she got here, that her family was warning her not to eat McDonald's in the United States because it's not like McDonald's in South Korea. It's not healthy.
Did you ever see that film Super Size Me?
They do have different ingredients through all.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Asia, Europe, and the United States. They're very, very, very different.
There is a guy, and this is his shtick. He has eaten a Big Mac every single day for like 25 years now, and he's in excellent. He's in excellent health, but there are people who eat McDonald's every day and just get into absolute shit health.
There we go, guys. Now you know.
I guess it's because different people react differently to different things.
Oh my god! Are you serious?
Flat Earth confirmed.
There's no one size fits all. There's no one size fits all.
I can't believe it.
Maybe it's also the mixture of things. Maybe when he just eats a Big Mac and drinks the water with it instead of drinking Coke, eating ice cream, and eating fries and eating the Big Mac is a huge difference, right?
Now, in the documentary, he said he goes there and all he orders is the Big Mac. Sometimes he'll order some fries with it, but usually all he eats is the Big Mac. But a lot of people are going there. They're getting fries, the Big Mac, the extra large Coke. Well, they don't have extra large Coke anymore. They're getting a milkshake.
Circumcised.
Yeah, and two, they're eating it. A lot of the people in the Super Size Me film were eating there 2 or 3 times every day.
Nice.
Every day. And it's like, well, you can't do that with any diet.
I got good news now. You don't have to go to McDonald's anymore. They deliver. So if you're stuck in bed for 20 hours a day, you don't gotta go there no more, bro. Good news. You know what I mean?
But you still have to go to your door.
Make America great again.
Hey,
how nice.
Hey, let me tell you something. I always order from like Chick-fil-A or Zaxby's, personally.
Will they bring it to your window, your bedroom window?
I'm sure they will, dude, if you talk to them. You know? Type it in the notes. Put it in the notes for DoorDash, bro.
Okay.
They don't want to have you getting up. Bro. You don't want to be getting up. You know what I mean? You don't want to get no grounding. You want to stay in bed, bro.
Just gotta figure out
what about Sundays? What do you do on Sundays when you're hungry?
On Sundays?
Right?
You're not going to find any Chick-fil-A that day.
I know.
But
see, that's what Zaxby's is for.
Okay, that's not cool. That's not cool, girl.
I don't know who all has Zaxby's. Zaxby's is great.
The fuck is Zaxby's?
I've never even heard of that.
Zaxby's is a fried chicken place that is all boneless.
Wait, where in the South are you?
I'm in Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah, Savannah.
You Americans.
I'm where?
That's wrong, bro.
You filthy Americans.
Hey, I'll give you guys a little hint. You know what I mean? Put you up on some game. You know, whenever you go into place and you pay for the meal with your credit card, and then they're like, "How much tip do you want to give?" Before you can make that meal go forward, the payment go forward, you have to say how much you're going to tip. And if you push no, the girl looks at you all weird, right? Well, you can go in Subway and use your EBT card, buy your sandwich, and there's no option for tip. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't pay her. So I mean, it's like a double whammy. You know what I mean? I'm just saying though, put you guys up on game.
I always tip. I always tip like 25%.
You can't though with the EBT card. You just can't. It won't let you do it on the thing. So it's like double winning. You know what I mean? Winning twice.
Yes.
I'm just saying though.
Well,
That's
anything they don't make in tips, anything they don't make in tips, the employer has to pay minimum wage to that point.
Well, I'm just giving you guys life hacks.
If you live here in Spain, like you don't have to tip. It's crazy.
You got the EBT card in Spain?
No,
I've been
about that. In Spain.
I've had a lot of people in the service industry in my family. My wife was very good at service industry, and that is being a waiter, being a waitress, stuff like that. You talk to them, and they all prefer tipping rather than being paid, because tipping, like let's say you're paid $12 an hour, you work for 7 or 8 hours, right? And so what are you going to make? You're going to make about $100, right? Well, tipping, let's say you make let's say you make $2 an hour, but tables are tipping you $15, $20, and $30 all night. Or you're doing three tops. Well, I mean, even the over the table stuff, even like even that stuff, a waiter makes 130, 140 on a good night. They're making over. Yeah.
I tip cash. I tell them this is not a tip.
Yeah.
This is a happy Friday, congratulations gift. Because
you can just tell them it's a gift. You can just say, here's a gift.
Not a tip.
Not a tip, it's a gift.
That's what I say. And I'm from the Hispanic community, and where I came from, I didn't know what tips were before. I came to the U.S. and I learned about tips. And today I got a haircut, and the haircut was $30. I gave the guy $60, so $30 tip.
And that's right. And that's right. And a lot of people, especially Europeans, don't understand this. Part of the American experience of going out to eat, part of that cost, you're supposed to carry over in tip. Like your meal, okay, your meal was let's say your meal was $100. You should have $25 for a tip. You should have that. Your meal wasn't $100. It was $125 if you're not a shit person.
I took my family to Dave and Buster. Me and my family went to Dave and Buster last week, and the bill was $308, and I gave the waitress $80 tip. That wasn't
okay.
too bad.
So listen to this. That waitress made $80 and probably served y'all for an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, something like that.
While she was serving other tables. So let's say she only made 20 from one table, 20 from another, and 80 from yours. That means in that hour and a half, she made $120.
Yeah.
And people still want to tell me we need to get rid of tipping and do it like the Europeans. No, I don't think so. I like to tip. I like to make. There was this one waiter.
I think you're being a little too broad there. I think
going to
it's the
tip
opposite
everybody?
in France.
Is that only in restaurants? Are you going to tip everybody?
No, that's just how it works. That's how it works in restaurants. There's actual legislation for less restaurants in the U.S. for that.
Mimas, are you saying you like just the tip?
Whoa.
I had to, man. I had to.
I don't know. It's just the tip.
That's all he puts in.
He's like, you guys gotta tip them.
I don't have money. I just have to end up washing dishes to pay for my meal.
You don't have to pay them.
No, come on, guys. Listen, a tip should be a tip. No, come on, really, think about it. A tip, it's like you offer a tip in a very particular occasion. You don't have to tip every time you consume, like you go to a restaurant or you wash your or whatever. Like
you wash the dishes when you can't pay for the meal.
Listen. The person gives you. Okay, now you live in America, for example, right? So you are kind of, it's part of the culture. Okay, but if you really think about it, I mean, you're gonna tip a person if he does do you a favor, right? He makes you, for example, I don't know, he goes the extra mile. Hey, buddy, thanks a lot for that.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't know. I mean, we are, for example, here in Spain is now another important point is that the service in America when you go to a restaurant, hey, how are you guys? Like, right? Really nice. Do you guys want more water? Perfect. Now, here in Spain, I'm complaining all the time. I'm like, dude, the service fucking sucks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you been served in France?
I tried to, but they wouldn't serve me.
French, dude.
They don't know what service is. They don't know what service is.
No.
The French can rot in all the hells of Dante's Inferno. They don't know anything. They are the most uncivilized animals on this earth, next to the Germans, right? Okay, the eternal Hun. But you can have the French. You can dunk them into hell. I don't care. They don't know how to serve anybody. What are you doing here? Don't you know my menu yet?
Yo, my dad is French, okay?
Just ask the guy if he's brushed his teeth this year or not.
Michael Dolan says.
What? He looked 14?
On the tips, you know, like the barber, he greeted me. He's a good barber. Lives near my house. I get there. He's very time efficient. He does a good job. He's very clean, very like polite. We speak about whatever topic, and his time is worth it. You know, like he does a good job, good haircut. And I asked him like, how much is how much is the haircut? At the end of it, I like it. I'm looking at myself. I'm like, good haircut, right? And I asked, how much is it? He says $30. I'm like, this for me.
It's 50.
This for me $60. So I give him 60.
Okay. So sometimes you're in a good mood. You're having a good day. It's perfect, but not all the time. You know.
No, not all the time. I don't tip everybody that does stuff. No, not everybody.
Especially at Subway.
Yeah,
so
especially at Subway.
I was eating at a nice Italian restaurant once, and we had a waiter, and he was a really good waiter, and started talking to me about Dark Souls, and this is right before Dark Souls 3 was going to come out. It was coming out that night, actually, and he was talking about how he's going to have to save up and get it, and I left him a note with the price, with the tax of how much Dark Souls cost in cash.
Oh man, he got you good.
Yep. No, he went and got the game and he streamed it that night.
And man, every time I go to the strip club, I guess I haven't been in a while since COVID, but strippers are always telling me like, oh, you know, I'm trying to save up money for this, save up money for that. I got every sob story in the world. You know what I'm saying?
It's all true.
Am I supposed to tip them?
Those are strippers. They do actually have every sob story in the world. Like a lot of them are actually true.
Most of them won't let you give them a tip in the champagne room. You know what I mean?
try to give them a tip.
Hey, now, I'll be respectful.
Wait, isn't that illegal? Oh, I mean, sorry.
Not if it's just a tip.
That's what I was saying.
Shut up.
No, but seriously, people still go to strip clubs. That's crazy.
No, I don't think so. I don't.
I want to go one day.
I don't think they exist anymore.
Well, they do, but I mean, I have never heard of anybody. The last 2-3 years, I've never overheard someone like, "Yeah, we're going to the club later." They're like, no, you're not.
If you go to a restaurant in Japan and you try to leave a tip, they're like, no, take your money back.
They'll make you eat it.
Your money back.
That's okay though. See, I like that part of the culture too. It's like they want to do their best for you anyway. So there's no above and beyond. It's always their best. So if you say, hey, I'm going to tip you, but I'm not going to tip that other guy, that's fucked up to them.
There, I posted a post from Twitter.
Dun, dun, dun. Any British people?
I hope not.
Pardon?
Pardon?
Yeah, Zarn didn't come back, did he?
He's completely gone, man.
Well, he didn't have a choice after his global warming problem.
Yeah.
Because you know what you're looking for in global warming? You're actually looking for a curve also.
Yeah. Gotta have the globe to have it warmed.
Well, not just that. I mean mathematically. You're actually looking for a curve. You're looking for a deviation from straight. And when you're measuring a curve, you're looking for what? A deviation from straight. They're both the exact same. It's the exact same mental gymnastics. The problem is with it's a lot easier on the climate change side to debunk that because they haven't even posited what the climate should be in order to say that it's wrong. And so it's super easy. It's super easy. You can concede, yeah, the climate's changing. Yeah, we've gained a degree. You can concede all that. And then you can say, how do you know that's wrong? How do you know it's not supposed to be that?
Where's your litmus? Where's the best the climate's ever been to compare against? Like, get the fuck out of here.
What is it at its perfect? What's it supposed to look like today? Perfect. And they won't be able to answer because they can't, because all they're measuring is something naturally changing and then saying it's not naturally changing. Well, why? Why are you saying that? Where's your proof?
Right. And we don't like tons of rain, but sometimes plants like tons of rain. So it's subjective to who thinks weather is bad or good or whatever.
Yeah, and how are they going to account for like mass extinction?
What's mass extinction? What is that?
I mean, you know what I mean, right? Like
yeah,
they have all these kooky beliefs about like drastic changes. Well, what if we're just going through an extinction event and there's nothing we can do?
It's a mighty slow one, but sure.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
mighty slow. I always give them that degree over 100 years. It's not a degree. It's 0.01 of a degree, actually.
Yeah.
Which, I'm sorry, that's not a change. It hasn't changed.
Well, that's
what's
the
funny
point.
is
the word climate means change, I think, right? It changes all the time. That's its point.
Yeah, it's maintained its average the whole time. Now, what's funny is that there were all these hurricanes from like 95 to 2002. And Al Gore was like, look at all the hurricanes. And then rarely a hurricane after that. Rarely.
Yeah.
Their hurricanes are now unusual again. Like they're not common. But everything's supposed to be getting worse. Right?
Yeah. I've got a way to know that it's not getting worse. There's this one TED Talk by some really rich guy. He's a really jerk, but he something Dan Pena or something. Anybody knows who he is? But he was addressing climate change, global warming to a woman in the crowd, and she was freaking out. She's like, "What are you billionaires going to do about global warming?" Da, da, da. And he very rudely explained that Florida should be already underwater by now. And there are brand new condos and houses and apartments you're shooting up all over the place in Florida. Do you think that the banks on the prospectus for building and maintaining those buildings considered global warming at all in their 30 to 50 year fucking prospectus? No, they know nothing's going to fucking happen.
I saw that.
It's
That
pretty
is,
good.
his name is Dan Pena. He is a huge asshole. He is. But he's right.
He's totally right.
Because the billionaires know what's going on. They're like, yeah, I'll buy land there because these idiots believe in climate change. Hey guys, we successfully got everyone to get out of our territories. Let's go buy up the land now.
Exactly.
Stupidest thing I ever heard. I mean, you go look at pictures of Ellis Island now as opposed to 100 years ago. It's the same water level.
Yeah.
I remember there were these kids here and they were like, look, I've got this paper, how these islands are disappearing because the water's coming over them. I said, okay, let's look at those islands on Google Earth. We look at them. I'm like, okay, those are those islands. 200 miles over here is the shoreline that hasn't changed in Africa. It hasn't changed in the past several hundred years. I said, how do you explain how Africa's not underwater? And they're like, well, I say, now let's open up your papers. They open them up and it says sea level rise, and then it goes down to erosion. The islands have eroded away. And that's the answer right there. And they had to
if they
concede
can't have
every
sea
single
rise,
point.
they got to have something else. So erosion.
Yeah, because the sea doesn't just rise; it rises everywhere.
Yeah, and then it falls back down and then it rises again.
Stupid. And it's mostly dumb, like stupid children who believe this. Like the kind of children that's like, I don't know, maybe I do believe in abortion. Kid. Your mama should have swallowed that one.
Oh,
but yeah, I got no time for Gen Z.
I hope the children coming up right now can see through some of those things.
They're all.
Man, well, listen, I've talked to just in this server, for instance, a 14-year-old boy the other day, or was it yesterday, 2 days ago? He was so smart compared to how I was. Huh?
I said, "Oh, you sweet talker, you." I was being a degenerate German.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it. Anyway, so he was like 3, 4, 5 times smarter. He is that much smarter than I was at his age. Like he can hold a conversation and argument with adults 20, 30, 40 years older than him, excuse me, without getting like nervous or freaking out. Like that was crazy. And so I hope those kids are the ones that are going to be teaching the other ones kind of how shit works.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. I don't know if Germany's next generation of engineers are going to be able to put out what the last generation put out.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
That is. Because everyone born in the past 10 years doesn't understand where any of the technology came from. Millennials barely understand where the technology came from. And I guess I'm glad that I'm the very last tail end of the youngest of Gen X. And we remember the world without all this technology.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I do too.
They're not like let's say all the iPhones break and the only people that exist now are millennials and Gen Z. Who knows how to fix them?
Who's doing your plumbing? Nobody.
Nobody can build an iPhone.
That's
if
true.
shipping breaks down, nobody can get anything to repair anything. And they don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to go out to clay, water it down, put a magnet through it, pull out all the ferrous materials, and make some iron. They have no idea where anything comes from. No idea. They don't know how anything works. They click the button, the light comes on in the house. There are construction workers. I thought it was just magic. They flush. What's going to happen? What's going to happen when one day you go to flush the toilet and it doesn't do anything, and you turn on the light switch and it doesn't do anything?
No, but you need a lot. You need a lot of minds to do an iPhone. You need a group. One person doesn't do an iPhone. I mean, you need a group of people.
You do need a group of people, but you could put together 1,000 millennials and you couldn't make an iPhone.
You can make a phone. You can make a phone.
You know what? You could probably make a phone. Well, I don't know. That's kind of my thing is they don't know how the technology began, so they don't know about transmitters. They wouldn't know how to make when we were young. We were taught how to make the radio out of copper and toilet paper roll tubes, right? And you hook the battery up to it, and you can go through all the different wavelengths and pick up radio stations. And they don't understand the very simplest parts of the things. How are they gonna do anything else?
My 8-year-old daughter is into collecting vintage items, and she asked me for a phone. I used to hang up put on the wall or on a table. She never used a phone like that, the old phones.
Yeah. Well, all the nerds who were into shortwave radio, they'll be happy if there's a collapse.
I think we can. I think. Have you heard that theory? I've heard of something not long ago. You probably everybody heard about it. That it takes about 1 million people. Well, this is what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but I thought it was quite interesting. Somebody said that it takes about 1 million people. It takes 200 years to go from nothing to where we are now. It takes 200 years and 1 million people.
Now, what's funny is I've heard that, and I think it only takes one generation forgetting how everything was made, and then 20 years after that to completely forget civilization. It's actually the fall is way more rapid. It's within less than a generation, you can completely forget a culture. It'll completely disappear following a civilizational collapse. Because the people who had to leave that culture get thrust into a survival situation, and then the young people they raise up, they're raising them to survive and not to learn about what they're leaving behind. And so you can forget an entire culture in a half a generation. after a collapse. Also, was that one where the grandkids or the fathers all drive junk cars, the sons drive nice cars, the grandsons drive Ferraris, and now the sons are going to be driving junk cars again.
Undertrained to handle a situation of this magnitude. I mean, I don't think it's that complicated. Someone gets hurt, you get help for them. Apparently not. Not at your school, forcing me to continue doing that.
That's just my opinion. It's the cycle. Can't stop it.
Only 1 in 17 generations outdo their rich parents.
Oh, well, that's already gone then, because that was the 1950s. Actually, I would say that was the 1920s when we had Art Deco and like the second Gilded Age for about 10 years.
Hey, when will you learn to call 911 for your buddy Bolt? I'm starting to suspect that maybe principal.
That was back when you bought the Rolls Royce, but it only came with the chassis, and you had to contract someone to build the body. So every Rolls Royce back then was unique. And that was also back when the cloth was in the car and the leather was outside the car.
What do you mean by that? I don't get it.
In the old carriage cars, where like the driver sat, but then you had the luxurious part of the car, like on the old Rolls Royce. The front of the car would have a leather seat, and the driver sat there, and then there was the cab on the back of that, and the seats were cloth, because luxury was cloth, and your peasant driver was going to sit on leather, because it was exposed to the elements and stuff, and so that's what leather was for. And now leather is supposed to be the nice thing, but it's really not. I hate leather seats.
Agreed.
Yeah, and after a while, it just starts to smell really bad, real bad.
Yeah. Well, you can't properly wash them in the car.
Yeah, it's dead animal skin. What the fuck were we thinking?
Yeah. I mean, I like leather for something. I love leather gloves. Like
Right.
I get the deerskin gloves, and I will wet them on my hands while I work and let them dry so that they conform like to my shape. I love that. But I like oil them and I try and take care of them and stuff.
Yeah.
I love like deerskin gloves, stuff like that.
Right.
But
I'm
leather,
mainly just talking about a leather jacket that you sweat in a lot. That's just
yeah. Or leather couches, disgusting, horrible, uncomfortable. Leather seats in your cars, disgusting, horrible, uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I like cloth. That's just how it is. Cloth is civilized.
Yeah, dude, and getting into I have all black seats, all black car, leather, and if I parked outside, man, I'd have to like start it up, put some blankets on my seats, wait for the AC to kick on before I could even drive it.
Yeah, you sit down and you have like your testicles burned off.
Yeah. Yep.
You go to the doctor and he's like, I don't understand how you burned your anus. I have leather seats, doc. Ugh.
Yeah, yep.
And then once the leather starts to rip just a little bit, forget it, throw the whole thing
Forget it.
out.
It opens up right away, and it's so ugly.
Yeah. Looks like your seat got into a knife fight.
Well, thanks for reminding me that if I don't sell my car in the next 5 or 6 years, it's going to do that to me.
Yeah. Well, my wife and I, we just sold our Mercedes recently, and we got a big 4x4 Nissan Pathfinder. And the seats, the front seats. Like, oh, this is a nice little Mercedes. What is wrong with your seats? I'm sorry, they're leather. I mean,
What
it
did
looked
you
like
do?
somebody got in and stabbed the seats like a million times with like a Tonto knife. Just went to town on it like they were skinning sheep, man. Like, okay, well, Mercedes, that's a fail on your leather. So, problem is they have leather, but then they have this artificial stuff that like stitches it all together and like covers parts of it, and so it's like a mixed medium, and so they don't hold together well. So that was my only disappointing thing in that car.
Well, they are quality machines regardless.
They are quality machines. Mercedes, they're the best pieces of junk there are. That's how I'll put it.
There you go.
Because most everybody just makes junk now, including Mercedes, but that they have the best junk.
Well, they can afford it. Yep.
Yep. And if you're willing to buy their top models, they're not going to break down on you. You know.
Right, because how else would they keep customers?
Yeah, and if you're a real idiot, you're going to buy an Alfa Romeo or a Maserati, which explode the day after the warranty ends.
It's funny. You guys seen the Teslas starting on fire? Can't put the fire out.
Oh, God. There's another pipe dream, electric cars. The stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, and they're still taking people out who are building water-fueled cars. Imagine that.
Oh, you know what? There's a lot more videos of those popping up. I think they're going to change. No, they're going to change narratives pretty soon.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to. You watch, because they're going to basically, for the reset, they're going to set everyone. Yeah, well, they're all over TikTok, man. People doing it.
Please send me some.
Yeah. They're just
he's right,
setting it
actually,
up.
yeah.
One guy does it on his stove. He's like, oh, I got the thing in here. He hooks the battery up to it, and he watches it go through the pipe and starts bubbling up. He's like, wow, I'm making hydrogen.
Yeah, and it's not that hard to do once you've got the process down.
All you got to do is, work on your power output for your motor in your car that charges the, whatever it is, the ionization or whatever it is in the water that creates the hydrogen at a rate that's sufficient enough to keep fueling your engine. So
it's like, hey, we got steam-powered locomotives, but not cars. Thanks.
Yeah. Right. But I do see that if there's a reset, they just kind of say, hey, look, here's everything. The survivors get to come into the new world or whatever it is. Basically just releasing everything, saying, here, you do whatever you want.
You've got 1 year. Have fun.
Yeah. More like you have one generation, make some technology. Because I guarantee you, if you shut everything down and people were allowed to just make nuclear or hydrogen or whatever it is they wanted to make, brilliant technologies would arise. Brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
So,
hey,
go ahead.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to say, you said a second ago, glad we have steam-powered locomotives, but not cars. Mm-hmm. But I think you meant to say hydrogen-powered. But but just so you know, in the 20s at least, we did have
yes, we did.
Call it, steam-powered cars. The main drawback of them is that it took like 15 to 20 minutes to turn them on or something, because you got to heat it up before you start moving down the road.
Oh yeah, and you had to like twist the front and stuff.
I don't know about twisting the front. No. That twist the front thing, that was a gas powered.
That's car. A gas thing. Okay.
But these steam powered ones, they basically use wood or kindling.
Yeah, I knew they had some of those, but yeah, I was just.
Well, see,
it just came to my mind like, look at the fucking thing going down the railroad. It's steaming. There's water going on. What the fuck?
I would make my steam power. I just make it nuclear. I just use like fission rods. Use them to heat it up.
It's above my pay grade.
Oh yeah, that's probably more appropriate today.
Yeah. Like I could understand why it wouldn't be efficient back then. See, that's the thing. People don't understand the first cars to come out, they were electric. They were not petroleum. They weren't gas. They weren't steam. They were electric. And they had a problem, and that was the batteries. And then they tried it again in the 30s, and it was a problem. It was the batteries. And they tried it again in the 70s, and it was a problem. It was the batteries. Then they tried it again in the 1990s. Oh, it's the batteries. Now they're trying it again. Guess what it is? Batteries. Because just
What's the problem with the batteries today, though?
Because in a Tesla, there's like 5,000 of them, and they do the runaway chain reaction and explode. And
but is that mostly just Teslas?
It is mostly just Tesla. Well, the supercars too. They're doing the same thing. Mostly, I would say the problem with mass producing electric cars today is the environmental impact, like with mining the lithium and stuff. I mean, rare earth and lithium mines, like they're really, 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 like they're destructive. And like to extract lithium, they have like these square miles of just these toxic ponds that are like distilling in the desert. They don't seem to, and also disposal of the battery. It's like you can't really
something that really confuses me. I mean, it confused me when I was a child when they came up with these first Prius hybrids or whatever. The idea of having batteries in the car, but not having the option to charge the batteries separately, so you can run off them for a while before you switch to gas. What amazes me, like just as much as that, is the fact that we're in the year 2022 and they're still making brand new non-plug-in hybrids. Like that just like how stupid can you be to buy these things? You're not really saving money. Like you'd be saving a lot of money if you just simply had 1 or 2 pounds added to the car with the charging mechanism, so you could plug it into a wall and then only go and use gasoline when you go on road trips more than 50 miles or more than 30 miles. I mean, like I have a plug-in hybrid. I have a Chevrolet Volt. I've spent like $90 on gas in the last year or so, and I only went on 2 road trips. And it's like
there was
I'll get it.
There was a Top Gear episode where Jeremy gets in a Prius and someone else gets in a BMW M5, I think. It's like a 4.5 liter V8, right? And so they take the cars, they drive the Prius around for a while just on a gallon of gas. They empty the cars, they put a gallon of gas in each one. At 70 miles an hour, guess which one got the best gas mileage?
I'm guessing not the Prius.
Not the Prius. The BMW, the 4.5 liter V8 BMW got the best gas mileage by quite a margin, by like 3 miles.
Could that be the driver though?
No. This was what they did is they drove them at highway speeds, 70 miles an hour around the track.
Oh yeah. Okay, I get you. The gentleman with the Volt, I was curious to ask because I've heard about those. So you go through 1 tank a year, right?
Well, if I'm not driving very far in one day, yeah. But it's just I go the first about 40 miles or so. Like it was originally 53 miles when the car is brand new. These newer Chevrolet Volts, when they're brand new, it's 53 miles.
Okay, just because I saw
300 miles in the gas tank after that.
Okay,
so yeah, it's about 40 miles or so. Yeah, on
the
the
way I
chart.
saw them advertised was you fill the tank, and then even if you're just driving on electric all the time, the car will go through 1 tank a year so that the gas part of the engine works.
No, that is definitely not the case. I actually have twice already not charged it and had it just go out the gas because I didn't want the gas to go stale. I had the same gas sitting in the tank for 8 months straight.
Okay, weird.
Yeah.
My plan was
actually,
if I came into a big chunk, I was going to buy everyone in my family one. Go ahead, Mimas.
I was going to say I actually, you know how they have the Better Cities idea where they want to get like they don't want to have so many cars in the city. My solution for that is they rezone them and make it where you can have residential and commercial completely mushed together. In other words, there's no difference between residential and commercial, which means you could have a business and live there and then have family homes all throughout the area that the commerce is going on, right? But I think that would be a good place for small electric cars, is city centers and stuff. I mean, that's where I would promote their use mostly.
I don't really see the point in like having a fully electric car though. Like, isn't it just?
Oh, I don't either.
I just think it's easier just having both options. Like, you know,
no, I never would. This whole idea of pure electric is ridiculous. It's good to have a backup. Like, what if your electric fails? You know.
Yeah, I just dig my car because I mean, you know, if I can get gasoline, it can run off gasoline. If I can find a wall socket to plug it into, I can charge it that way. It just takes like 12 hours though.
Yeah. Now, I think the best way forward is probably I would either stick with petroleum or go to hydrogen. That to me is the way to go. Either one of those. As far as like the masses go, like mass production. Because hydrogen obviously is easy to make.
And leave the electric for the industrial, like the rigs and shit?
Well, I mean, like for industrial, what? Like,
yeah, but
like the truckers,
why hydrogen?
The truckers' trucks would be electric and shit.
No, I would actually prefer those be diesel because, I mean, why not?
Yeah, I think you got a point there. I'll give you an example. About like 5 or 6 years ago, I heard someone on the radio who designs this hydrogen power equipment for like vehicles and such. And apparently, someone's come up with a hydrogen fuel cell that's TSA compliant. So he could literally take it on an airplane and use it to charge his laptop while he's on an airplane.
Huh. That's pretty cool. Kaboom! Sure, I brought my hydrogen charger onto the plane.
I watched a clip. It was Bob Lazar. Do you still think he's lying? He converted his Corvette to run on hydrogen, and in that clip they showed how they separate the hydrogen from the oxygen in the water, and wherever you put the positive or the negative on the two terminals to separate it, I believe the positive draws the oxygen out and the negative draws the hydrogen out of the water.
Yes, you are correct. Bob Lazar is a narrative teller. So he'll tell the truths that need to be told, but he keeps people inside of a locked-in narrative. He's a gatekeeper. So you're going to get some good information from him.
And keeps you distracted by keeping you thinking it's aliens.
Aliens. That's why I love Graham Hancock, right? Who wrote Fingerprint of the Gods, doesn't believe in aliens.
Are you kidding me? I've become Thanos. Okay.
You're always giving me fucking awesome books to read, Mimas.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one, by the way. I think the whole audiobook is available on YouTube. Also, Fingerprints of the Gods, really good.
I gotta look up what these items actually do. We'll probably do that.
Graham Hancock is the master.
Yeah, I love Graham Hancock, man. So when he had his debate with Michael Shermer on the Joe Rogan show, that Michael Shermer looked like a raging mongoloid, just an absolute moron. And which I guess isn't hard. You know, you're talking to like some atheist, and that's what Michael Shermer is. But he's like one of those dumb ones. Like, oh man, it's hard to explain. All of his answers were, "You have to prove our claims wrong." Those were all of his answers. Well, the second guy, see, you've got claims, but you've got to prove our claims wrong first. This was literally his arguments. Was Graham had to prove the previous claims wrong. And I thought, you lost. Typical.
All right, there you go. You got that.
But yeah, that's a good short debate if y'all want to watch it.
Mimas always has fun homework for everyone here.
Just trying to start brush fires.
Yep. I mean, I tried not to touch it. I couldn't believe they wanted $1,600 for that 8x10 rug, and it's not in very good shape. Let's go get some.
Hey, God rockin' buddy, you're hot micing. Oh, and he took off.
Yep. Can't wait to make it down to Orlando. So. Well, I got some packing up to do, so I will see y'all losers later.
All right, Mimas, good talking with you, bud.
Yeah.
Have a fun trip, brother.
Always. Well, my trip's not 1 to 3 months, so depending on how fast we get it all packed up. But we'll see y'all later.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Is no one talking?
No.
I'm having dinner. Sorry, but I'm like waiting for somebody to speak, but I'm so comfortable in the silence, man. Anybody in Europe? Happy Friday to everybody. What are you guys up to?
Happy Friday.
What? Oh, no. Today's Saturday.
Oh, happy Saturday. You got me, man.
No, I was gonna be like, where are you? What part of the world are you?
Germany. In 45 minutes, it's already Sunday.
Oh, we are in the same hour.
Where are you from?
I am southern Spain.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Same time. Berlin, Madrid. Are you close to Berlin by any chance?
No.
No.
Close to Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Ah, one of those big cities, huh?
Yeah, no, that's Luxembourg is another country.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's right next to Germany.
It's next to Germany.
And right next to the Netherlands and Belgium and France.
Lovely, lovely.
Mm-hmm. Luxembourg has actually a very nice old city.
Oh yeah.
Old part of the city, yeah. Very modern and also old part.
Mm-hmm. Lots of history. You have castles there and stuff.
Yeah, let me send you an old map of Luxembourg. Yeah, this is from.
Let me see.
One second, this is a plan of Luxembourg. I cannot see the time. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. But there's some beautiful castles, eh? There's some beautiful castles in Germany and stuff in those areas.
Yeah, especially where I live, where there's a lot of wine, the wine region, and we have a lot of old castles. Also, the oldest city of Germany, which is a very old Roman Germany, according to history. Yeah, we have very old buildings in Germany. Apart from, the ones who have been destroyed through war. But, smaller villages most of the time did not get bombed. Luckily, so you still see very, very old houses, which is great,
Really?
Yeah.
Old towns, right?
Mm-hmm. I think my village is, according to, if history is correct, it is from 500 before Christ, if I'm not mistaken. One second.
More than 2,000 years old?
I know, I think it goes even further. 1 second. Around 50 before Christ or 500 after Christ, like around this time. It's not like they don't completely know 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very old.
Here in Spain, for example, we have towns that are like before Christ, and it's like labyrinth type of. So before they used to construct the cities like with labyrinths, like where it's very easy to get lost. Oh, look at that! Look at that picture there.
Yeah, that's.
Is that where you live? Is that?
No,
Is that where you live?
that's Luxembourg. That still has parts of the old city. When you visit Luxembourg, you can still see part of the old city. It also had this Starfort complex.
Look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah, sometimes I really need to appreciate actually living among so much history. Sometimes you just get so used to seeing that stuff. Other people just go there to do holidays and stuff. But you just
No, I mean it's normal. But the thing is that it's very difficult to visual or to imagine how it was back then. I mean, can you imagine how beautiful it really was back then? I mean, if the city had that structure, it must have been like a wonderful place. Oh, look at that picture! It's really cool, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah, this house is in one particular little city right next to the River Mosel, and it's like when you look at it in real life, it's a little bit what is it called? A little bit. It's not straight, so it's a bit. I forgot.
Tilted.
Tilted. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. Crooked. Nice.
And this place is right behind, right in front of it. So from the perspective of the guy who made the picture, it's behind him. And yeah, you can see a lot of these houses around the Mosel region. There's also an old castle on top of the sea. Yeah, I always drive through there with my bike when I do a bike tour. Actually wonderful.
Is that a picture of your town?
No, but it's like I think like 10 minutes with the car away.
Yeah.
Or 20 minutes or 30 minutes by bike.
I
There's
have
a lot of crew. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Clay.
No, I was
Oh,
just
no,
going to
no,
say
no.
there are a lot of boats. And
I just
cruises.
have a general. It might seem like an odd question, but I asked my nephew this once. I'm just wondering if modern Germans, have any deal with anything so-called like Nazi guilt. Like how I asked my nephew, "Do you have any white guilt?" And he kind of said yes. And I'm like, "Are you retarded? You never had a slave. None of your friends had a slave. You're friends with lots of people that aren't white. Why would you have white guilt?" So, anyways, it was just a curious question. Is there even such a thing as Nazi guilt in Germany?
I'm sure there are probably people that still have that, maybe, but the most.
Sorry, and if I might add, they shouldn't have to feel like they should feel guilty. But go ahead.
Yeah, the most people I ask my age so far, we would say the same, since we cannot do anything about history and we are not a part of it. We do not feel any guilt. It's just a reminder, maybe, that it's very easy to blindly follow things, that maybe end up in a certain way. But regardless, war is always bad. Doesn't matter what side you're on. And I personally know I do not feel any guilt. It's just, I mean, my grandpa, for example, he fought on three fronts of the Second World War, and he didn't make that choice by his own, and it was something that was forced on these young men. So regardless of, even you want to persecute the people at that time using weapons and shooting the soldiers and so forth, they can't do anything about it, because if you would not have been going into war, you would have either been imprisoned or killed. So
yeah, I heard that about the yeah, well said. I heard that about the Russian-Ukraine thing, that if the Russians go back, they could face execution. Right now with the current conflict. Yeah, that's crazy.
Is that true?
I think this whole guilt-based fear thingy is just another way of control. Like, it's stupid. Like, why?
Yeah, they gaslight us to feel bad about something we never did.
The only people that need to feel guilty are the ones who are in the royal positions, that first of all had their grandfathers deciding these things, because it's not the soldiers deciding to create the war. It's always a few people in higher ranks that decide to have war against each other, right? So they are the ones who need to feel guilty. But funny enough, these are the people that with second or third generation are still putting that image upon you, that you need to be the guilty one, even though their family bloodline was actually the cause of all of it.
The instigators. Yeah.
So it's
well
actually
said.
Turned around.
Excuse me.
Once again, I mean, everything is turned upside down, right? It's not a new thing.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say about the current conflict, like people are dying on both sides, and like I know there's people on both sides that don't want either side in the conflict. It's what's happening.
Right.
That's all.
I also think it's wrong, especially to see how people on the internet or on both sides say, "Oh, nice that these guys die," the Russians, or "Oh, nice that the Ukraine people die," or whatever. But on the other hand, it doesn't matter on what side you're on. If you think it's a good thing that someone dies because of his country where he was born in, you're not better than the worst murderer. It's just sick. It's sick to think that a Russian gets killed because he's the bad guy. It's okay that that someone lost his life. That's the sick thinking. I think when there are many people like this. They say, "Oh, look, the bad guy is dead. That's nice." No dead is no one who dies in a war, regardless of the side, is a good thing or a win or anything. It just shows actually that humans, somehow still didn't figure it out where they're coming from, actually. If they would have ever figured it out completely, unfortunately, it's not the way it is. Anyways, I guess you understand my point, right? I can't tolerate, I can't tolerate actually people cheering about the death of someone because he is on the enemy team, quote unquote. It's just crazy to think like that. That's like, I don't know how limited your view must be, but that's crazy. At least for me.
I don't want to talk. I'm not talking against. I don't want to talk like bad about a country like Germany, but they do take things really serious and to an extreme, right? They seem to be like, for example, not criticizing. I don't want to but they do take it. They do take the lead. They're still doing something kind of like they are playing that character, no, in a sense, like back. What do you guys think?
I'm an anarchist, so unless somebody's just trying to use violence against me, I don't believe in the use of violence against another. So if I'm being invaded, yes, I'm going to pick up a weapon and defend my family and myself and my fellow countrymen. As far as doing an invade, no, people shouldn't be invading one another. If you're not happy where you are, go somewhere else.
You're not happy where you are, go somewhere else.
That's right. So if the country you're in is saying, let's go invade these people, and you're not happy with that, then move away from that. Don't be a part of a country that wants to take over another country, I guess. Don't have that mindset. And if you are going to invade another country, you better be prepared for that country to defend themselves and try to stop you. That's for sure. You can't just expect to walk in and step all over people. Maybe even the country you want to invade needs to be invaded because they're doing shit wrong. But that's that country. That's not your country. Just leave it alone, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't seem to be we don't seem to be like taking serious how serious a war is. Like we don't seem to even know what it actually means, right? It almost seems like something normal, but
well, a lot of people don't, but some people do, right? Some people have been in it, so they know, and they know it's not a good thing, regardless, right or wrong, whatever side you're on. But if you're being invaded, you've got to stand up for yourself. You can't just let it happen.
But that it still should be voluntary, right?
To a degree. I would say the closer they get, the less voluntary it becomes. You better pull your head out of your ass and prepare to defend, or else.
Hey, bro, I just gotta say one thing, bro. You really believe what they say about what's going on with the war and stuff like that? All these countries have been in peace treaties since 58, 59, when they signed the Antarctic Treaty.
Russia and Ukraine have been warring since 2014. Russia took over Crimea and parts of Ukraine back then, and they've been fighting ever since then. It's not something new.
Well, what I'm saying is basically all countries have been at peace since the Antarctic Treaty. It supersedes all disputes.
Oh, at peace only in the Antarctic. But you know, Saddam Hussein was invading Kuwait, and the U.S. went in and helped or stopped him, right? Whether they used the excuse of weapons of mass destruction or not, they didn't just stand by and let Saddam Hussein take over Kuwait.
It's all a facade. It's like a movie. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
Well, they're theaters of war, right? And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to pick sides, but I will say this. If America was invading Canada, or if Canada was invading America, I wouldn't hold anything against any country that wanted to help the country that was being invaded to stop it from being invaded. Russia's not doing a correct thing right now. Putin's been in charge for 20 fucking years. That's really strange.
I'm just saying, like, you think they'd really like air their dirty laundry to us peons? You know what I mean? They wouldn't, bro. I'm just saying.
Hey, I just want to ask you guys if you thought about this logically. Are bullets cheap?
No,
Are
but
bombs
life
cheap?
is apparently.
Well, hold on. Are bombs cheap? How about the aircraft? Are they cheap? How about men, soldiers? Are they cheap? None of this stuff is cheap, right? In other words, it's very expensive. So the only way you can have war is if you have the financing. I believe the United States just gave Ukraine like $54 billion. So it takes two to tango, does it not?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, lots of people are pitching in to help Ukraine right now. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, or however somebody wants to see it, it's neither here nor there. For me, it's sad that a place like Burundi is being ignored while Ukraine's getting all this help. Burundi's the poorest place on earth. Not at war, but being ignored.
What about Yemen?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge humanitarian crisis going on in Yemen. And even, we've been backing, the Saudis and what they're doing to Yemen. And I think we killed like 500,000 children in Iraq. And, the head of state or whatever her name was, she was like, yeah, we think it was worth it. Like to kill all those children. Yeah, I'll post the video. You don't believe me? I'll sure post it for you.
I heard that witch say that shit.
Here you go. So yeah, so it's like when a few children, God forbid, they die in a school, right? That's a really big deal, right? Let's take away the guns. But meanwhile, we're arming Nazis in Ukraine, and it doesn't matter when those children die, right? That doesn't really matter. Of course.
She said we killed 500,000 children and it's worth it.
Yeah, that's crazy. 500,000 children.
So I'm completely against war. Have been since I was old enough in 1991 to understand the concept. So in 91, I would have been 9 years old. And at that point, I kind of understood what was going on. And I was like, this is bullshit. What are we doing over there? This doesn't make any sense. And, now I'm almost 40 and it's still the same. This is bullshit. What are we doing? This doesn't make any sense. Because, what would happen if, like, hold on real fast. What would happen if, like, $40 billion or $54 billion was given to the top 54 cities, and they said, let's work on some affordable housing, right? Let's see if we can lower the gas prices. Let's, help out the poor and maybe take care of the vets that keep committing suicide. How about we, help the homeless vets? No, let's create some more. like a lot more, all over the world.
Yep.
I completely agree that war is not correct. I have trained for it. I am ready for it if necessary. It's not something I'm wishing or wanting. I have a long military history. My family's been both in the First and Second World Wars, and I don't know. It's not right, but when something wrong is happening, people do have to stand up and stop it.
So what's happening that's wrong?
Well, a lot of things are right. Like, I live in a democracy, but I never agreed to locking people up over a fucking plant. You know, it might be quote unquote legalized now in the country I'm in, but they're still locking people up over it.
Yeah, isn't that strange?
So I
Right,
don't agree with
because
this. You know what I mean?
the first
Like
prohibition was with alcohol, right?
I
Because you can run your cars off of alcohol if you have a special carburetor. The next one's over marijuana, which you can run your cars off of hemp
the
fuel.
hemp oil, yeah,
Hemp fuel, yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's weird, huh? And also the marijuana, it's also got medicinal purposes. So is Big Pharma or Big Oil ever gonna, completely relinquish their hold
Yeah.
around the
But
world?
back to current things, like I might not agree with the war that's happening right now, but I'm definitely not on the particular side that's being the aggressor. Like, regardless of however you want to label the side defending themselves, like if Ukraine was invading Russia, I would not be on Ukraine's side. Not necessarily saying I'm picking sides, but Russia
Do
is
you
in the
understand?
wrong. Russia is in the
Do you
wrong.
un- do you understand cause and effect? The law of cause and effect.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
No, that would be Newton's third law. I'm just talking about the law of cause and effect. If I slap you, you punch
Because
me.
you did this, you affected me.
Right. You said it earlier. You don't want to harm nobody, but you'd be willing to fight. So if I
I am
slap you in the
prepared.
face,
I've
right?
had to hurt people before.
Yeah, me too. Because they came at me first. So anyway, my point is, you understand the law of cause and effect. Every
Yes.
action has a reaction. Okay. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that America kept adopting. Sorry, I didn't mean to say America. The European Union kept adopting all these Baltic states into the European Union, which was against the original deal where there's going to be a buffer zone between Europe and Russia. So it's really weird that Putin built, Moscow right in the middle of all these military bases that just popped up, right? So Putin's obviously the bad guy because he put Moscow right there. He could have put Moscow anywhere else in like Siberia, way away from all these Baltic states that joined the European Union and subsequently put in installations of military bases. That's obviously Putin's fault, right?
I'm not sure. Him doing an
You're not
invasion with his
sure,
military is his fault.
bro. Are you listening? I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious, but
Oh, sorry. Go
Moscow's
ahead.
been there for hundreds of years, bro. We know how
Yes. No,
long
I
it's
know.
been
I'm
there.
sorry.
Right,
I'm
and
eating at the same time.
we're building military bases around. Okay, so think about it like this.
I know what you're saying now. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in Texas, so if Russia was like, you know, giving the Mexicans, like if we were at war with Mexico and giving the Mexicans like grenades and rocket launchers and AKs and all this funding, I'd be like, fuck you. And now we're not going to buy any oil from Russia, according to Biden. So if we're going to cut off all Russian imports of oil, your gas prices are going to go through the roof. But it's worth it, right? It's worth it because Russia bad guy.
Yeah, I know what you. I don't think it's fair that everyone's going to suffer because of one idiot's decision. I see where you're coming from. I'm not sure, brother. There's answers. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but war is not an answer, that's for sure. We're not here to destroy each other. I know this. We weren't put here to destroy one another.
But Mr. Canadian, I didn't catch your name. What's your name, bro?
My name's Christopher Titoris, but Flatman Can is my screen name.
I remember you. You've been around for a while.
What?
Yep. Patiently waiting for my upgrade, but not in a rush. There's still so much to learn. And did I hear someone trying to say hello? Welcome to the room.
What does maybe it's a little bit off the topic. What do anarchists stand by, primarily? What is the philosophy behind?
Well, the
Do you mind
true
if I
meaning.
answer this one? Just real
Sure,
quick.
but I just want to give him something real quick. The true meaning of anarchism is self-governance. Go ahead, Hank. I think it's Hank, eh?
Yeah, that's right. That's basically the point. So, if every day I go around and I cause no man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, right? I'm not creating any victims, then I'm governing myself, right? And yeah, there's still policemen that walk the street, right? But they don't need to mess with me, nor any other government members need to mess with me at all because I'm not committing any crime. So basically, the philosophy is no rulers, not no laws, right? So a lot of people think that it means no laws. Actually, if you were in an anarchist society and you were to break into an old lady's house and take her things, you would be swiftly dealt with. You would absolutely have some serious issues, but as long as you don't cross that line, cause any victim, then you're good. In fact, that's the whole point, right? So basically, the rules go like this. A sovereign is without excuse. If he does not show the society that he can rule himself from within, then he must be ruled from without. So that means govern from outside of your body.
Right. So you're in favor of freedom and you defend freedom, meaning you don't interfere, obviously, with the freedom of others, right?
Yeah, we don't interfere with the policing of others, because if you're showing society that you can't govern yourself, then someone else has to govern you, right? So I'm not going to be the type of person to get up and put out fires in the middle of the night or chase criminals with guns. So I don't mind letting someone else do that, right? It's the point to where if they become too corrupt and they're causing victims, then I have a problem with the police. But as long as they're not doing that and the government is not creating victims, then I'm good.
Right. So you believe in government, no? I mean, an anarchist believes in government, correct? In having a government, right?
Well, you have to think about it like this. We believe in government from within, but if it can't be done, then it must be done from
If you can't stop yourself from raiding gardens and sorry.
Yeah, you're the anarchist, bro. You can answer his questions. I just wanted to make sure that, I got it right because a lot of people don't really understand what it means.
Yeah, no, and I include myself. I mean, I understand the concept of capitalism, for example, like real capitalism, right? And when I
Yeah,
hear
like
the
selling
concept of
drugs.
free markets, but or having a government, it's a good thing. Um, um, with the limitations, like leaving everybody do their trade, like free trade, free market, like not having the government, for example, interfere with economy, just leaving government and economy in two separate things, just like government and religion. I don't know, maybe I am, but when I hear the term I think that most people know so little about it, but I am quite interested about it because I think that normally we hear of anarchism, and the first thing we think that I think is like, I don't really understand it, but the first thing that comes to my mind is like, you can do whatever you want, but that's not the case.
That's
not the
what
case.
they want you to believe anarchy is, a
Right.
bunch of chaos and
Yeah.
lawlessness and people harming each other. But that's the exact opposite. True anarchist believes not using violence unless violence is being used against them. Like, I don't
For
want to harm
self-defense.
anyone unless they're trying to harm me.
So this is called the non-aggression principle. It's in libertarianism as well. It's like the founding of the United States. Kind of, we're not supposed to be like we're not supposed to be aggressing each other like at all, like ever. But unfortunately, it seems that we've forgotten that.
It's self-contradictory. I mean, if you want freedom, and you condition your neighbor's freedom, that goes against freedom. Yeah, right. So just because you're free doesn't mean that you can condition somebody else's freedom. No, that's not freedom. Freedom, I mean, you are free to do whatever you want, as long as you don't condition somebody else's freedom. Otherwise,
or harm another. Like, don't tell me how to
Exactly.
live my life.
Yeah, so you have like proper private property. Yeah, exactly. So that's when the government interferes. No, it's like, hey, interferes in order to establish order in case if somebody conditions somebody else's freedom. But
I won't tell
my
anyone
curiosity.
else. I won't tell anyone else how to live, but I'll lead by example. So if you want to follow my lead, so be it. I like to help others. So if you see that as a good thing and you want to follow suit, go ahead. But I'm not telling you have to go out and help a homeless person or you have to be like me. Be yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I find the American Constitution like a very interesting piece of work. I think it. What is it called? The fathers, the forefathers. How do you say that in English? The forefathers. What is the word that you
The
use?
forefathers, the founding fathers, either one of
Founding
those would
fathers.
do.
Yeah. I think they've done a very, very good job. If not perfect, like really close to perfection. But
Well, there was one thing that caused a lot of people to walk out. I think it was the well, how do you put it? the extreme circumstances or whatever. I can't think of the right wording. There's basically like a clause in there that says that, you know, basically they can have like certain circumstances where they just have to, you know, make up their own shit. I can't remember what it's so embarrassing.
Elasticity clause?
The what? The necessity clause.
Elasticity.
Sovereign?
So I think it's a necessity clause. So out of necessity, they might have to do this or do that.
Elasticity.
Right? And no, that's not what I'm talking about. I think you're talking about something else.
On there.
But yeah, out of necessity, they might have to do this, they might have to do that. A lot of people walked out and refused to sign it.
Mm. You have in the Constitution, you have the use of guns, right, for self-defense, right?
Well, there's a Second Amendment, which is the right to possess and bear arms, but there are some conditions. If you're a violent felon, so on and so forth, those rights are restricted. You can carry black powder guns, but you can't necessarily have up-to-date guns. There's a lot of research you can do. One guy's name is Bone Tactical. He actually had to take a life, and he sort of explains how he carries himself now and how he is prepared to protect himself now with the restrictions that he's under. Very interesting guy to watch.
Yeah, the Constitution doesn't give us our rights. It protects the rights in limiting government from what they can do to us. So the Constitution doesn't really apply to us. We're not a party to it. It's for the government who swear an oath to it. So when people are saying my Constitution, it's not your Constitution. Unless you're, you know, in the military, have been in the military, have sworn the oath, or you're some sort of government official, elected or unelected, right? Then those are your guidelines. Like that's basically you can go here but no further. So when it talks about no illegal search and seizure, right? They can't just come up to you and say, "Where's your papers?" Right? That would be illegal.
That's an interesting. It's very interesting point. The government doesn't give you rights; it defends your rights.
Yeah, we only asked them to do 19 things, in the Constitution, the preamble, and they've got like, what is it, 15, 17 million laws on the books. And they're only supposed to protect our rights, our borders, and, our lives. That's their only job, if you think about it. So this whole time I've been like, why is the military like all over the world? They should be on the borders. And that's it.
Exactly.
And they shouldn't be anywhere else but protecting our borders from people who might be trying to bring human trafficking, fentanyl, drugs, stuff like that we don't want over here. Except for the case of marijuana, we do want that. But yeah, and here's the problem. The problem is so simple. I can say it just in a few sentences. What we have is compartmentalized legal idiots, and it's our fault for not correcting their mistakes and educating them so it doesn't happen again. How about that?
But are you sure that there actually are any borders, so to say, in a certain way? Like the people that also tell you that they need to prevent, trafficking, drugs, blah blah blah. They were also the ones in secret supporting all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm more of the Hegelian dialectic, but you're questioning, are there borders? Like, for anyone who says there shouldn't be borders, what if I just come up and steal your laptop?
No, I didn't say there should be borders, but in a certain way, the way how governments these days are interconnected, so to say, is there really any border, or is it just a border that is meant for us? So that in order to control you, because if you want to travel, for example, you're always going to be registered, you're always going to be checked out and checked in and blah blah blah, so forth. Even though all major countries, or almost all countries, agree on the Arctic Treaty and keeping the lie and so forth, So in a certain way, it's just, for me, it's just all like a scheme, or an asset for them.
If we're talking about borders and country security and stuff, I'll put it this way. I haven't lived a sheltered life. I'm not for all of man's laws, but I will say, like, as far as charging somebody money because they bought a Rolex while they were on vacation and now they're coming into their home country and, oh, well, you bought that while you were gone, well, you got to give us $300. No, that's extortion. That's bullshit. I don't like that part about the securing the borders and having borders and security like that. But when it comes to some perv trying to go from one country to the next, or some psychomaniac, hell yeah, I'm glad they have identifying ways to figure that out and stop that person. I've seen it. I watch border security, and I've seen it. The guys trying to get into Canada or the States, or going from Germany to or whatever country to whatever country, and it's, sir, you got warrants out, and you're a real cupcake, aren't you? So for that, I'm thankful. But other than that, no. People should be able to carry $50,000 in their carry-on bag, and it's nobody's business but their own. So seeing somebody getting pulled out of a crowd and having their bags ruffled through, and, oh, you have 11,500 and you were supposed to declare anything over 10,000, we're seizing your money right now because we're just going to assume this is from crime. That's bullshit. And, oh, you want it back? Pay us $250. Here's your 7,500 back. That's just extortion.
And it happens. Yeah, and it happens.
But I do feel you're a person that's not looking to cause harm, You're not trying to import 3 tons of cocaine or nothing. You're just trying to go on vacation or go visit a friend in another state or whatever. I get it. You should be able to move about freely. But there are reasons for these checks and balances, and they do work sometimes. Is anyone talking right now other than me? I think I've said it before. When they get it right, I'm right on, good going. But when they get it wrong, man, do they ever get it wrong. I'm living in a country where you're not supposed to defend yourself in the country I'm in. And I got this woman walking around free that committed the most horrendous of crimes. I don't agree with this at all. She should be locked up or she should have been put down. It's just really weird. It's weird world these days.
Yeah, we definitely. There are a lot of things that are wrong. Like, I mean, we can talk about it for hours and hours about it.
Yeah, the whole thing about you're not supposed to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I don't. Sometimes I have I have my own opinions, and I don't want to because I don't want to It's really easy for me to get into politics and things like that, and everybody,
Well, it is a flat Earth server. That is the main topic. If there's someone in the VC that would like to ask any flat Earth questions or bring any globe evidences forward, please feel free to step forward. Other than that, we're pretty much free to speak on whatever topic we'd like. We do have some restrictions when it comes to certain topics, so we don't get any server strikes. If you're referring to certain medical issues, we like to call it Fauci ouchie or the beer bug or whatever, so. As long as you're aware of, how to use your freedom of speech, I guess, feel free.
Yeah.
I think you'll find there's no real point in talking about it on the live stream because you can talk about it down below, no problem. You just can't post anything directly on the server. So you can post like things to each other, like private message. So there's no real point in talking about it on the live stream because I think everybody's just going to be in agreement. This is the largest advertising campaign we've ever seen in the history of the world on every single business, door, on every single website, everywhere you go. It was all just a plug, a shameless plug.
Yeah, it's old news anyways.
Oh, they're still trying. I think I seen something recently about monkey socks without the.
Yeah, I saw a monkey wearing pants one time. It was hilarious.
I saw one with a hat and a little music machine.
I've seen a monkey smoke a cigar. I think they even sent a monkey to space one time. I saw that on TV.
Tubular.
Was that what is that supposed to be real about the monkey thing? Is that supposed to be like part of history, or was that just like an attempt that they had and they didn't do it? Is that part of history?
Well, what I find really interesting about this new situation is apparently it's something that's been happening for quite a while in one specific area. Weird. Never heard of it until recently.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Let's talk about the monkey that they dressed up as an astronaut, put a glass helmet around his head. That's what we're talking about. Good God.
He survived too.
Yeah, I think it was supposedly part of history. That's what they told us on TV.
Now, was the dog first or was the monkey first?
I don't know. I think the dog might have been first. All I've seen of the monkey are photographs. And maybe a newspaper headline that said chimp in space, or maybe that's an Onion article. I don't know. See, the problem is I can't keep the Onion space travel TV shows with the real ones separated anymore. They used to be really easy to tell the difference between.
I can't tell the difference.
I'm telling you, man, some of those, I know Babylon Bee is like the new Onion. I see some of those Babylon Bee articles, and then the next day I see a real article. That's more ridiculous than the Babylon Bee article. So it's amazing. Have you guys ever seen the Onion moon landing thing? It's from like 10 years ago.
Onion as a vegetable?
Yeah, the Onion. It was a newspaper. It was like, I guess it's satire newspaper, but they made a video of the moon landing. I'll post it.
Sometimes I get tired of like talking about NASA because it's like it gets boring, you know, after there's nothing positive you can talk about it, you know.
What upsets me about the topic and is the fact that so much is being put in the wrong direction. Whether it's energy or resources or cash money itself, it's all going to a bunch of BS.
Yeah, I saw an article a couple months ago about they found the golf ball that Alan Shepard hit while he was on the moon. And I swear I had to cross-reference that article half a dozen times before I could even believe that they were presenting it as a real article. They actually showed photographs of this Titleist on the lunar surface. And they said he only hit it 40 yards.
And did they find it down here or up there?
It was in a bunker up there. I'll dig up the photographs. You can Google it. It's hard to believe. Like I said, I cross-referenced it several times. I thought it was some sort of satire article, and it's like, no, I guess not.
They brought. I heard before. I'm sure that you guys have already. Like they brought rocks from the moon. I think America gave us a present to some country in Europe. I don't know what country it was. I don't know if it was Austria. I don't. And
I
they
think
were
they gave the
like,
Dutch petrified rock. Yeah.
Yeah, it
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
switched when they wanted to insure it and they had it analyzed. Yeah.
Yeah, they had an analyze. And like, I don't remember exactly. Like, can't really quote what they said, but they said something like like what is this? Like, what are you like? This what like they was like invalid basically. Like this is a joke. Like, oh, here's a present for you. We brought this from the moon, and they were like disqualified it
It's funny
as a
because when
rock
you
from the
bring
moon.
that up, to, an anti-flat earther, right? Because they're like, what about the other countries? How come Russia never called them out? It's like, well, actually, there were countries that called them out. It's like, what about the petrified wood, right? And at that point, they start, backpedaling, and they say, well, somebody must have switched it before the handoff was made. And it's like, can you prove that?
Okay, wait. So somebody's saying they switched the moon rock with petrified wood before they gave it away?
I don't know.
Is that what you just said, Hank?
Yeah, that's what the anti-flat earthers say.
Okay, and then like I'm thinking that's like somebody saying I'm gonna give you a Lamborghini, and it's an actual Lamborghini, and then you get there and it's a kit car. Like the guy wouldn't notice it's a kit car. And then why would you give him a kit car if you told him you were giving him a Lamborghini? Just give him what you said you would. Why switch it out? That doesn't make sense. Like I know they're gonna check if it's a Lamborghini. So if I'm saying I'm gonna give you a moon rock, should I not assume you're gonna check to see if it's a moon rock? Maybe not right away, but at some point. So why would I switch it with petrified wood? Here you go.
So earlier we were talking about anarchy, and there's only one way that it could work, in my opinion. So if you had like an island that was like a private island, and the only people you let on were like of high intelligence, high moral value, sober, you know, no relative, moralist or relative truthers, right? And then on this island, everybody was, doing just straight up capitalism. Like if you won't work, you don't eat, right? So there's no communism, there's no socialist programs. It's if you want to eat, get out there and fish. If you want to drink, drill a well, right? So if this happened and everybody agreed to these terms, then it could possibly work. But on a large scale with an uneducated population like we have today in the United States, it's impossible. It's literally impossible. Somebody has to be governed. So the problem is that we've created a power vacuum because of our ignorance, because of the educational system being taken over by the Rockefellers. So everybody's, compartmentalized legal idiot, and they don't know the laws, right? And that includes the government themselves, right? They'll often break their own laws and codes, and then the citizen doesn't call them out on it, or the man doesn't call them out on it. Either way, right? And they just, presume this is the way to do it. You don't correct them, and then, you end up committing fraud, and they don't mind if you commit fraud because that gives them a latch over you, right? That gives them jurisdiction over you. So if everybody were to like completely abolish the government educational system and we actually started governing ourselves, there wouldn't be a need for a police force. It would only, shrink down to be a sheriff. So we're served that which we deserve. Because of our ignorance and apathy, we have this gigantic police force where they're enforcing policy, not laws. And then we get all butthurt when, they commit crimes and get away with it because they have this thing called, what is it? Immunity. They got like I forget what it's called. Blanket impunity is what I want to call it because that's technically what it is. Qualified immunity. Yeah. So with the unelected officials, the judges ruling from the bench, we get case law, and one of the case law is qualified immunity. So basically, if they don't knowingly violate your rights, and there's already a case on the court of this happening in the past, then they get qualified immunity. Basically, is what it boils down to. And then there's where they asset forfeiture, where like not too long ago a vet was traveling with his money that he had been saving up. He had all the paper receipts of all the legal transactions of all his earnings from the military, from other jobs he had done, and the cops took it. It's called civil forfeiture. So basically, they can't accuse you of a crime that you didn't commit, but they basically accuse your money of being guilty of a crime, and then you have to go to court to prove that actually your money was not guilty of committing a crime to
That's
get your
fucked
money back.
up. Doesn't make sense.
Right. So
They
before,
accused you beforehand, no?
Broke my heart when I
they,
heard that story. And yeah, it just costs you so much unless it's a large amount of money. You just give up and let them keep it. Go ahead, Hank.
so yeah, they're basically accusing your money of being earned illegitimately, like through drug trafficking or something. And like if you're like me, you might drive to Dallas with like several $1,000s in your pocket looking for a car, right? And then when you get pulled over by the cops, and they're like, "Do you got any money on your hand? Do you got any money or weapons or anything like that?" And you say, "Yeah, I got X amount of $1,000 in my pocket." They might just take it. Like, bro, look at my computer. I got my laptop right here. I've been searching for a car for the past, 2 weeks. Like, what are you doing taking my money? This is my, legitimate earnings. Here's the bank statement where I just pulled it out of my bank. Like, what are you doing? Take it up with the judge, doofus.
Also,
You know,
also interesting, Larry. I know they called you Hank, but I'm gonna call you Larry because that's what you say your name is now. Sorry about the wind. Pretty windy here. If you want to travel with the gun and ammo, they say if you have over $1,000 in your car, you can legally travel with that together instead of separate. So there's a lot of weird things that they can get you for, but it's totally legal. Like why can they be like, oh, you got all this money? That can't be right. That's so stupid because I'm so sorry about it. It's a win. It's super bad. I'll shut up.
It's not too bad. It's interfering a little bit, but it's not that bad.
It's pretty bad. But literally, they say you don't have to have a license to carry here in Texas. As far as I know, if you have so much money in your vehicle, you can carry a handgun and with ammo right there with it. And you don't have to have a license for it. If you have so much money on you and you're traveling out of your county. So there's some weird laws that are in Texas. So I don't know why you would be able to get pulled over and they say, how much money you got on you? And they take it from me because that's stupid. Because, yeah, I've got this much money on me and I've got a gun on me to protect that money because I'm going to buy a car, like Hank said, because what if that's what you're going to do? The law enforcement, that's ridiculous that law would even step in the way of you going to do a transaction.
Well, by all rights, they shouldn't impede your freedom to move freely unless you're committing a crime. So if you're not committing a crime, they have no reason to hinder your movement.
And see, my sister actually travels with a certain amount of money in her car, so she can carry her handgun with her because in the state of Texas, if you're traveling outside of your county, which most of the time she is leaving her county, she's got to travel parks here, there, and yonder, and so she carries a certain amount of money, and she can carry her gun legally without having a permit for it.
With what I just said in mind, unless you're breaking a traffic law, have a light out, you shouldn't be getting pulled over. If you are being pulled over for something other than that, then they are aware that you are in the commission of a crime. Then maybe that question of do you have a weapon, a gun, or drugs in the car is valid. But if all you're doing is breaking a traffic law, those questions shouldn't even come into the conversation. Should be, are you aware you turned right on that red and you weren't supposed to? That should be the only question.
I was going to say, even if you've got a light out in your car, like say you're turning left and your left blinker ain't working, that's still not a crime. You're not committing a crime. That's a traffic violation. So there still is no criminal activity going on.
That's right. So it should only be, the question should only be, are you aware your rear left blinker was out? Not, do you have monies, drugs, or guns in the car because your rear blinker isn't out? I need to know these answers.
Yeah, and if anything, the police officers should carry around, light bulbs in their cars and be like, hey, I'm here to help. You want me to change out your light?
Amen, sister. I love that idea. Amen. Keep talking.
They should be there to help. Like, hey, you may cause a traffic accident. I can fix that right now for you. I'm AAA. Here I am. Let's put your.
I have an extra belt in the trunk for that. Yeah. like your fan belt and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're right.
If anything, the police officers should be there to help us. They are not doing their job, in my opinion. Because used to, they don't do it anymore. But used to, I remember I had a couple of cops open my door for me a few times because I locked my keys in my car, They don't do that no more because they're like, well, I'm not sure if this is even your car, blah, blah, blah. They won't do it anymore because of lawsuits, because people used to say, hey, can you unlock my car? And they'd steal them. They were like, people were being stupid, and the cops got in trouble for it. But, used to, cops would unlock your car for you, and they were actually there to help. They're not there to help anymore because they changed their, used to, it was, what was their slogan? It used to be?
Serve and protect, not harass and fine.
They actually changed their slogan. It's not serve and protect anymore.
It's hassle and fine.
Well, that's not what their slogan is, literally. But they did change their slogan. It's like I can't remember what their slogan is now, but it's not to serve and protect anymore. So I guess we can't be pissed at them because they changed their slogan to not serve and protect anymore. It's like to uphold the law or something. It's totally gone off rails, and they're not even upholding their law. They're upholding statutes that are bullshit.
They're order followers. They're enforcers now.
And I will tell you 100%. I used to work for a state trooper, and his wife, he was super cool actually, and his wife was super cool. She was a sweetheart. And when I was working for them at the beginning of COVID, I worked for them for a couple of years, and at the beginning of the sickness in 2020, I asked her. I said, if stuff down, is she going to actually enforce people doing all of these things, And she looked at me, dead face, and she said, I hate to say it, but he is an order follower. And she seemed very disgusted when she said it to me. And
well,
I'm like,
because she probably knows him better than all of us because she lives with the man, right? And then I agree, most of them are just road pirate douche nozzles. They're far and few between the odd one that'll give you a jump start or really be there to help.
and they've been married for over close to 30 years, and but she looked at me with a sad heart and said, I mean, I could tell she was sad that when she told me he will just follow his orders. And she was I could tell she was disgusted with her answer when she didn't want to answer it. She did not want to tell me that, but she told me that because I know her well. She knows my sister, and kind of close knit kind of people. And when she told me that, I knew she was telling me the truth, that he would just do whatever they told him.
That's why I say your career, your passion, your whatever you're doing should be more than just a paycheck. So if what you're doing or what you're wanting to do becomes something you don't agree with, then you should stop doing it. Just because there's more money, if you keep going, doesn't mean it's right. You don't take the money and keep doing something wrong.
Yeah, and that's
That's what it is. It's a paycheck form. Oh, I gotta arrest people because they don't have this on or that. They're not doing that. Okay, I'll do it. It's a paycheck.
That's the sad thing of that he's gotten himself in a position of, because he's really high up. He's a high up trooper. He trained all of the other troopers. He's really high up on the totem pole, if you will.
This one DEA agent, he was very young, like in his early 20s when he started his career, and they were going after, the quote unquote bad guy or girl, and they were bringing in quantities of illicit drugs and some money. And after a few operations, the higher up said, just focus on the money. I want you to bring me money. And the guy quit because he saw that the institution wasn't about stopping the problem. They were about getting the money.
I gotta go. I got a phone call.
Bless. Another story I heard of a DEA agent. He's retired and he's prescribed marijuana now for his PTSD from when he was doing whatever. He used to fly around and help them spot marijuana fields, and it was all marijuana that they were going after. And after a while, he saw how ridiculous it was, and he stopped pointing out the crops. And there was only one situation he was in that he's actually proud of in his career. Other than that, he feels bad about all the other ones. And the only reason he feels good about the one situation is because the guy was into some really bad things aside from the weed in his backyard.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, bro?
Better than yesterday. Tomorrow's looking promising.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, I should go out today and slap a few of my stickers around the city. I gotta fix some of my vehicles though.
What stickers?
Hold on, I'll post some in the live stream.
Yeah,
The
post
newer
for-
ones. I posted the older ones so many times. I'll post the new stickers. They're more up to date.
Today was a great day. Great day. It was super hot, but it was great.
It's my
I
company.
got-
I sell t-shirts. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I gotta back out, go into the thing, and see what you posted.
I like the design.
Those are 4 new ones. I have about 30 plus novelty designs, so I have to get all of them on a sticker. Right now, I only have 8 of my novelty designs in sticker form. These are all 8 of the stickers. Oh shit, that's a bad one. I'll put a better one up. I used to post this a lot in the live stream. I haven't been for a while. Not that I, don't want to. I just like keeping it on topic.
So you just gonna like put them up around your town?
Well, I love putting them in drive-throughs, on stop signs, on fire extinguishers inside of stores, anywhere I can think of where the public is.
Fair enough.
And I give them out. I give them away for free with air fresheners and keychains as well. I got some pens on the way I'm going to give out as free swag as well.
You're a marketing genius.
I've decided I'm going to be the one to create generational wealth.
Make them yourself?
Well, I subcontract like the actual screen printing of the t-shirts. I design the designs. Like I created the Royal Canadian Marijuana Pushers. I created the Ontario Pot Producers. So those are my own designs. A few of the other 30 plus novelty ones are my own designs. The Thank You for Pot Smoking, I bought that shirt 35 years ago or so down on Rito, and it said American Cannabis Society, I believe, instead of Canadian Cannabis Society, and it had a really shitty pot leaf. So I changed the design up and made it Canadian Cannabis Society. The shirts have the 10 hemp commandments on the back for the smoker friendly ones. But the other ones are like the man, the legend, I've been used, get it up, get it in, get it on, get it off, get it out. I'm sorry, my fault. I forgot, you're an idiot. Same shirt, different day. I've been doing it about 20 years. I did 300 for a university. I did 32 for a modeling agency. I do restaurants, garages, whatever I can get my hands on. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just said fair enough. That's you're doing good.
It's a start, and I've have another business idea that I had off the ground. My friend took the idea and ran with it, and then he decided he couldn't answer the phone. The anxiety was too much. So I'm going to start the business up again on my own and just do it by myself. But I was investing in that for him, and that's mobile car light replacement. And I'm sharing that with the stream and everybody because I have no problem with competition. So I mean, if somebody else wants to start up their own little, I'll pull up and do your tail lights for you for $50. Go ahead. My city, your city, whatever. It's money. It's free money, boys and
You
girls.
heard of Amazon merch?
I'm on Amazon Canada.
It's like this merch thing. You just upload designs and they put them on T-shirts and stuff for you.
Okay.
I have a few
Yeah,
on
I've
there.
checked into stuff like that, but sometimes I usually find the end cost is so much. And like I order 100 shirts at a time, so.
Oh yeah, they do it all for you. That's why I do it. It's just easy. It's
I
just
see
easier.
it.
Yeah, it's like
Is
print on demand.
are they nicely priced?
Well, you can pick your price, but they're a little over what I'd pay, but people do buy them.
Like for me, for that, if you're looking in the live stream, that one I put up there, the thank you for pot smoking. So that's two different shirts. The extra large always have the funky tees on the left or right sleeve, and double XLs, triple XLs. All the rest, small to large, is on the front or back for the company name. So that's two different shirts. And when I want the company logo on the sleeve, it costs me more. It's a little extra.
Okay. What do you charge for them?
Well, it depends. I have some single-sided of these shirts that I'll sell for 25, but the double sides I ask 50. If you're looking for two or more, I'll go 40 a shirt. But they're
$40?
100% cotton. Yeah,
Okay.
$40. And they're one of a kind. Like, I mean, where are you going to find a shirt with the 10 hemp commandments on the back?
True.
Or Ontario pop producers. Like, that's completely my own original idea and thought. That's my intellectual property, right?
Yeah.
Same with the Royal Canadian Marijuana Pushers. My printer was nervous, and I believe they contacted the RCMP and showed them the design and asked them if it was okay. And they said, we don't have a problem with it because she printed me up my shirts.
Is ganja legal in Canada?
In Canada now it is. When I first
Ah.
started my company, it wasn't.
Oh, okay, I see.
Like I'll be 50 this June, and unless I was in jail or the hospital, I pretty much smoked every day of my life since a very young age. 2 times I quit voluntarily, and that lasted a good stretch of time, but then back to the old smoky.
Yeah, ganja's just not my thing. I hit a bong last week, and my whole body was vibrating. It was awful. I can't. I know.
It's good to take a break.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's for health reasons or financial reasons or whatever, I mean, a break is always good,
Yeah. For me, it's just overly strong. I don't know. It just hits me different, to be honest.
Yeah.
Puts me on another planet. But
Yeah. It's not for everybody. That's for sure.
That's yeah.
And then it might be depending on, like, maybe CBDs would be up your alley because those are more for pain and anti-inflammation and stuff. No psychoactive, like you won't feel a buzz at all.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I wouldn't take it if it wasn't gonna give me a buzz.
Yeah, but if you, like me, I got 14 pins and 2 plates and in my left leg from a skiing incident. So, I mean, if CBD is going to help take away the pain, I would, right? So, as a hypothetical, if something like that were to happen, or you had a surgery, you were in recovery, and you're in pain, that CBD might help relieve the pain for a week or two, you know?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. And then there's topical oils too that are good for your skin. Like I have a hemp moisturizing cream that I use.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, my nan
Nothing
uses
to
that.
do with getting high. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some good stuff.
What part of the earth are you on right now? Are you in America, in Canada, over in Europe? If you don't mind
Yeah.
me asking.
Yeah, it's so good. I'm in the UK. I'm in England.
Beautiful. The one of the gentlemen that I looked up to growing up was from England, and yeah, very, very noble person, very stoic.
Good to hear. My country's a bit
UK
shit,
and Brits, they're different or the same or kind of, or I don't even like asking some of these questions. Like, fuck, I'm causing big problems here.
No, well, it's Britain and the UK. I think they're the same. There might be one less country, because we're just a collection of countries. That's all. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the UK is. But Britain, I think Britain and the UK mean the same thing. Yeah, mean the same.
Okay.
And then England's just one of the countries in it. It's like Wales, Scotland, all that. But the
Yeah,
rest are irrelevant. It's just
he,
England.
he was from Luton in London. Luton, a
Ah.
town of Luton in London.
Yeah, the other countries in the UK are irrelevant. It's just England that matters.
My great grandfather that was in the First and Second World Wars and shit. I have pictures of him like shaking the Queen's hand, man.
Oh, are you from? Do you have like British ancestry?
Yeah, my mother on my father's side is 100% British, and her father, my great grandpa Smith, was 100% British.
Huh?
My father's father was 100% Greek, and they met while they were on leave. She was in the Air Force, he was in the Navy. During the Second World War, my nanny and my papu, and my nanny's father was the one that met the Queen and stuff. I marched by the Queen and saluted her when I was very young.
Yeah, I like the
In a
Queen.
drill hall. Yep.
She's old now. She's like, what is she? 90?
She is, but my nanny is actually, I believe, a couple years older than her. She just turned 99 this year. My nanny.
Yeah, people
I
live
think
so
the
long
Queen's
nowadays,
90.
don't they?
Sorry, I think the Queen's 96. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. People live so long nowadays. I think the Queen's still got a good, maybe even 10 years left in her. To be honest, she's going
I wouldn't
strong.
put it past them.
She gets probably some of the best healthcare out of anyone in the world. I think she can do it. And she keeps her nose clean as well. That's what I like about her. I don't think there's any scandals directly involving the Queen. She just stays out of politics, all that. She just.
I've heard of something. I mean, I don't even like going into those areas. Like I'm not law enforcement. I can't tell you one way or the other. Like if some of the things I've heard about some of the people I've heard some things about are correct, it's just a shame they're not facing justice, regardless of who they are. I'm not speaking specifically of the Queen, but if she was involved in something, she should face justice. But I mean, I get where you're coming from. She does distance herself. Yeah.
Yeah. The royal family as a whole, they often get themselves in hot water, but the Queen seems to distance herself quite well.
And she stripped numbnuts there of all of his royal, shall we say, privileges and whatnot. So
Yeah, is that the one on trial for like touching kids and that?
you got it, Pontiac. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
like the
think,
relative none of us want to admit is a relative.
yeah,
Holy fuck.
yeah. I think what she did to him was basically the royal version of getting cancelled. Made him face his charges like as a normal citizen.
Yeah, yeah. Don't ask us for help.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he just makes himself look guilty as well. I've seen some of his interviews. He just looks like he's full of shit. But could be innocent. Who knows?
It's sad. Like whatever there is to it, it should have come out then.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just ridiculous. How can you be in your 60s and people are coming out from 20 years ago making all these claims, and you're like, what the fuck? Where were you 20 years ago when I supposedly did this shit? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And the longer people wait, it's like there's less and less evidence by the year. Evidence is like eroded and that, and it's harder to get a conviction.
I find it really amazing what people can forgive too. Like
Yeah.
I've watched interviews with parents that their child was murdered, and they go to the pen and they have a visit with the guy who killed their kid, and the guy's in tears, and it's like, holy man, you know,
Yeah, they
crazy.
got
Like
like
I would want you to rot in prison, not to be able to receive any letters or nothing, if I couldn't have the option of having you put down by the state. Or can I go in there and beat on you daily? Like I don't know, man. I'm for the death penalty with certain crimes, certain things. It's just no. You shouldn't be a taxpayer's problem anymore.
I agree. Yeah, certain things you deserve to hang for.
I believe they call them nunces over there, eh?
Nonsense. Yeah,
Yeah,
pedophiles. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like we had a guy recently. I forgot his name, but he got out, and I'm pretty sure he'd like raped and killed 2 kids, and they let him out after like I think he's an old man now, but he should never have been let out. He got sent back because the second he got out, he started approaching women and stuff, but he should have never been let out. He should have been dead. You know what I mean?
He should have disappeared.
Yeah. They should have buried him under the prison. He shouldn't have got sent to prison.
I agree, brother. But I mean, if he got out, somebody should have snatched him up. He should have disappeared.
Yeah, because that's the thing in like American prisons, because they're pretty rough, aren't they? Like if you're a snitch or a pedo or rapist, whatever, you often get killed, right? Over here, they're a lot more cushy.
I've done federal time. Yeah, we deal with it. We take it upon our own shoulders, and sometimes the screws will let us know, so we get to have our fun.
Good on. Yeah, over in the UK, it's a lot more cushy. Like it's no picnic. I don't think prison is. I've never been there, but it's not got like it's not all gang controlled, and pedophiles often don't get what's coming to them. They're protected pretty well.
Yeah, I just watched a documentary about one of your lads, Ron. Fuck, I can't, for some fucking reason, I can't remember his last name, but yeah, he got it pretty bad by the system over there. He took out a couple of the pedos in one of those lockups, and they basically stuck him in a hole for the rest of his time. It's like he should have been given a medal.
Yeah, the state should have put them down. You know what I mean? Put the offenders down.
Yeah, yeah. And like they also knew the guy, like they know, if they know I'm gonna fuck up a certain prisoner, they know to keep them away from me, right?
Yeah.
So when they put them in with me, they know they want me to hurt them.
Yeah.
So they kind of put that guy in that situation to do what he did because they knew he would, and then they could treat him like an animal. And that's wrong.
Yeah, I agree. Because isn't it almost expected of you in prison? Like if there's like someone in your cell who's like a pedo or something, you're expected to kill him or beat him up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's a hard situation, isn't it? You either beat him up or you get seen as like a pedo supporter or whatever, right?
Well, it depends on your situation, right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes you can have a situation like, look, man, I'm about to get out in a month or two. Like, I can't be involved, boys. Okay, no problem. We'll handle it, you know?
Oh yeah.
So sometimes you can be a bystander that just observes, you know, you don't have to be involved. And then there's one guy, he had a turnaround because he was all about that. And then one day he found out the one guy he put the hurt on or took out was innocent. And then he started thinking about how many others he might have hurt that were innocent. And so it wasn't in him anymore to do that anymore.
Yeah.
And the guys inside aren't going to be like, well, you're a fucking wuss, you know, like, fuck, you've already done what already? For how long? They know you're not
Yeah.
weak. They know you don't agree with that, you know, so.
You put the work in already.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can retire. Yeah.
Yep. And this isn't, nobody should go to prison, but if you're there, just keep your head down, walk your own line, you know? Don't get involved in the politics.
Yep.
And it's sad to say you might end up seeing a friend or two, you know, from the outside when you're there. It's not a nice place to see them, but we're all human. We all make mistakes.
True.
I see a brother that's in for knocking over a bank or doing something. I'm not looking down on him. It's not even my business why he's there.
Yeah. I agree. As long as they've not done something super fucked up, is what it is.
Yeah, the respectable criminals are on the general pop yard. Their reputation preceded them before they were even there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I went in without a mark on me, and that's how I walked out. Because of who I am. People know me.
Know me on the streets, cuz.
It doesn't mean that I didn't see things or, you know,
Yeah.
things didn't have to get done, but there's rules for us and there's rules for the screws, right? This one gentleman, he didn't know it was a mistake telling the screw that he got the pen from one of the boys, like to write out a requisition for whatever, more socks or something. Like it was written in pen instead of pencil. And he pointed out the fellow that gave him the pen. So the pen got confiscated off the range and Buddy had to take the punishment, which was a punch in the head.
Fair
And that's
enough.
the way it is. You know, he didn't know he was making a mistake. He didn't know he was dry snitching. After he got the punch, he knew if he uses a pen and he hands in the requisition, some guard gave it to me.
Yeah.
You don't, put it on your own guys.
Why a pen's not allowed?
Nope.
Okay.
Lots of reasons, but yeah, no. It can be used for making a tattoo gun. It can be used as a weapon. Yeah, there's lots of reasons for their contraband list. It can be from something as innocent as tobacco is contraband in some lockups. No two lockups are the same.
All right.
And I got an uncle coming home in a couple years, and I have another uncle that passed away from cancer a few months back, just before the end of the year. That did more time in than out, and the last little bit of time he was having the guards bring him in all kinds of stuff. This one particular guard. Like you can get anything in there, really. You want a cell phone? I'll work on it for you. I'll get you a cell phone.
I'll be back in a minute. Just gotta go do something.
For sure. Anyone else in the room?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I thought I have out. I don't hear people talking.
Yeah, there's not many people here.
What happened?
Chilling. Watching, waiting for convo and watching a like a motivational thing. How about you? You find any curvature yet?
Hey, can I make a question, guys?
Curvature, what's that?
Absolutely. Go ahead. What is it?
What are you guys thinking about these new monkey pots? You know?
Oh, well,
like,
we're the
the
server's
new trend,
flatter.
right?
Yeah, the server's flatter topic. But I mean, as far as that goes, did you want to address that? Was that God Rockin' or who else was in here with me? As far as I know, again, it's mainstream narrative. I don't know. I don't lick the bottom of people's shoes. I don't lick the bottom of people's shoes, so I'm not too worried. Go ahead. When is anyone else in here listening? I'm not talking over anyone. Just be right back.
Whew. Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
How you doing, stoned?
I am a little bit stoned, you know?
Fair enough, fair enough.
I was just gonna say use common sense. When it comes to anything you're hearing from the idiot box, use common sense.
Yes, I feel like, I saw this thing. It's like the Nets money making scheme, you know?
Well, they're claiming the other solution to the other problem, it will help with this new problem. So if you haven't already gone and lined up, you better get lining up because.
Oh, it's the new mRNA, right?
No, what I'm saying is that the old Fauci ouchie will help with this new problem. So another reason to line up for it. It's like the miracle whatever they're putting in you. Saves you from everything.
You know what I was thinking the other day? Like, these companies, they are editing the genes of the plants, right? And they can, like the soybean, the corn, they can modify it, use the spray, and only the corn can survive. Like in the same way, I feel like when they are editing mRNA, they are editing people's genetics. Maybe imagine they put something in the air and the people that had the mRNA.
Well, all I know is once it's in, how do you get it out? Whatever it is. Like again, common sense, right?
But hear me out. Like with the corn, they changed the corn, the soybeans. They changed the genetics so it's resistant to the poison. Imagine if they wanted to take out the population that exists. They give the vaccine to the people, they put something in the air. Maybe the people that take the vaccine are immune. You understand my logic?
Yeah, I go with the creator's immune system. Thank you. I drink apple cider vinegar every morning for the most part, and all kinds of things don't like that. So as long as that's in your system, you're pretty fortified.
You drink vinegar?
Apple cider vinegar, a tablespoon every morning.
What does it taste
And
like?
it gives you a high alkaline in your body, which cancer does not like, viruses do not like, like anything. The common cold doesn't like it. So it fortifies your natural immune system. It's very tart. You take it with syrup if you've got it.
Okay.
Equal parts. Put it in lemonade.
Fair enough.
It's very healthy for all your organs. It's very beneficial. And not too expensive. About $10 for a decent sized bottle. At least here in Canada.
Oh yeah, and you got a good amount of syrup over there as well to wash it down with.
Yep. We got the syrup, the hockey, and the beer and the cheese.
Are you guys got guns up there?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's actually, it was surprising. I was surprised to find out that there tends to be more Canadian gun orders here than in most other places, and I thought the States was outpacing us by a large margin, but I guess it's just we're not as public about it. That's the thing. So that's why you don't think many Canadians have guns.
You lads carry them around?
Staple guns don't count.
What? Are you talking per capita?
I'm just saying in general, apparently. More Canadians own guns than what you would think.
You like to like carry sticks around with you?
And I suppose the reason for that is, like I said, we're not as public about our gun ownership, right?
Yeah. Can you carry them around with you?
In Canada, you're supposed to let them know when you're moving your firearm from A to B and what it's for, and blah blah blah. And I think with the you got your hunting license. Obviously, they expect you to have a bow or several rifles or shotguns, right? If you're hunting, you got a hunting license. So, but if you're going to the range and it's your home protection type weapon, you're supposed to be reporting it.
So you can't like concealed carry or anything? Can't like
Down
walk
here in
around with that
the
glizzy on you?
great state of Texas, you can. I'll tell you what, boy.
Nah, I tell you what, partner, that sounds like a rootin' tootin' hell of a time.
Sure does.
Yeah. We can't carry anything here in Britland.
You can't even. You got a license for that knife?
No, I don't, unfortunately. Yeah, we got nothing. Someone catches you in the street, you're a sitting duck.
They would love to make the U.S. into that, but let me tell you, boy, it ain't gonna happen. Not on
Nah,
my
it ain't
watch.
all happen, partner. I'ma show them what they say.
Shit, I was yammering on and I was on mute. There's restricted weapons permits, stuff like that. Reporting that you're going from A to B with your weapons and your ammo is a good thing, because if you do get pulled over, you're already, they're already aware you were in transit with that.
You got to call the
It's not going to
government
cause
and
you
tell them
problems
where you're
later.
going with your gun.
I guess.
Well,
We just
I'm
don't
heading
have
over to
them.
my ex-girlfriend's house to end this relationship. That's where I'm going. I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Wait, Vinny, are you English?
Yeah.
You got a pretty good "I tell you what" accent for being English.
Ah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I talk to a lot of Yanks.
I talk to a lot of redcoats, and you got a pretty good one.
Is that what we are? Are we redcoats?
Forever and always.
Did any of that go through?
No, you'd got your mute on.
Goddamn redcoats.
What are you? Are you brown coats?
Nah, dude, we're well. I mean, we might have been, but I thought we were blue. Weren't we blue coats?
Oh, are you? I have no idea. Is this the revolution?
Yeah, yeah. We wore the regular army wore blue coats, but then the militia they just wore whatever they had. So I guess it probably was different shades of brown and white. We started thinking about camouflage, you see, and red really didn't fit into that.
The only info I've on the Revolutionary War is when Americans want to take the mick out of me on the internet. We don't really learn it at school.
Well, I mean, yeah, they don't really.
losses?
They don't really teach us much about Vietnam either. So
Fair enough.
We spend about a fucking day or two learning about Nam. Something to do with stopping the spread of goddamn communists.
Those commies, partner.
What's matter, comrade? You know, like vodka?
I like vodka. I just don't like commie vodka.
I like Kentucky vodka.
Yeah, boy. From them hills, that hill vodka.
Man, I want to get into that shining. I couldn't believe that series Moonshiners. I'm like, holy fuck, that'd be like a couple guys up here being like, Jim and Dan are going to deliver a half-pound of weed to Lou. Let's watch them. Like, what the
Right?
fuck?
Yeah.
Is it acting? It must be acting, right?
Oh, dude, you
Or
can't
is it
make
legal?
It's
moonshine.
illegal. It's
Yeah.
illegal, but then they're on camera, and I don't know how much of it's acting because some of them end up in the Hooskow for a few days, and the law's closing in on them, and I'm like, well, you
End
fucking
up in the
idiots, you're on
what?
camera. Like, what
What's
the
the
fuck?
What's the Hooskow?
Like
They
in the
end up in the.
lockup, the county for a month or two, or you know what I mean?
The county partner?
But what is a Hooskow? How do you spell that?
The the bucket, the joint,
I
the
know,
local
but
county
I've never
jail.
heard it called the Hooskow.
Oh
Never
yeah.
heard that either.
Hold on,
Wow.
I gotta look this up. End up in the Hooskow. Like
Yeah, I'll put you in a slang, partner.
WHOSK. How do you spell that? How do you spell Hooskow?
I'm guessing HOWCOW, who's cow? I've never
No,
tried to spell it.
that's how
Could
cow.
it be S? Oh,
Hooskow.
sorry, HOU? Who? I don't know. I've never tried to
Oh,
spell it. I've never tried to spell it. Who's cow? Like the county jail. Yeah. HOUSCOW, I guess. KOW. That's what Mom says. It probably comes from her
oh,
generation more than mine.
here we go. HOOSK. Yeah. Oh, it's HOOSCAL.
Okay,
Hooskow.
there you go.
A jail or correctional institution. He was thrown into the Hooskow. What the hell?
Where were you this weekend? I was in the
Ne-
Hooskow, Ma.
Never in my life have I heard about the Hooskow.
I knew a feller got through in the Hooskow. He was cousin right ruckus at the honky tonk, partner. What's a honky tonk, by the way? Is that like a bar?
What were you in the Hooskow for? Old Miss Johnson said I pulled her bra. Well, there, we learned something new today, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, I'll be back in a little, maybe. Take care, guys.
Cheers. I gotta go generator shopping soon. I think it was 10, 12 people died in Ontario or Ottawa. That last little storm that went through.
From what?
Like a mini tornado type thing.
Well, how the hell is a generator going to save you?
Well, first off, I live in a building. I'm on the 15th floor. The
Whoa.
tornado a couple years ago put our power out for about a week. We were about to borrow one from a friend, and the power went back on. We didn't need to borrow it. And ever since, we've been like, got to get one and put it aside just in case the power goes out for a week again.
What do you have a deck?
Yeah, I have a balcony.
Oh, I was gonna say, you don't run that shit in your house.
It's about the one thing I'm going to miss when I move out of here. I want a garden for a dog and a place to park all my cars and wrench on them. But I'll miss the view when I'm gone.
Texas had that snow apocalypse thing a year and a half
Yeah, I
ago.
remember that. How did you manage through that yourself?
Oh, I was fine. Because I'm from the north, damn near up by you Canadians. I'll tell you what.
Nice.
And but yeah, a bunch of people died though because they lost power and they were all cold and shit, and so they went into their garages and they got in their cars and started their cars and turned the heater on in their car, but they didn't have power, so they couldn't open up their garage doors, and so they just died from carbon monoxide poisoning. And it's
I
like,
think I heard a few of those
holy
stories.
shit, dude.
If I accidentally drop off, it's just my battery dying. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's terrible.
Man, I used to live in a high rise in Chicago, and that'd be scary losing power for that long, and just you're just
Well,
kind of stuck in the building.
I'm sort of a prepper. Like I said, I've trained in the military and shit, so I kind of like think ahead, anyways. And it's better to have it, and not need it, than need it and not have it. So we fared all right. It's just we were thinking, shit, the stuff in the freezer is gonna start melting. We didn't open it the whole time, and when we did, everything was perfect. And we're hearing people that were throwing shit out 3 or 4 days after, and we're like, well, they must be opening their freezer every fucking day just to look in there or something. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
And the homeless shelters, like, why don't you just whip down there before it goes bad? And here's the shit I can't eat. My family can't eat all this. Here, cook it and feed your hungry homeless people.
You better
Like,
get that garden started soon.
Oh yeah, we grow tomatoes and beans, and we're allowed to grow weed here. And, well, we were growing it when we weren't allowed, but I mean, we're allowed now, so I don't care what the neighbor thinks if they see it on the balcony, right? Yeah, last year we flopped on the garden. This year we're going to be on top of it. It's nothing like your own tomato sandwich and shit. It's nice.
I grow tomatoes. They're the bomb.
How long did that snow last in Texas? A few weeks or a month?
Sorry, you cut out there. What was that?
The snow in Texas, was that just a couple weeks or a month or?
Oh no, it was like 2 days. It was just one storm, and
Jeez.
people lost power for 3 days. Man, I mean, it was one of the most ridiculous things. I went out in the woods and made a fire and started cooking some soup, and people are just ridiculous. There's
See, you've got to come
there's
up.
people on
Sorry,
the
go on.
radio like they're writing. These girls. I listened to this one thing. This high school girl wrote a college entrance essay talking about how she survived the winter storm, and I'm like, good. This is just a regular old winter storm up north. Like nothing crazy at all. I mean, there might have been 6 inches of snow on the ground.
You got to come up with a nickname for those people that like unfortunately died to carbon monoxide and stuff. Up here in Canada, we call them newfies.
Up there in Canada, eh? Call them
Yeah,
newfies.
yeah, but newfies would be even smarter than that.
Yeah, newfies wouldn't even do that.
No. Anyways, That's terrible. 3 days of no power, and that's how bad some
Yeah,
of them.
they couldn't
Wow.
handle it. They snapped, and they're like people were running out of water and shit, and so they're like waiting in line to get water, and I'm like, melt some fucking snow. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, go get a bucket of snow, bring it inside. Eventually, it's going to turn into water. You don't even have to do anything. Like, what
Not
in the
rocket
hell, man?
science. Oh shit.
You know, and who doesn't
Well,
have like 1 or
that's
2
any
days worth of
indication
water?
of if that's any indication of how things will be if things get worse. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were talking about to expect some like brownouts or shit this summer because of how hot it's going to get and everyone's running AC, and they still haven't figured out the power grid yet. So I would much rather be cold than be hot.
I find it
You know?
amazing the amount of energy consumption in the States.
Yeah. Like you can only take off so many clothes, right? But I can put on an infinite amount and turn into a big roly poly, you know?
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I'll turn into the Michelin Man if I need to stay warm, but I can only get butt ass naked around my house for so long.
For sure, for sure. I'd rather have a fire and be warming up than sweating my balls off.
Exactly, like spread eagle in front of a fan, you know, laying on the ground.
I'm gonna throw FE on the screen in case my battery dies and I don't realize it.
What's the deal, yeah? Nobody wants to talk.
Yoo-hoo.
Spotted.
What is the major malfunction going on right now with all you people that don't want to talk?
I'll talk. What do we want to talk about? There any Globers out there?
Richard, you lack of it, sir.
How's my levels? I'm using an adapter for my Type C cable. Is it all right?
I had someone message me like 15 minutes ago and say, "Do you want to have a flat Earth debate?" And that's why I was in the check-in room. I was like, I'm trying to get him in here. It was Aardvark. Did he message any of you guys? Aardvark?
Negative.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I see he joined the server. I mean, I checked. Well, maybe he'll get back with me. Maybe he just
wants to debate.
Patience or whatever. But
He wants to debate about what?
flat Earth.
What's there to debate?
Well, I mean, I guess we'll have to find out if he ever, jumps in here. So, Aardvark, if you're listening, get your ass back in here. So I see where he joined the server. He hasn't been kicked. So it could be a she. I don't know. He or she. That's the only pronouns I use.
Yeah.
I mean, some people deserve the pronoun it, but,
well, not because of good things, Aaron.
For the sake of being cordial, I don't call them it.
Right. Yeah, that's not usually friendly words.
I was just listening to. You guys know who Chris Jericho is?
Mm-hmm.
A wrestler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, have you ever seen? He's been. He has a podcast and he talks about I guess he talks about a lot. I don't know what he talks about, a lot of stuff, but he has David Weiss on there. He's had him on there a few times. He just had a new interview with him, and I was about to jump in here and play that interview if nobody was going to talk. But if you guys want to listen to it, we can just listen to it while we're waiting for some Globies to jump in.
Very true. Why not?
Cool. Yeah, I listened to like the first 10 minutes of it. I was like, this is pretty good so far. And yeah, and Chris Jericho's he's pretty popular all around the world. People that love wrestling, man, they like Chris Jericho. But his podcast is pretty cool. It's pretty popular. So fun to hear, someone like that.
No, I know. I was just curious.
Talk about flat Earth. Have you ever listened to any of his interviews with Dave? Talking about flat Earth? Good stuff, man.
More today. Duff is locked and loaded, and so are we. Today, we're going back to conspiracy theories, talking all about flat Earth. All right, here's your chance to see why NBA star Kyrie Irving and rapper B.O.B. believe that we do not live on a globe-shaped planet, but rather a flat plane. David Weiss, host of the Flat Earth podcast and creator of the DITRH YouTube channel that stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. He is here with us. I heard him on Keeping It 100 with Conan. David is here to debunk common arguments about globe-shaped planet Earth, explain all the research he's done that points to the Earth being flat, and he offers some explanations as to why mainstream society does not embrace the flat Earth understanding like he does. He also wants to make it clear that he's not a member of the Flat Earth Society, and he'll tell you why you shouldn't trust their information either. David Weiss is talking about Antarctica, solar eclipses, the North Star, circumnavigation, and even the way airplanes fly as proof that we live on a flat Earth. It's all about science, and he'll explain that as well. David was actually a skeptic about flat Earth, as I'm sure many of you are, most of us are, and he spent years trying to prove that the Earth was a globe, and he failed in all his pursuits. All of that research led him to the understanding that we do indeed live on a flat Earth. So let's get into this flat Earth understanding with David Weiss right now.
Okay, so something that's been intriguing me for a while, and I've heard a lot about it, especially over the last few years,
is the concept of the flat Earth and then the flat Earth society. So I'm with kind of an expert in the field, maybe the top expert in the world of flat Earth. Is David Weiss here, calling from New York, like you said, a nasally Jewish sounding guy from New York.
Well, thanks for including that in the show.
But it's interesting to me, the whole concept of this, and I know there's a lot to talk about and a lot to get into, but do you find that over the last few years that this whole, I guess, theory to some, reality to you, has kind of hit in the mainstream in a lot of ways?
Oh, it is expanding amazingly. You know, every time I'm on the phone with customer service, I was just on with AppleCare. At the end, I asked him a question. I said, "Is the Earth flat or round?" And he said, "It's flat." So it's getting out there. People are asking questions. And again, you know, when they say conspiracy theory, it's not. It's just we actually look into what we're told, and most people just believe what they were told since kindergarten. You live on this globe, and they show you that, and there's no proof of it whatsoever. I'm with you and all of your listeners. It sounds insane, but that's just because we've been indoctrinated into believing the utter nonsense of the globe.
Well, and the thing is, too, like I said, like our show here, we talk a lot about this, and I am on the other side of the fence when it comes to like something like the moon landing. I don't believe that it really happened the way that they say it did. So it's not like I don't believe this theory. I just don't know a lot about it. And like you just mentioned, everybody's starting to talk about this now. Now, David, how did you get involved with this whole situation? And have you believed this for years, just recently? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll answer that. I've answered it before. Belief is the enemy of knowing, and people just believe what they're told because we're trusting human beings. We want to trust what authority tells us. We want to trust people. It's our nature. But we've been lied on such a level that even people that are awake have a hard time dealing with it. And the way I came across it, I did a podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole for 3 years, a weekly podcast, 2 hours an episode, where we discussed all the different deceptions that were happening in the world. And in the third year, a couple of people started sending me flat Earth stuff, and I refused to even watch a 1-minute video. Utter nonsense. I even banned them from our social media. I ignored them. And then one day, speaking with another prominent researcher, she said, you know, for all I know, with all this deception, we could be living on a flat Earth. And I was like, what? And that's when I started to dig in. I said, I'm just going to debunk this, make this go away. And if you truly look into what you believe about the globe, you will find out that it is nonsense.
Well, and what kind of brought you to that? Because you're talking about how we grew up this way. And of course, we've been told our whole lives that the Earth is round, and you've seen the pictures of it from space and all that sort of thing. So what kind of led you to believe that what these people were telling you was completely the truth?
I tried to, for quite a while, tried to disprove it. I was trying to get this out of even a subject to talk about because it's ridiculous. But as you look into it, everything, you know, there's 3 categories that things can fall into. Works on a ball Earth, works on a flat Earth, or it could work on both. And there's many examples. But what you will find is nothing falls into the only works on a ball Earth basket. We're told by Bill Nye, the scientism guy, that here are the proofs that we live on a ball. Ships going over the horizon.
Right.
Gravity. But all of those things have been disproven. We were all shown that 3-masted ship going over the horizon and it disappears from the bottom up. That was a very deceptive video. As each time the video cut, the camera was lowered. And when you go into the distance, you do lose the bottoms of ships and the bottoms of buildings and the bottoms of mountains in the distance. But that's because of an atmospheric phenomena, and we can prove that. It's not just us saying that. We have like a time-lapse video of across a bay, across a big lake, and you can see the beach and the buildings, and throughout the day, the beach disappears, the buildings disappear, and then it goes back to the beach. It goes up and down just due to temperature and humidity levels.
Okay, but if you're talking about, let's say, like the sun setting, or the sun, you know, when you watch a sunset on the beach, for example, it slowly goes down beyond the horizon as the world turns. That's kind of the way that that you would see this.
So you believe that when you watch the sunset, you're falling over backwards at about 1,000 miles per hour, which is almost double the speed of sound. That's what we believe. It's everywhere, and it's literally brainwashing adults and children to believe in this heliocentric nonsense. The sunset. Now, again, everyone that's listening to this, have a pen or your computer or your iPhone, whatever, and I'm going to give you places to go, videos to watch, because you shouldn't believe anything I say. You have to check this yourself. And when people say, oh, it's on YouTube, let me tell you something. YouTube is not an information source. It's just a platform. It's a platform that has everything on it, and nonsense and real stuff. It's just a way to share information. So you're asking about the sunset.
Yeah.
It has to. It's difficult to do on a podcast, but I'll explain it the best I can, and I'll tell you where to go to watch some videos. When you look up at a cloud, imagine there's a white fluffy cloud above you, and you have to tilt your head back, and you look straight up at the cloud. Now watch that cloud go off over the water into the distance. At about 20 to 30 miles away, that cloud is almost indistinguishable from the horizon. If you drew a line from your eyes to that cloud, from your point of view, it would be a parallel line with the ground. Sure. Can you see that?
Yeah.
But imagine if somebody was standing under that cloud and can see that line. They would see a line from 20,000 feet in the air sloping down to your eyes in the distance. So it's a completely different way to look at it. So when the sun, our local sun, is above the earth, just as it appears, it travels in a circle, just like the moon does. They're the same size. They're very close. As it goes away, that line of clouds in the distance becomes what I call a cloud horizon, or an atmospheric horizon. You can only see so far until the atmosphere becomes opaque. And as it goes past that, it gets eclipsed. And there's some videos. So first thing to write down is my YouTube channel is DITRH. It's just the initials of Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. And there's a playlist on there called Sunsets. And if you watch a bunch of those videos, you'll start to understand how your eyes work, how perspective works, and how the angular limit of your eyes is. When something is right in front of your face, it has a wide angle. You're seeing it maybe at a 45 degree angle. As it moves into the distance, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. When that angle becomes less than 0.02 degrees, it's invisible to the human eye. And that's how things disappear, on the horizon. The sun is just getting eclipsed by the cloud horizon. And just another thing, it's that is actually this is the most complicated part of flat Earth. The rest is simple. People say that the sun remains the same size as it moves away from you. Therefore, they say that proves the ball. That's nonsense. 99% of us, when we see a distant sunset, we're seeing it over water mostly, or where there's lots of humidity in the air. And as the sun moves farther away, it gets bigger in magnification, atmospheric magnification, but it's getting smaller due to perspective. So it's kind of like a delicate dance where it looks like it remains the same size. However, in the winter in the north, if you notice, the sun is actually bigger for the last few hours of the day versus in the summer for the last few hours of the day. And that's just because it's farther, but it's being magnified more. Again, wrapping your mind around this is difficult, but if you focus, they've indoctrinated us in school not to think. They just have us read and repeat and not think for ourselves, and that's how we've gotten into this mess.
So you're saying it's almost like an optical illusion if you're talking about a sunrise or a sunset?
It's not an optical illusion. And again, this is for you heliocentrists out there. You're not going to like it when I say this. The sun is not a physical object. The sun that we see is a reflection. It's a projection of the real sun. And we see it relative to our own position. Remember how the moon and the sun used to follow you in the car as a kid and your parents told you were an idiot?
Yeah.
Well, you were right. It does follow you. Like if you and I were on a beach during sunset, a half a mile apart, you would see the sun's rays across the water coming right to your feet, and I would see it coming to my feet. And I would see the sun in a different position than you do. And that's because it's relative to our position in this crazy world we live in.
Okay, well, this crazy flat world that we live in.
Yes.
So let me ask you then. There's a lot of questions that spring from that, as I'm sure you know. So are you saying, or is it a flat earther? Is that what we call it? A flat earther, but believing in the flat Earth? Is it kind of like I don't know, a pizza box or a book, just a flat surface square, kind of traveling through space? Is that kind of what you're saying?
So there's a website, and everybody that's getting into this references it. It's called the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
Any real flat Earth researcher does not go there. It is they have utter nonsense on there mixed in with a little bit of flat truth, and it basically just makes people short circuit and say, "Oh, this is stupid," and never look into it again. It happened to me when I first looked into it. I looked there. They say that the Earth. The Earth is rising up at 9.8 meters per second, and that creates gravity. That's nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case at all. I don't even know what's on there. I never go there, and neither should any of you. And also, they have the picture of the flat disk, the turn up, floating in space. That is not it at all. You have to get out of the idea of infinite space. The flat Earth is picture it as a massive ice plane. Does it terminate or does it go on forever? We don't know because we're not allowed to go there, so that would be speculation. And then the sun is circling over that big ice sheet, and it melted out a pond, and we'll call that pond our oceans. And the sun oscillates closer to the center during our northern hemiplane's summer, and then it makes bigger, wider circles all the way out to December 21st, which we're almost at right now, where the outer southern hemiplane has its summer. So it oscillates in and out over the year, and it keeps all of that water melted. Halfway in between those two is the equator, which is just a circle through the middle. The outer shoreline is Antarctica. Antarctica is not a continent at the bottom of a ball, but rather the shoreline that surrounds our oceans. And so people say, well, where's the edge? Go take a picture of the edge. You'll jump off the edge, drink bleach, whatever they say. If you go south, which is every direction away from the center point is south, you'll hit the Antarctic ice shore. And the question is, how much farther can you go and what's beyond there, which is a whole nother discussion.
Well, there's something that you said where you mentioned we're not allowed to go there. What do you mean we're not allowed to go there?
So the Antarctica has a 57 nations, I think, treaty that's been in place forever that no one is allowed to explore Antarctica. No corporations can get its resources, nothing. The only way to go to Antarctica, you can go there. It costs a lot of money, maybe $15,000 to go for a couple days. And you get a little tour of the edge of Antarctica, and you get brought to a ceremonial spot. They say this is the South Pole. It's not. It's just a pole stuck in the ice. And that's it. There's so many things about Antarctica and what's beyond it that will blow your mind if we get into it. But I'd rather get into some of the big questions that people have, why the flat Earth can't exist. And what you'll find out is you've been brainwashed into not even considering a much simpler answer.
Which is?
Well, it depends on which thing we're talking about. People say, what about circumnavigation? Is that a question you have? People have circumnavigated the globe. And so let me explain what circumnavigation is. First, the flat Earth, you got this giant ice sheet, you got this melted puddle. In the center of the puddle is the magnetic north. That's the center point. If you want to circumnavigate, you can go east and west, but east and west are circles. They're not straight lines around a center point. And that is true on a flat Earth and on a ball Earth. Just a simple example of that would be if you're on the globe, you're a mile from the North Pole, and you want to go east or west, you have to maintain that 1 mile distance from the North Pole to maintain a heading of east and west.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, you're going to do a circle, 3.14 miles, and you're going to be back to where you started from. That's a circle, and you can extend that out bigger and bigger and bigger. So as you go west, you have to correct to the north constantly to maintain that heading of 270 degrees. Or if you're going east, 90 degrees, you have to keep turning left to maintain that heading. And this is done. Airplanes do it. The autopilot does it. Ships captains have noticed that they always have to keep correcting to the north.
Right.
And that's true on a ball. That doesn't prove the flat Earth. That's true on a ball Earth. But that's how it works. Any direction away from the center is south. So let's say I'm here in New York and I'm going to head west, right? But I'm not going to correct to the north. West quickly becomes south. You can look at it on a globe. You can look at it on a flat earth.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, and you end up going south. So the only way to circumnavigate on a flat earth is east to west. Billions of people have done it, and you cannot circumnavigate south because south is just away from the center and you never come back, and no one's done it. There's 3 or 4 people. They're Freemasons. They're family members of the Queen, and it's complete and total nonsense if you actually track their trips. They basically went there, turned around, and came back, and they said they circumnavigated. Not the case.
That opens a lot of the questions, but there's something I want to kind of clarify here. When you mentioned that, I said, what is this, kind of like a pizza box flying through space? You said you have to get rid of the idea of space. Are you saying this is kind of like just like a dimension that we're just on one flat plane and there is no space around us? Or how are you justifying that?
Yeah, there's that. That's a really big question there. And to understand it, our world is a flat plane, and reality isn't really what we think it is. It's our consciousness. This is really gonna. I try to stick to the basics, but our consciousness doesn't come from inside our head. It comes from an outside source. Let's just call it the heavens above, for lack of a better word. And we're having this physical experience in this physical world. It's a realm, a flat realm, and it's surrounded by a toroidal field. Again, explaining this on a radio show makes me sound like a lunatic. There's a great video that if you really want to jump into it, it's on the Sage of Quay Radio Hour channel on YouTube, and it's called The Cosmic Egg.
Mm-hmm.
Watch that, your head will explode.
Something else you mentioned was the firmament. Is this something you believe in as well, David? I mean, that we're living under a big dome, like that Jim Carrey movie, The Truman Show. I want to hear your thoughts about that firmament.
So the question is, are we in an enclosed dome, as Mark Sargent likes to say, like a Truman Show reality, just bigger? Or, is it a glass dome? Is it, is it water? Is it an energetic dome that we just can't get through? Or is it an endless plane that possibly has other puddles or other surrounding rings of civilization? The answer is we don't know the answer, but there's a lot of evidence saying that there is some sort of enclosure. And if you think about it, we live in a high pressure world. We have air pressure. Nowhere in science can you test, observe, test, and repeat high pressure next to low pressure without it equalizing. And so we're told, that space is this ultimate vacuum. We're told if they got a pinhole in the ISS, window or whatever, if a meteorite hit it and made a little tiny hole, it would suck all the air out in a couple seconds. That's because high pressure is trying to equalize with low pressure. But we're led to believe that our world, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, has the atmosphere that's stuck to it by Velcro or whatever, and is spinning with it, and space doesn't just suck the atmosphere off. And the answer that all ballers will say is because of gravity. Gravity. Right. So gravity is you have to believe in the heliocentric spinning ball. You have to believe that gravity, I call it gravity, because it's reaching up, holding on to all of the air and holding it to the earth while it spins. But did you realize that even though the earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour in the heliocentric model, that the upper air currents are going 200 to 300 miles per hour faster than the earth is spinning, in the same direction? It's outrunning the spin of the earth. If anything, you would think that it would start to lag behind, but it's outrunning the earth, which is nonsense. Think about this. Remember how they showed us the jet streams, the air currents that they go up North America all the way up to like Greenland, and then they swoop down again and they do this big sine wave.
Right. Yeah.
Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
So if you convert that map into an AE flat earth map and put those air currents on it, they're perfect circles. Orderly, beautiful. There was a website that you can actually take the globe map and convert it to the AE map, and they just recently took it down because they don't want people seeing that.
And something else that you mentioned too, like I guess you never really think about this because you just assume, well, if the Earth is that big and it's rotating, and you mentioned if you're watching the sunrise that you'd be going backwards at 1,000 miles an hour, whatever it is. I guess the concept of not feeling motion is an issue. Like if the world was turning, you would feel it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, a lot of people say that, once you're in motion, you can feel the motion. How come when I'm on an airplane and I drink a glass of water, it doesn't fly to the back of the airplane? And I say, take the outer shell of the airplane off and try it, because we're sitting on the outside of the Earth spinning, with the infinite vacuum of space above us that gravity is holding the atmosphere on. If space is a vacuum, like they tell us, you shouldn't be able to drink through a straw because your lungs are creating a much lesser vacuum, and you could pull liquid and air up and away from the Earth. If gravity was holding it down, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Wow, this opens up so many questions and thoughts.
Right.
I guess kind of another just basic question is, why would we be told these things from birth that we live on a ball if we don't?
Yeah. That is the big question, and the answer is so incredibly powerful once you finally come to realize it. And it's because the ruling elite families that know where we live do not want us to realize our true potential. We are not just these random specks of dust that a monkey farted and here we are.
Mm-hmm.
We are incredibly powerful spiritual beings, and I don't want to scare people away by saying that, but the way they disconnect us from our power is they keep us in fear with all these false flags and utter nonsense and shortages. They keep us locked in a prison. We live on a ball. There is no more. Imagine there's so many reasons, but imagine with all of the nonsense that's going on in the United States alone right now, if you found out that there was other lands out there with other people that you've never even heard of, without tyrannical governments that you could go to and live in freedom, do you think there would be a mass exodus? There's a book called that you can't find anymore. It's called The Iron Republic. If you look up for it on YouTube, there's a couple people reading it about a New York politician that was sick of the system up here. I think it was in the late 1800s, early 1900s, or somewhere around there. Don't quote me on that. And he got a boat and a crew, and they went to Antarctica, and they found an opening in what he thought was the continent. And they went through, and they came out into this other ocean, were lost for months, and then they came across another land, and a boat came out to meet them. And the guy said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "We're from the America." And he goes, "Well, you're at the Iron Republic." And the guys on the boat said, "Where is that?" And he said, "It's equally distant from the Antarctic ice wall that you are, but we're just on the other side." And it's a whole amazing short story about their adventure out there.
So it's like, instead of space holding these other possible races and species and all this other stuff, you're saying it could be in our own world here, just outside of the wall of Antarctica?
So right now they're pushing the big alien agenda. They're brainwashing the crap out of us to believe in aliens and stuff. I mean, we're supposed to believe that extraterrestrials are traveling billions of miles, light years. We'll talk about light years in a second, coming here and then crashing in New Mexico. Or perhaps if there are aliens visiting us, I call them extraterrestrials. They come from the extra terra. Terra is land.
Mm-hmm.
Extraterrestrials that come from beyond Antarctica. They're coming 10,000 miles, maybe 5,000 miles, maybe 50,000 miles. They come here. They have technology that can traverse the ice, and they're living among us because they look just like us.
Because are they still human beings?
They're still human beings. There's runaway civilization. So I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm. I'm not sure if you know who she is. She's a researcher that's done a lot on some of the other big conspiracies. And it's on my YouTube channel, DITRH, called The Outward Flow of Civilizations. And basically what it says is, all of these Atlantis and all these other ancient civilizations, they disappeared. Where did they go? And my theory is that they flowed outwards as our sun migrated outwards. They followed it, and they just kept going outwards. So the ice wall, the ice shoreline, the ice ring that is Antarctica moved outwards, and they went out with it. And there's core, they do ice core samples in Antarctica, and they're finding tropical climates, tropical past below the ice. So these people moved out with that ring. The center ring moved out, and these civilizations are in these different rings. Again, it's hard to visualize it, but I have a video talk with the images. It's called The Outward Flow of Civilizations, and it's on the DITRH YouTube channel.
Okay, but so let's say you're talking about, like the tides and the ocean waves and that sort of thing. Wouldn't that be dictated by the moon in the sky?
Yeah, that I'm just writing a note to remember to talk about light years. Okay. So this is the official story is if you imagine the globe in front of you and the moon above it, and we're told that the moon pulls the water on the top part of the globe towards it. Wherever the moon is, we'll just call that the top. It bulges towards it. But there's also another high tide on the bottom of the globe, and that's because the moon is also pulling the Earth up and away from the water that's below it. I mean, yeah, that should sound utterly ridiculous, but that's the official story. When in fact, the reason that there's tides with salt water and not fresh water is because the tides are caused by an electromagnetic, for lack of a better word, tug of our electric sun and moon system. And they pull the water as it moves around. And the reason that we have bigger tides when the moon is full is because that's when the moon is powered up. Think about this. We have a new moon, which means it's just not lit up by the sun's reflection, but it's still there. Why isn't the tide just equally as big? Because the gravity's still there. It's the amount of energy that the moon is producing, the electromagnetic field. And I jump forward here. The moon is not reflected sunlight. The moon is its own light. Next time you see the full moon, take a good look at it, and you'll see that the light is even all the way around it. Right. If it was reflected sunlight, you'd have a hot spot, you'd have faded edges. It's not the case at all.
So you say the moon is a light source unto itself?
Yeah, it is, but I believe, and I don't have proof of this, but there's lots of evidence that the sun is like a giant Tesla coil, and it is lighting up the moon. So depending on the position of the sun, the moon is getting that electricity and lighting up, just like a Tesla coil would light up a fluorescent bulb.
Okay, well, what about, like, for example, a few months ago we had a total eclipse. Isn't that the shade of the Earth kind of coming across the moon and the sun?
Again, just anytime you come up with one of these things that you think proves the Earth, just think back and say, who told you that? And it's Bill Nye, the scientism guy.
Well, our school, when you grew up in school, right?
Well, yeah, but they tell you that. So think about this. We're told that a lunar eclipse is when the Earth comes up in between the sun and the moon when they're opposite each other. So a lunar eclipse can only happen when there's a full moon. That is the case. But there's been over 50 documented eclipses where the observer can see the moon well above the horizon on one side and the sun well above the horizon on the other side. And that eliminates the Earth as the cause of that shadow, and I'll put shadow in quotation marks. To make it worse, the shadow, the darkening of the moon, comes in from the top, not from the bottom, when it would have to come in from the bottom if it was the Earth. So then, Bill Nye says, we know it's the Earth because only a sphere could make a circular shadow. Well, that's, again, nonsense. If you just take a light and a ball and put the light on it like it's the sun, and take the edge of a book or anything, straight edge, and put a shadow on it, and it's a curved shadow on a ball. And I'm not even saying, by the way, that it's a shadow that's darkening the moon. From a straight edge, from a flat Earth, from a ball Earth, it has nothing to do with the Earth.
Are you calling him Bill Nye instead of
Bill Nye, the scientism guy? Yes, scientism is a religion.
Of course.
By the way, flat earthers is just an easy way to say flat earth researchers, people that actually look at what they're told and do tests. We love science, but science has been hijacked by a religion called scientism. And that's when a guy in a white lab coat tells you something and you don't check it out. Everything that they tell us about the earth, you can't prove it. The scientific method: observable, testable, repeatable. There's none of that in globe Earth thinking.
Well, okay, and what about the pictures of the Earth that we've seen from space? I love how you're laughing at all these things. Obviously, these are all questions that you've been asked and probably asked yourself. But every science book, every scientism book will show pictures of the galaxy, including the Earth and all these other planets that are in it.
Right. NASA provides us with lots of pictures and images, and they'll tell us about them all the time. And the Himawari 8 satellite sends us a picture of the Earth every 10 minutes with real-time weather data. It's amazing. One thing they won't send us is photographs, a photo or a photograph. NASA will never use that term, photo or photograph. They'll send us images and pictures, okay? Those are not photographs. On my channel again, DIT YouTube, there's a video called showing how they fake planets. If you just Google Earth from space, just look at it. They're paintings. They don't even match. They have the USA is twice the size in one of the pictures as it is in another. We recreated the Earth in Photoshop, and it looks better than NASA's picture, to be quite honest. And then the Himawari 8, we found the NASA server. They have this open, unlocked server file where they have radar weather data. They have the blue marble flat depiction painting. You put it in Photoshop, you wrap the weather data around it, and there it is. There's a real-time picture of Earth. It's a picture, not a photograph.
So you keep talking about NASA. Is NASA behind this as well?
The only purpose for NASA, the saying is, the only thing NASA has put into space is your imagination. And NASA was here, and it was put into existence with when they discovered. I think it's when they discovered that there is a barrier in Antarctica. So I think it was 1957. That's when the Antarctic Treaty came in. That's when NASA, right around that time, was created, and they told us about the Van Allen radiation belts,
right?
That we can't get through them. Although we sent guys to the moon 6 times during President Nixon's presidency, 6 times. They said we're going to the moon. A year later, we sent guys to the moon, and to today we can't send a guy into orbit.
Right.
But we're going to Mars next month, and Tesla's sending one of his cars in next month to Mars. It's
But I've always heard that before, that that talking about going to the moon, like to me, and that's my biggest problem with the moon landing is that, okay, look at your cell phone right now, or the Skype that we're talking. 3-4 years ago, it didn't exist. Like, technology moves so fast. And so if we went to the moon in 1969, you'd think that we'd have like a shuttle and a city up there now, by the way that technology has moved, but we can't even get out of the orbit, like you said. Very peculiar.
Yeah, we went to the moon with the computing power of a Nintendo, the first series Nintendo. And then since then, the most, the biggest achievement of mankind, we lost the plans to the rocket. We lost the telemetry data. We lost all of the videos because they needed the tape, so they taped over them. They lost it all. The Hubble telescope has never looked at the moon or the Earth because it's not in space. It's the images that we get, they're just images. They're not photographs. If there are any pictures of what's above us, it's done from an airplane called Sophia that has a big satellite in it. It's a 747, not a satellite, a telescope, and mounted into the side of this 747 that could take some pictures.
Mm-hmm. So what about like the Hubble telescope then?
The Hubble telescope is nonsense. There's no satellites as explained in space. Satellites are balloons. Just Google Antarctica satellite balloon, and you'll see that they put up thousands of these balloons with these satellites that I think they weigh up to 2 or 3 tons. And they can put them up there and have them up there for the better part of a year. They can even control where they go by adjusting their height, and that's all done automatically. There's thousands of them, and just in the last year or so, a few of them have crashed in some remote areas, and people have gotten pictures and videos of them.
You know, yeah, man, it's a lot to digest. You know,
let's talk about light years before I forget,
please.
So we're told that there's other suns and planets out there that are light years away, hundreds of light years. Okay, let's talk about what a light year is. The sun, our sun, we're told we've seen the scale model, and if you think about one of those blue gym balls, those big yoga balls, that's the sun, and the Earth is a pebble right next to it. Make sense? Sound about right?
Sure.
So imagine you're on that pebble, and I have the sun literally just an inch over the pebble, and you're on the Earth pebble, and you look up. The sun is going to fill the entire sky. Agreed?
Agreed. Sure.
It's the entire sky. So now we're going to move it to its stated distance of 93 million miles, which is 8 light minutes away, and it reduced from the entire sky, horizon to horizon, to the size of a dime held at arm's length. Agreed?
Yes.
So you're holding a dime at arm's length, looking at it, that's basically going to cover the sun. So it reduced that much in that 1 unit of distance. If I doubled that distance, how small would the sun be? Make it better. If I 8 times the distance, could you even see it?
Well, in theory, no, right?
Right. And that's 1 light hour. Okay? 8 times the distance is a light hour. I'm not even talking about a light day, week, month, year. We're talking hundreds of light years. Nonsense. And if you get into it a little farther, light has the inverse square law where it has to get 4 times the amount every time you half the distance. It's utter nonsense. You wouldn't be able to see it. Light doesn't go for billions of years, endless, even through empty space where there's nothing there to block it or whatever. Light is an energy wave, and as it goes into the distance, it spreads out and it peters out. And that's part of the reason why we have day and night. We can have nighttime. There's another video on my channel. It's called Day and Night on a Flat Earth, I think, but that'll help you find it, where at a certain time of the year, at a certain latitude, you can look forward in one direction and it's daylight, blue sky, and look backwards, it's pitch black.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that's just because light doesn't go. And also, again, I'm blowing people's minds up here because there's a million questions. Daylight and sunlight are not the same thing. The light of the sun is a light, but the sky is what really is lighting us up. And I believe that the sun, the Tesla coil of the sun, is exciting the gases in the sky. Nitrogen, it turns blue, if you didn't know. And that's why we have a blue sky, because it is lighting up the sky around us. And the way to prove that is the sun just rose on one side of your house. In the morning, you can go on the other side of your house and read the newspaper, no problem. Not that you should read any newspaper, is a whole nother story. But that's because the sky is the daylight has arrived.
So, and you mentioned this, or you just said this is blowing people's minds with all these facts and figures and all this stuff. How long did it take for you to really embrace all this stuff? And as you're discovering all these things, like, did you have a mentor that said, check all this stuff out, or somebody like you telling everybody now to figure all this out?
Most of us, we have the same story, that we went into this dragging our feet, kicking and screaming because we didn't want to be here. But the more you look at it, I was for the longest time trying to disprove it. I'm still willing to see anything that proves we live on a ball, but I do not expect it to happen because there's too much proof that we live on a flat, stationary plane. Now, there's lots of arguments of the layout of the continents. If you look at the AE map, Australia looks entirely too wide. That's a whole nother argument. So we can agree that we're not 100% sure of the exact layout of the continents because we don't know. There's sections of ocean out in the southern oceans that don't exist according to GPS. That's probably where those missing flights went. They could be way out in those oceans, but those areas don't exist. If you look at another good thing is, have you looked into southern flight routes?
No.
So you have to know your geography a little bit. Looking at your globe, if you're in the tip of South America, Chile, which is way down on the bottom, close to Antarctica, actually. And then halfway around the globe is Australia or New Zealand, which is basically at the same latitude as Santiago, Chile, in South America. The
Right.
shortest line on the globe would be from Santiago, Chile, remaining its southern latitude, and go all the way over to Australia. But that's not how the planes go. They'll go from Santiago all the way up to New York, up to the United States. Then they'll cut across and go over to Dubai. And then they'll dive back down all the way to Australia. This big, giant U or V. And we all taught, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And the reason that they do that is if you put that line on a flat Earth map, it's a straight line.
And
airplanes fly level over the Earth plane, not air globe, not sea curve, sea level, airplane. Words have meaning.
So you're saying that they specifically don't fly that way because it would prove the existence of a flat Earth?
No, the routes that they take doesn't prove the flat Earth. But if the Earth was a ball, why wouldn't they just go there or just jump over Antarctica and come out on the other side? Shortest route ever.
Right.
Instead, they go way up into the northern hemisphere, all the way across, and then back down. I think like 90% of the people live in the northern hemisphere, or it's some way offset number. Traveling in the north, flight routes make perfect sense. You can go straight line. You can take the northern route. No one goes over the North Pole, but they go close to it. And you can go that they call it the Great Polar Route, and you can go over to China or to any Indonesia or wherever, or you can go east or west and get there, making a circle around it. But nobody has ever gone over Antarctica because it's not at the bottom of a ball.
Wow. Okay, so if you're in the sky, though, the horizon is curved.
No, that's another thing. Everyone says, "Oh, the horizon is curved. They can see it from an airplane." What you're seeing, there's a whole bunch of things. One, airplane windows have a curve to them, so that'll throw you off a little bit. But let's say you have a straight window. The horizon always rises up to your eye level or just about your eye level. But the problem is when you're at altitude, the horizon doesn't quite make it to eye level because the atmosphere basically blocks out the remaining distance that you can't see. And when you have enough atmosphere, like if you've ever been to a mountainous area where you have mountain after mountain after mountain that you can see, each one gets lighter and lighter and lighter until it becomes blue sky. And just because you can't see it through all of the particles in the atmosphere. You with me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So that's just the limit of our eye. But when you're on a beautifully clear day above the clouds, you can see in the same distance in all directions. So let's say I can see 100 miles or whatever the distance is, and I'm looking 12 o'clock is straight ahead of me. So I can see to the 12, and then at 1 o'clock, I can see to that distance. It's 100 miles to each of the numbers on the clock in front of me. If you connect all of those lines, you've created a circle on a flat surface. But your programming, Star Wars, school, global news has made your mind see a circle, see a sphere, when in fact you're just seeing a flat circle.
Okay, so a couple of the things that have sprung up from what you've said. So we're talking about how Antarctica is kind of the border to our Earth, shall we say. Is it circle the entire, or like if we're a disc or a square? If I go, like you said, in Santiago, Chile, and just go directly south, will that take me to the Antarctica wall as well?
Well, again, I don't like calling it the Antarctica wall.
What do you call it?
I call it the Antarctic shore. People say, why doesn't the water fall off the Earth?
Yeah.
I ask you a question. If you have imagine you're in Kansas, big flat area, flat as a pancake.
Right.
And there's a lake, let's say it's, whatever, big circular lake. And in that lake are a bunch of islands. Okay. That's the world. That lake, the water is the oceans. Those islands are the continents. The very center of the lake is the North Pole. And you could sail all around those continents. You could sail clockwise. You can sail counterclockwise. That's east. Clockwise is west.
Right.
And then you could sail away from the center or any straight line from any point will eventually be going south, and what will happen if you keep going? You'll hit the shoreline of the lake. The question I ask is, why doesn't the water fall off the lake?
Well, I guess
because there's no edge, because it's not an edge. It's just the end of the ocean, and Antarctica is the shoreline that holds our oceans in. Our sun doesn't get out far enough to melt that. So now you get up, and you get your dog sled, and you start going, and you keep going straight. Will you hit a barrier? Will you hit lands that are just so cold and so dark that you can't get through it just because it's too cold and too dark? Or is there a barrier? Or will you come across another thermal pocket with its own sun? Don't know the answer.
Well, no, because we've never been there, like you said, if that's
Correct.
the case. So is there some influential people that believe this as well? Because you would think, let's say, if all it would take is a Richard Branson or somebody like that with the money to go, we're going to Antarctica and we're going to go past this kind of crest or shoreline or whatever you want to call it and just keep going and see what happens.
Yeah, so that, again, the flat earth is the biggest secret of the elite. This is the most important thing to keep us depowered. We'll get into that at the end. Richard Branson, Tesla, all of those guys, these guys are either completely robotic morons, that have been brainwashed, or they're just in on it. I kind of think that they're just in on it because there is no other space programs. NASA controls the minds of the world as far as space travel. There are some bigger names that know the Earth is flat that cannot come out, because if they come out, they lose everything. There are people within the elite that want this to come out, but again, they're not speaking out because they'll lose everything.
Well, I guess it's the same as, kind of to a lesser degree, if you're a Scientologist or whatever it may be, or some kind of a cult member or whatever, you don't want anybody to know about it, because if you're outed, it makes you sound like a lunatic, like you said.
Again, flat earth, we've been taught that the name flat earther is an insult. Moron, idiot, dumbass, whatever it is. But that's just brainwashing, because the truth is flat earth is what we observe. Watch the sun. Now, you look at the sun, it looks like it goes down,
right?
But it's also, imagine you're in a big flat area and you see a plane over on the horizon 20 miles away. You're looking at it, again, parallel with the ground. And then it flies over your head. You got to look way up because it's 35,000 feet over your head. And then it's down on the ground when it's on your other side. And that's a big arc. Do you think that the plane in that short of distance is making a big arc? It's not. It's a flat, level plane. It's perspective that makes us see things as a curve.
Well, yeah, and I can understand kind of the concept of when you grow up a certain way, you just think that way, and it's very, very hard to get people to change their beliefs, especially if they're not seeing it. Even if they do see it, it's hard to get them to change their beliefs.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the problem. School is an indoctrination program. They teach us to read and repeat. They do not teach people how to think for themselves. It is so difficult to get people to actually look at something. Here, what is the curvature formula for the globe that we live on? Do you know?
I don't know.
It's a simple formula. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. 99% of the population cannot understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is for each mile you go, you have to square the distance and times it times 8 inches. So in 1 mile, it's 8 inches. In 2 miles, it's 2 times 2 is 4 times 8 is 32 inches. 3 miles is 3 times 3 times 3 times 8. And that's because the Earth is dropping away faster and faster and faster. A lot of people say, well, it's 8 inches per mile. So in 8 miles, it's 64 inches. That's a slope. We don't live on a slope, nor do we live on a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one for you. Airplanes flying at 550 miles per hour would have to nose down a full mile every 2 minutes to maintain the altitude that they're at. Otherwise, the Earth is just going to drop away, and they're going to find themselves in an hour's time, at a ridiculous height. Oh, getting back to we were talking about curvature from the airplane. I was explaining how you see a flat circle. It appears to be a sphere. We've sent balloons up, and also the other thing is all these balloon videos and stuff. They're all done with fisheye lenses. GoPro has a fisheye lens.
Mm-hmm.
You can film the ground from ground level, and it shows curvature.
Right.
We've sent balloons up 120,000 feet, flat as can be.
Mm-hmm.
Flat as could be.
It's a great point about the airplane. If you were
Yeah.
flying and not nosing down, you would just fly basically right out of the side of the atmosphere into space. You know,
But our mind programming says that airplanes don't have enough power to break Earth's gravity, and the gravity is holding the Earth like a string would hold you to a post. You know, if you're running around and holding onto a rope that's tied to a post, you know, that's what gravity does to the airplane. Nonsense.
when you were kind of coming over to this belief, and you said, you know, you tried to just,
it's an understanding. A belief
understanding.
is just believing something without checking into it.
the clarity of it. And you said that you had some real big reservations. What was your biggest like proof that the Earth is a ball? This is the proof, and it was debunked. Like what to you was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, to understanding this completely?
So it's the same ones that everybody has. We've all seen the ship go over the horizon, but now that we have great optics, you know, the P900, the Nikon P900 super zoom camera, you can watch a ship completely disappear over the horizon. Then you take out your camera, zoom in, and there's the entire ship again. Okay, that just shows that it's the angular resolution of your eye not being able to see it. And then you can zoom in, and then it goes farther, and it goes away again, and you get a telescope, and you can zoom in. But then you can't see it all of a sudden. And that's because it's so far away that there's so much atmosphere in between you and it that it blocks your view, and no magnification can bring it back again. So the solar eclipse is another big one. We just had the big solar eclipse back in August, I think it was.
Yeah.
What nobody has ever seen is the moon approach the sun and exit the sun. It's just this eclipse. And you know, you would think that, hey, the Earth must be reflecting enough light to light up the moon, but it never happens. You never see it. And this is a difficult one for people to wrap their mind around, but it's not the moon. We don't believe it's the moon that is eclipsing the sun. And again, I told you that our sun is a reflection or projection. And one way we're able to model it is that something is going behind the apparent sun that we see, blocking its projection. Again, there's another video on my channel called Our Projected Sun Eclipse or something. You'll find it in the first, 20 videos. Oh, by the way, all the videos on DITRH, they're all under 5 minutes, right? I made it easy for our fluoridated, vaccinated, GMO'd brains to understand. I mean, to be able to pay attention to. And by the way, my videos are just a gateway drug to 2-hour videos, so be careful.
Let me ask you this, because this is something that I've always thought about too, and this is actually kind of proof that what you're saying is completely the truth, is that you talk about the North Star. You know, the North Star always guides me. The North Star is always in the same place no matter where you are. How can that be if the Earth was a ball?
So the answer that the globalists will give it, it's so far away,
right,
that the little movements of the Earth, and by the way, the Earth is orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour while chasing the sun at almost 500,000 miles per hour. So every year it's a billion miles or whatever the math turns out to be in a different place, but it still points to the North Star. I did an experiment. I got a pipe, a section like a 3-foot piece of pipe, about 1/2-inch pipe, and I rigged it up on the side of my house. I lined up the North Star in it, and I nailed it into position so it wouldn't move. And any day of the year, any time at night, you go out there and look through it, and there's the North Star. It never moves.
Right. Yeah. It never moves.
So think about this. So you have imagine right in front of you, you have your sun. Okay. And then the Earth is off to the right. Okay. And you're on the equator, which is, so it's halfway between the top and bottom of the Earth. And when you're on the side facing the sun would be directly above you, and you're looking at it, it's daytime, can't see any stars, right?
Right. Yep.
So it spins around 180 degrees. Now the sun is on the other side of the Earth behind you, and you're on the equator, and you're looking away from the sun. You can see all the stars. It's midnight, right?
Yep.
Okay, so now 6 months later, the sun stays right where it is. The Earth is now on the other side of the sun. So now when you're on the night side of the Earth looking away from the sun, you're looking 180 degrees away from where you saw the other stars, but you see the same stars.
Yeah, completely. Completely. But I guess the Earth forgot to turn on that point in time.
The universe has to be going around with us. I mean, it makes no sense. And people go, well, you don't see the same stars, in the winter and summer. Well, that's not true. You see a lot of the same stars, but you don't see a lot of the stars that are around during the early evening, morning, because in the summer, the sun comes up earlier and sets later. So you don't even get to see those stars, because you only see them in the winter because it's darker longer.
So when you have all these evidences and all this proof and everything like this, David, so what is your overall mission? Are you trying to educate the world into this? Do you think there's a chance that people will believe what you feel is the truth?
Chris, this is a crazy world. The stuff that the elite are doing is beyond what even an awoke person can deal with. And if people realized that we lived on a flat Earth, which has a lot of implications, it would end their power. It would end their ability to rule over us. Because I have some good news for everybody. You have free will, and the elite can only rule over you if you agree to it. And they have a rule, and it's called it has to do with free will, where they have to tell us what they're doing. They do it through predictive programming. They do it in movies.
Twin Towers, take it, Mean Gene. With one goal in mind, to defeat, or should I say demolish the Twin Towers? Or should I say demolish the Twin Towers?
They tell us what they're doing, and that way they can say, oh, well, we told you, you just didn't understand. And they all the false flags that happen, they tell us ahead of time. I grew up, I'm a science guy, astronomy. I loved it. We evolved, and we're here, and we're random specks in an infinite universe. And all the research I've done in my life, if anyone mentioned God, religion, or anything, boom, I'm gone. Next channel, move along. Okay? I am not religious in any way, shape, or form. But once you realize that the entire heliocentric ball nonsense is ridiculous, then you look at the flat Earth realm and you realize it was created with intelligence. And I'll just leave it right there. It was intelligently designed. Okay? That's all I know. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Was it God? Was it aliens? Was it, another race from another realm? I'm not even going there. Right. It's intelligently designed. And we are here for a purpose. And that purpose has been hijacked by the Satanists that run our government.
Wow, the Satanists that run the government. The Satanists now too?
We're not ready for this conversation.
So when you that's a whole other conversation. But when you're talking about the elitists, who is it that's behind this and who knows about it?
Yeah, that's a good question. How do senators know? Maybe some of them know.
Does the president know?
The president. The president is either a hopeless puppet that's sold out for their position. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about all the presidents. Sure. If you say, Republican, Democrat, that's left arm, right arm. It's the same monster. It's the same thing. Either they have no power, or they know, or they've literally sold their souls and ended up in this position for a purpose. They orchestrate everything. They know years in advance. 9/11 was orchestrated in so many movies beyond any doubt that it could be a coincidence. The Economist magazine, how they always have those crazy covers that are predicting the future. Mm-hmm. So I think it's in 1978, they had one that said 2017 will be the year of cryptocurrencies, the year of digital currency. That was before the internet was even invented.
Right. Here we are with Bitcoin.
And here we are.
With Bitcoin,
It's insane. All of this stuff is orchestrated. You being in the pro wrestling, we spoke about this the other day, is where we had was it Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage, where they were the mega powers?
Yeah.
And they were fighting the Twin Towers, which was, I think, Big Boss Man and Hakeem.
Yeah.
Hakeem. They were the big towers, and they were going to make the towers come crumbling down and the announcer says, "Are you going to continue your terrorist attack?" Right? and the Twin Towers are going to crumble down, and they made these hand motions. I mean, that is predictive programming. That's not a coincidence.
Wow, I mean, this is a lot to bite off here, David. And like I said, I mean, if this is all true and this is all, like you said, this is an understanding you've come to, are you now an enemy to these people?
You know what? It doesn't matter whether you're an enemy or not. It matters if you're in fear, because if you're in fear, then they own you. They can take you. But if you're not in fear and you remain grounded and clear in thought and spirit, I don't believe they have any effect over you whatsoever. I've even tested it out with run-in with the police, and I held my rights. They wanted my ID. I said, I don't have to give you my ID. And then I kept asking them if they were detaining me, and they let me go.
You didn't have to give them your ID? Isn't that kind of a...
No, you don't have to give your ID unless you're being arrested for something.
Oh, cops don't like that sometimes when you know your rights.
Well, I held my own, and in the end, he respected me. In the end, he gave me like a look like, good for you.
Right.
And it was amazing. And meanwhile, my buddies that are watching this, their jaws are falling out of their mouth. They're like, they would have bent over and taken it.
Sure, of course, of course. Just a couple last things here. I wanted to just ask you about something else that I was kind of reading about. You kind of mentioned it was talking about the Antarctic Treaty, and that's kind of a treaty between countries to protect the wall, shall we speak, the shore, shall we speak.
Protect the lands of Antarctica. There's the story of Admiral Byrd, who flew over Antarctica and found a continent that was bigger than the United States that no human has ever set foot on. I don't know if that's if he's part of the story, if that's part of the disclosure, or if that's slipped out or not. But when have you heard 57 plus countries agreeing on something forever, where there's tons of resources? There's oil, there's coal, there's all sorts of stuff down there. Precious metals and who knows what else. When have you ever heard, that many countries agreeing on something? And it can't even be discussed until 2040.
So 2040 is when they can release the reports and release the evidence and the proof?
No, 2040, you can start discussing, like Exxon could say, hey, we want to go down there and get oil.
So governments of 57 countries are down with this and know what's going on?
So here's the thing. Governments, wars, they're all made up. The Cold War with Russia, how many battles were there?
Well, none.
Zero.
None.
There was none.
No,
it's all
right?
fake.
Yeah.
They're all in this together. It's America is the military wing. London is the financial wing. The Vatican is the religious wing. And they're controlling the whole world. All of these wars are to get the Rothschild central banks into every country. There's only, I think, 2 countries left, which is Iran and Syria, and that's why they're dying to get to war with them, but they can't until we give them permission. Just like 9/11, we gave them permission to go invade all those countries. They couldn't have done it without our permission because they need us to consent.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
So last question. What's your statement to people about all this? Is there kind of a mission statement that you say, like, get your head out of your ass and see what's going on here, or?
Yeah, that is a good one. Get your head out of your ass. The whole thing, conspiracy theory, that was a name that came up by the CIA came up with that just to discredit anyone investigating anything. They've hijacked it. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not conspiracy. It's whatever. It'll come to me.
Yeah.
Again, don't believe anything anybody tells you. You have to go check it out yourself. You have to look into it, and you have to get rid of the brainwashing. The top 21 questions that you have are in a video called A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth, 21 Questions. You can just look for that on YouTube. A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth, 21 Questions. Watch it. It's 45 minutes long. It answers your top 21 questions, and then you can do your research from there. Because believing in the globe, once you understand what you believe in, you'll wonder how you ever believed that before.
Well, I think a lot of it is, like you said, because that's the way that it is, and that's the way we were brought up, and that's just, you don't question something like that. Why would you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. The other thing is, how can so many people keep keep a secret? They couldn't even keep a blowjob secret in the White House. With Clinton. Again, another nonsensical event. We don't know how many people know. I think it's a pretty small number, but I think there's also plenty of people that know what's going on with the world. And once you realize where we are, who we are, and what we are, I could understand how these elite look down upon the masses and like cattle, like they don't really matter, because it's a weird world we live in. It's a construct that is far different from what we are taught.
Well, it's absolutely fascinating food for thought, David. And like I said, you mentioned about 10 other things that we can talk about. So we have to definitely meet up again and talk some more stuff. But thank you so much, man. And the Flat Earth.
Let me throw in one more thing. I do the Flat Earth podcast, available on SoundCloud, iTunes, everywhere else. The Flat Earth podcast for an hour of audio, or it's a little over an hour. If you want to listen to that, my YouTube channel. There's Jeranism, which is another great channel for longer videos. It'll blow you away. Just research. Also, the Facebook page, the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page, just go to the videos on that page, and you'll find that the top videos that will answer all your questions. And Flat Earth is Jericho.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Talk to you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks to David Weiss for the fascinating conversation. So much information to get you thinking. And whether you believe it or not, I like having guests like David on because he believes it. It makes for a great story and a great interview and a great guest. And like David said, it's more about questioning everything for yourself and not just believing everything that you're told. So check out his podcast, The Flat Earth Society.
Flat Earth Society. What?
God
damn.
Man. No.
Come on, Normie. Get your shit together. We can't do it all for you. You got to do some of this by yourself. Jeez, I really enjoyed listening to that, what I heard of it. David is the man, bro. I really like listening to the dude talk. Obviously, he's highly intelligent. Yeah, anybody still there?
What do you mean, is anybody still here?
You think they made him say the Flat Earth Society?
You probably did it on
I don't know why he said it. I don't know why he said it.
Well, I think that's one of David's better interviews with Chris Jericho, a former WWE freaking champion. Shit, pretty cool.
That was Chris Jericho?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Jericho.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure you believe that.
The big blonde son of a bitch from wrestling?
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
I didn't know he was big, but he was the small guy.
Wrestlers are usually
he's a
7
famous
feet tall.
WWE wrestler. He has a podcast, and he's had David on there several times.
Okay. Cool.
He's like, okay. Whatever you say.
What do you think I'm lying? I just posted the link to it. That's his podcast, anyway. But that was pretty cool. What else is going on with you guys?
Show me the curve.
Where them damn globies
Obviously,
at?
somebody has problems.
I hear you asking for curve, and it reminds me of an AC/DC song where they're talking about the American pies. The girl's got that bubble booty over here.
Bubble booty.
Yeah, I'm just, shouting out to old-timey women, those people that have uteruses, old-fashioned women.
I'm about that.
How you define a woman?
Yeah, I'm all about that.
Oh, Carefully.
Whose channel is this? Flat Earth Dave interviews to on YouTube. Is one of the same guy?
The guy that was talking to Chris Jericho about Flat Earth.
Yeah,
That's his channel. His main channel is DITRH.
Oh, okay.
It's
I think he's asking
David
a
Wise.
different question.
Okay, all right.
I'll send a link to his channel.
No, I know that one. That's cool. You can send though. It's fun.
Yeah, that's David Weiss, man. That's his channel. He's been doing this for longer than I have.
He's like triple OG.
I was following him before he came across Flat Earth. And when he started talking about Flat Earth, I actually was just like, you know what? That's too much. I'm just not going to look into Flat Earth because I was all about a lot of his other stuff. When he started talking about Flat Earth, I was like, nah, I'm gonna look for something else because this sounds really dumb. And eventually came around. This is his main channel, DITRH. Stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole.
Have you seen the the Dave part with Dave? He made Vice made that from the.
Are you talking about the one you just posted?
You know, their debate, so-called, quote unquote debate.
That was a shit show.
It's funny. You should watch it.
I've watched it.
No, I mean the parody of it, I guess, or whatever he made it.
Parody? No. Can you have
He
a
made some
link?
clips pointing out the dumbass answers. He
the one you posted. I
replied
don't know if I've seen that one.
I posted in the voice text. It's from the same channel, YouTube channel.
You guys want to listen to it?
Yeah, go for it.
Play it.
I think it's fine.
I can play it. Because, yeah, I mean, the original interview was total. It was almost unlistenable.
The bot is muted.
Yeah, the bot's weird. Hold on, let me do this.
Yeah. Still muted.
What the?
Just click.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right click on unmuted.
Well, the question is, does anybody any scientists or anybody that's ever proven that any of the luminaries we see in the sky are even physical, let alone spheres?
Nuh-uh.
Gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
The sun is very bright.
When it's nighttime, you're away from all lights and there's a full moon. I can read by that moonlight. That moonlight casts a shadow on the ground. Don't interrupt. That casts a shadow on the ground.
Very
so that
bright.
moonlight, which is reflected sunlight off a dusty, dirty, rocky, rock ball in your world, is bright enough to travel 238,000 miles to cast a shadow on the ground and to light up my book so I can read. During a total solar eclipse in your world, the Earth is a full Earth from the moon's point of view. It's bigger and shinier, and it should light up the moon, but it doesn't. And no telescope, from any position with infrared or anything, has ever seen the moon.
Can you think of why? Way, way, way brighter than Earthshine. I don't like it.
Listen.
Yeah.
Stop being a dick. In reality, an infrared camera, a regular camera from the space station, they should be able to see the sun, the moon, either approach the sun, eclipse the sun completely, or exit the sun, and nobody has ever seen it.
I'm dumb and I don't get it. So
Why are
it's
we looking
really
up at the
bright.
lights in the ceiling that determine the shape of the floor?
Because it works really well.
This is gases are collapsing upon themselves and then
Yeah.
igniting themselves in a vacuum. Perfect balls, and then all of the gases somehow start getting gravity, and they start pulling it together, and they get
Start
so
getting
big.
gravity? What do you
Well,
mean
they-
start
th-
getting
how-
gravity?
How do they grow into stars? How come the dust is accumulating? What's bringing it together? Is somebody pushing
Gravity.
it up like a snowball? So
Gravity.
So yeah,
Yeah.
so they get something, and it's a tiny bit of gravity pulls in some more dust. It pulls in not dust, it pulls in gases, and somehow it's pulling all of these gases together and turning into a nuclear furnace that burns for billions of years. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm dumb and I don't get it. So
You never met these men. You don't know anything about these men other than the stories that the controllers of this world tell you.
it doesn't make sense, though. That's dumb.
You say that the sun's gravity that can hold on to Neptune and Pluto can't
Mhm.
affect the moon, which is way closer to it, and that the Earth's gravity overwhelms that. That's stupid. That's me saying it.
Why?
You're the-
I just finished proving I'm dumb and I don't get it. It's
Has
the problem.
anybody measured curvature in large body of water at rest? Large body of water needs a container to hold it in place. And has anyone measured any curvature on resting water?
And I don't get it.
On a ball Earth, Dave, you have to have a physical horizon, right? If my fingernail is a boat, as it goes away, it disappears below a physical horizon, and zooming in will not bring it back. However, we can see too far.
It doesn't make sense, though. That's dumb.
That was funny, actually.
Pretty
Well, there you
silly.
go, folks. That's a professor for you. No arguments. You're dumb.
Well, he's not
Only
a
dumb.
professor. He just calls himself Professor Dave.
Exactly.
But hey, that's the first time he's made a lot of anti-flat Earth videos and stuff, but that was the first time he actually came out and talked to someone about it. So a little bit of kudos for that, but he proved exactly what he's going to do every time he talks to anyone like us. Anyone have a suggestion for another clip to play? You guys hear that Witsit and Kai debate last night?
Whatever you want, man. Sounds good to me.
Well, I was just wondering if you heard it.
Yeah, I think I heard some of it the other night.
I mean, I uploaded a video of us doing live commentary while they were talking. I don't know, but it's pretty funny, bro. I don't know if I want to play that or the original.
It's up to you. Whatever you think's more interesting. Saturday night, what the heck, right? Unless somebody else has an argument.
Yeah, Kai, I think is in the room listening. I don't know if it's in here. Yeah, we were listening to the debate, Kai, if you're listening, and we were playing it live on here and giving open commentary while it was going on. So, I haven't heard that yet. I'll go ahead and play that. I uploaded it today.
I'm a different guy.
Oh, here it is.
Modest.
Sometimes you want to say, "Oh, it's so cute how she's trying."
Cold or warm on the surface. That's an effect that manifests in the atmosphere, and it would be the temperature there that determined it.
I just started recording our commentary of this.
Yeah, the moon is really what sells me on Earth being round. Hold up. It goes away, but we do see the same face of the moon all the time. So that's another mystery. But those two things combined, the fact that the moon is less privileged than us rotationally, in the sense that the face that if you were standing on the moon, you could eventually see everything on the planet, versus the planet Earth only sees one face of the moon. That tells me it has to be a sphere, because we would see it all the time.
The moon.
If it was. Not if it was.
It's a sphere because it has to be.
I guess I'm done with my intro, and thanks for listening, and I'll hand it over to Maya.
So everyone just be aware, I'm going to upload this. I mean, I just started recording every commentary we give on this live stream. I'm going to upload that tomorrow.
While he's pulling that up, I want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. So if you'd like to learn more about the views of either side, you can by clicking on their links below. All right, Snake, they can see your screen as clear as day.
All right. Is the word tab showing up?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be reading off that.
Let's see what Snake got.
Or do you see my text document, or do you just see the...
Right now, you're
glow?
fully sharing your screen. If you wanted to click on a certain window to share, you could.
It's going to be
You'd have to
comedy value
unshare and then go back to sharing.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Hey, Matthew.
They're
Oh, yeah, I see it.
down in the description. That includes the podcast. Modern day
Matthew, I got a question
are
for you,
uploaded
brother.
to our podcast within 24 hours of each debate.
Go for it.
And
Do you trust NASA well enough, Matthew, that you would wear one of their spacesuits that they supposedly wear on a spacewalk?
A picture of a globe.
Walk outside. Yeah, it says. Would you trust one moment to get
so flat Earth is pseudoscience. It's fake skepticism. They accept photographs and tabletop experiments if they support flat Earth, but they reject photographs and valid experiments if they support the globe. They have an impossibly high standard of evidence for real science, but will instantly turn on a dime and lower their standards if the same type of evidence supports the flat Earth. But you can't have it both ways. We have experiments proving how gravity works. Do they care? No. Do they have experiments showing how gravity works as they say? No, but they accept their conjecture.
The Virgin Joy
anyway.
must be a
They'll
fast
speculate
typer.
about some woo-woo electromagnetic whatever that might be responsible for suspending and moving the sun inside the atmosphere, and that's good enough. But meanwhile, rigorous peer-reviewed science is dismissed as a conspiracy. They insist that the sun is in the atmosphere, but will never send an expedition there. Any photographic evidence of actual expeditions to the moon are claimed automatically to be fake. So there's a double standard. Regardless,
Did he just say, why don't we fly to the sun?
None of the data. If you make predictions about reality, you
the
understand
North
how it
Koreans
works,
already
it can't be
did,
done.
right?
He
Flat earthers
said,
can't even accommodate the data.
they're saying that the sun's in the atmosphere, but they never made an
Apologies, I just want to get a mic check real quick.
At all possible costs, because all
I mean,
flat
if
math
Issa was here, he
always
would like,
contradict
man,
real-world
the reason that
observations flight paths, star
the
paths,
sun is
land
because they landed on
proportions,
the dark side of the
path of the
sun.
sun and moon,
Hello.
etc.,
Mic
etc.
check loud and clear.
Flat
They flew there
earthers
at night.
don't even have enough real confidence or practical skill to make a map, let alone send an expedition to the things that they claim are in the atmosphere, like the sun and
I wonder
moon.
if he made a map.
Nor will they even try. To quote Kai, that's why we keep it vague.
Yeah, you guys aren't trying
So it
hard
doesn't
enough to
matter
go
to
to the
them
sun.
because
That's all
the
I'm
evidence
saying.
is a
After I
conspiracy.
record,
It's all lies, so they can just reject
recording,
it.
I'm going to send it. I'm going to send it to Steve. I'm going to send it to
Instead
Steve.
of facing the possibility that they might be wrong.
This is terrible.
Flat Earther
However,
Bob Nodell bought a laser
this is
gyroscope to prove
terrible
no
on,
rotation. And then he
on its
measured a
own.
15
However,
degree per hour
it's only
rotation.
because I
He
know
dismissed it rather
what
than
could be
accept the
responded
possibility.
with.
He had no idea what he was
I
talking
need
about.
Witsit
When
and
Flat
Kai
Earth
to
Jeranism proved
fucking
water curvature,
bring
which was an
hellfire
experiment, he
down.
dismissed it rather than
They
admitting
will.
Interesting.
This is the see.
You
This is
also
the
saw them
Globestern
in their presentation
on this
misrepresenting
part,
what
and
physicists
this is why
actually
it's
say about the
frustrating.
subject, quote
But
mining
yeah,
things,
they
cutting
will
things
bring
out of
hellfire
context.
down when they get their turn
So
again.
what are we supposed to
Watch.
do in the
This is
face
like
of such
kindergarten level,
reckless
man.
hubris? Well,
Yeah, this is an easy
what about
Monday
that
morning in
oft-repeated
this
phrase, replacement is
They kicked
independent of
ass the last time
falsification,
with
the excuse for why they can't
with the
produce a
old girl.
working map.
Old girl is kind of more
The
like she
so-called
said,
falsifications come down to a few typical misunderstandings, like why no one
accommodating
falls off the
to the
bottom,
conversation.
quote
While there
unquote,
was
how
this
cold
really
water can be level, how the
obnoxious
atmosphere
hard
stays hot
guy,
to the
the
earth
guy
next
that
to
was
the
just like
vacuum.
more disruptive.
Properly understood
This
real
guy
physics,
seems like
gravity,
he's
explain
gonna
all this
be
and
a
actually
snarky
necessitate a globe shape,
version of that,
falsifying and
and the woman is
replacing
gonna
flat
be
Earth at the
exactly
same
what you
time.
guys just heard.
Flat Earthers
Exactly what I just
universally
described.
reject gravity,
You know,
and it's for
kind
a
of
good reason.
moderate,
If
modest.
you understand
You know,
gravity, you can't
and
really
giving
believe
her
flat Earth.
view, which is actually honest.
Okay.
I'm saying she's gonna give it
She's
in as
honest
honest a
and
way as
ignorant,
possible.
right? She's honest and
Well, I'm not
So a
even.
couple more
It's not
slides
that.
here.
I'm
Almost
saying
done.
she actually
Second point,
sticks to the rhetoric
other than
that she's
gravity,
learned.
I would
That's
like
unlike
to
most
explain
of the
how the
people that
stars
come in.
rotate in different directions depending on the hemisphere, because it's not physically possible
Is
on
this
any
dude
flat
just
plane.
is he just reading out of a book or
and
something? What is going on?
Yeah, this guy's definitely more of an
Thirdly,
anti-flat earther.
the feed you saw for most of this presentation was a
Stop dancing around that
live
Earth
feed
curvature.
from the Himawari 8 Japanese weather satellite, a non-NASA
Your joke.
installation.
I think you give us better
And flat
arguments
earthers
than he
can
does.
falsify it at any time. Just go find weather data that contradicts the unfakeable live feed.
this is what you have
I can
to
assure
deal
you
with.
they will not do this.
Contradicts the
And the only other photographic evidence I want to bring up is the
Somebody
photos of
like
current water at
Bring in some really hot
so
new
let's discuss.
information about the globe.
Was somebody
You got it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation.
let me jump into this.
You know, though, folks,
This me?
as mentioned, a lot of juicy debates coming up that you don't want to miss. For example, at the bottom right of your screen, I'm pulling up this new one. Are trans women women? It is going to be a controversial one between Vosh and Dr. Bogardus.
Oh, God.
Next month.
Do yourself a favor, Gumbo.
Hit that subscribe button. With that,
Man,
we're going to jump
that's what
into
Steve
open
does, but I mean,
conversation, as mentioned. Thanks so much.
He has a heart for this,
Taylor,
or otherwise he wouldn't do it. I mean,
Okay, you keep on talking about experiments, so I think Kai has a question.
Yes, we have a question for Taylor. So
dissing
Taylor,
me just
what
now?
are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you're looking for a specific answer, so why don't you tell me?
We're just looking for the right answer.
Well, yeah, because you think
Let's
that
just
we
talk
don't
about an
care
experiment. Let's not waste time. Let's talk about Cavendish.
Okay, so I will answer the question that you can't answer.
gonna be good.
You have an independent, dependent, and control variable. Okay, and the crucial part is establishing cause and effect. Okay, that's how you conduct a scientific.
Right. So let's talk about Cavendish experiment, cause and effect.
Before you interrupt me, so when we're talking about gravity, that means you have to, if gravity, space-time has to be the independent variable, you have to be able to manipulate the independent variable. And that is not what the current science, which is actually pseudoscience, is ever doing. So
No, you don't. That's just a lie. So let's talk about the Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity, but go ahead.
Yes, it does.
Hand waving.
It proves that there's an
Cavendish
attraction between masses, which is gravity.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity.
It doesn't matter what he was trying to prove. It matters what the experiment shows, and the man Cavendish is irrelevant. So what does the experiment show? It shows an attraction between mass. End of story.
No, it doesn't actually.
Yes,
It's
it
very
does.
it's actually very
So,
inconsistent.
saying end of
So are
story
you
doesn't
claiming
mean
that
it's
you always get the
story?
same results?
No, that's the point of experiments, is you can repeat them.
Right, as less than a 10%.
Sometimes the experiments have errors. There's a torsion element to it. Some people get the torsion element wrong.
Okay, so but
Can't
do
have
you
the
agree
string have any torque in it.
do you agree that if you do an experiment 10 times and then you only get the right result one time and you dismiss the other 9 to user error and just cherry pick the one out, that's not actually science?
Mm-hmm. So 99% of the time you get the same answer, and it's
That
mass
is
attracts mass.
That's incorrect.
Which is
How did he get?
also been
How did he get that from what
by,
Winston just said?
Wait, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
space-time.
No,
It's not even-
Cavendish was not overturned by Einstein. They still use that experiment.
Newtonian physics. So you said mass attracting mass. That's saying that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That's Newtonian physics. It was superseded in 1915. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter.
That's fine.
The
There's still an
textbook
attraction
is
between mass.
well documented if you just research it. I can
There's
pull up
not
some
a-
academic quotes for you if you would like.
There's not an attraction.
I
between
remember you
mass-
mentioned something about a stationary plane and a dielectric plane. Would you
Yeah, where's the experiment for that?
Wait. Before that, would you like to concede that?
Absolutely not. You're lying right now. That is a experiment that absolutely shows attraction between mass and mass. When you put two heavy masses next to each other, they will always be attracted to each other. And you can take out the many variables. That's what the torsion bar is for. You take out the variable of spin and torque.
You better hit him with the electromagnetic,
anytime you put
the whatever magnetic force is
they will
stronger.
attract each other. You can
Hit him with it right now. God
spin
damn it.
the other way. You can put
What's the
the masses on the
independent
other side,
variable?
and it will immediately be pushed to the other side.
Yeah, but we don't want.
Okay, again, you're just saying
don't
that,
want
but
them
I've
to lose
actually
their
researched
shit,
it in depth. It does not consistently work. But the real problem, I'll just go ahead and cut
It
this
does.
off.
You're lying.
I'll go ahead and cut this off at the head for you, man. You didn't control for the variable of electrostatics, which is 10 to the
Oh, you gotta
39th power
destroy
stronger than gravity.
now.
So even if it was consistent, which it objectively isn't, the attractive force there that's
Yes.
objectively and measurably there is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. Can you rebut that for me?
Yep, because you can you can test for that by putting
the
same
actual
type.
physical answer there, if you want to get technical, is that gravity acts over 1 over r squared. Or falls off as 1 over r squared, and electromagnetism falls off as 1 over r cubed. So what you see is exactly what you would expect, but you have to
Where you
interpret
get
it
R?
correctly. It's a question.
Electrostatics is
Why are we even able to stand up? I mean, let's,
Oh no, she did.
No, wait.
Basically, what they're saying is that we have this big
I
globe
told
and
you.
we're sucked into towards the center of it because it's so massive.
lady.
And then the question becomes, well, why aren't we just a big flat pancake on the ground sizzling? And the answer is because we have electrostatic torsion holding us standing up. I mean, in a way, it's a bit of a miracle that we're able to stand up and ambulate so easily.
Oh, they have.
Anyone who's trying to program a robot
I need
to
to
walk,
invite her to a
and it
dinner
takes them a
party.
really long
She
time
doesn't.
to
I've
think
never
about
heard
fall
anybody
over in a
say
ball.
that.
She doesn't.
I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but
That's a concession.
just so you know, the electrical gravity torsion, equilibrium point, that's exactly what you would expect for
Bless
a
this
globe.
woman's heart.
It's just that when the gravity force is 1 over r squared versus electricity is 1 over r cubed. So in very close distances, electricity is much stronger. Over longer distances, gravity is stronger.
But
And then they
that's
have
just
a balance
claim.
point.
That's called a begging the question fallacy. So we're actually
not.
disputing that very
not.
thing. He just invoked Newtonian physics, which
No, I
is
didn't.
over
You're lying
100.
again.
So are you saying Einsteinian physics is mass attracts mass?
That is an observable fact. Whether you're in Einsteinian
Is the
physics
theory
or
of
not.
relativity? Does the theory of relativity say that mass attracts mass?
No.
No,
Okay,
but it
so
doesn't
what-
falsify
That's outside of
necessarily
the
the
theory of
Newtonian.
relativity.
Now she's about to contradict herself.
The theory of relativity
No.
doesn't say the
I
sky is
can't-
blue
I
either.
can't hear Ken's rebuttal.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're trying to prove a gravity that was proven to no longer work in your model, and it had to be updated to the theory of
It
relativity.
didn't have
Is
to
that
be
what-
updated. Mass accelerates towards mass.
mass no
That was
longer
not
attracts
overturned
mass.
by Einsteinian physics at all.
All
It
he
doesn't
said
matter
is
if it's
story.
electrostatic or not. Mass
Okay,
accelerates
first-
towards mass, whether it's
Okay.
electrostatic or not.
Okay, yes, I understand. First of all, gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time according to the theory of relativity. That has superseded Newtonian physics. The reason electrostatics is
irrelevant for
important
the
is
purposes
because
of the debate.
well, you're trying to prove something that doesn't even happen to exist in your model anymore. So
Irrelevant. No, that's a lie. It exists. Gravity exists in Einsteinian physics. Stop lying.
Not mass affecting mass.
I want to be sure we hear
Mass
from
accelerates
Kai.
towards mass. Yes.
Just to hear,
No,
hear
it's
from
not
Kai.
the same
Something to say, Kai.
geometry, man.
James.
Fuck.
All I was going to say is
for some weird
absolutely
reason, it's
applicable
not
if we're
showing
going to
me
be discussing gravity. We need to understand the supposed
It sounds like
cause.
Winston and Kai are smiling behind what they're
No,
saying.
you only need to know its behavior.
This was yesterday.
Because it's just like
No, but they need,
they're
but
not
they
even
need, but they
understanding
need
what
to
only need to
do.
know its behavior.
But this was
Here,
recorded
let's
yesterday.
ask
They
this
need to
question.
do
So
something
you said that
about
gravity's
him,
been proven
which
over
I
and over
knew
by
because that was
scientists.
the same
Can you
thing that I
describe the
didn't like
difference
about
between
the other
correlation and
debate.
causation?
They need to do something about him
Causation is
interrupting,
something that is
and
caused by
he's
something
saying
else.
things
Correlation is
unjustifiably.
just appearing
And
at the
instead
same
of
time as
explaining
something
to
else in the
us
data.
his position,
And how
he
do you
needs to stop
differentiate
him and
between the
call
two
him
in the
on
academic
his
world?
claim
You eliminate variables.
You have an
so he can
independent,
illegitimize him
controlled
so that he
variables.
can
And the
continue
key
speaking
part is to manipulate the
uninterrupted
independent
by this
variable
peon.
and see if it
But of course,
the dependent.
I'm not really a
So
debater,
when they
so
were
I can't really say what
studying,
You know
would
what's
be
really
best.
cool
for
about
the
this?
rule.
We're just giving commentary here, listening to it live.
what was
But
the independent variable and the dependent?
Yeah, I'm just somebody on the sidelines trying to tell Mike Tyson how to box. That's all.
No, when they actually.
Wow, I don't know how anybody can listen to this. Listen, you guys, y'all gotta take turns. Y'all gotta take turns, please.
But Kai,
we say this all the time.
It didn't work anymore. They had to update it to Einsteinian physics. Are you not aware?
Kai bodied them. Kai bodied them the last
Mass attracting mass is Newtonian physics. And actually, hilariously enough, Newton said, please do not attribute that to me, because the idea that innate brute matter could attract innate brute matter and act on it through the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters.
There it is. That was eventual.
Why you interrupt so much, bro? Why you interrupt so much?
There you go.
Waste time so much.
Yeah, because he's pissed.
Just in case Jen has anything to say. We haven't heard from you in a while.
Anymore.
You had anything?
Yes. Shut him
Jen,
up.
you're muted.
Anyway.
Wait, you're not muted. It shows you as unmuted, but we're still not hearing you.
This is the best glove argument I've heard all day, James.
No. Did I accidentally mute? I'm so sorry. I got excited there. So perhaps my last few arguments were missed. But thank you for calling attention to that. I was interested about one of the arguments in your opener, which is just maybe taking a new direction about, you mentioned that you can't see the stars. Now, just to clarify, is the claim there that you can only see stars within the Earth's atmosphere, and once you're like too far, it's blackness or something? What could you refresh my memory as to what
the hell is blackness?
That's a great question, Jen, because the claim is not consistent. So we'll start with Neil Armstrong. At first, they say that because of the glare of the sun, you cannot see stars because of that. Then he, in another interview, he says that the sky in space is a deep black from the view of the moon, and also cislunar space, which is the space between Earth and the moon. So that is the original claim. Now that has been updated with recent astronauts that have gone to the ISS. Some of them say we can see stars, whether we're on the sun side or not on the sun side, whether it's day or night, we can see stars all the time. It's the one astronaut said it was so bright because of the stars, it's almost light. But then other astronauts on the ISS say it's a deep black, that there's no stars. So it doesn't stay consistent. We don't actually know the real answer, because these astronauts, both astronauts that have been to the ISS, the same location, have different recollections of their eyewitness testimony, which in a court would be very suspicious and should be treated the same.
Yeah, so what's happening is they're just lying again, because they know that they're taking the statements out of context.
Above the atmosphere
you can look in
to
a
not see
particular
stars
direction,
anymore.
and you will be blinded by the sun. You can look to the right and you will see the blackness of space and stars. It's like looking into a flashlight. You can't see the flashlight, but if you turn to the side,
Here comes
you can start
Captain
seeing
Answer
things
Everything.
again. And you guys know what you're doing.
Don Pettit said, we're not lying. We actually just
played it for everyone to listen to it. Dude.
Did more research than you did. We didn't have to read from a paper or anything. So,
no, you clipped it out.
So Don Pettit said,
I'd like to respond.
Okay, you call us a liar, but I mean, we played it for the audience.
And you need another word.
If I wanted to take a page out of your book, I'd take the next minute to blow you about how only the stupidest, dumbest, most idiotic could ever believe something like that. It's true, but I won't waste time like that.
That's what you said in your argument.
So no, I described what pseudoscience is. So when you take clips of people saying we can only see the blackness of space, and then you take a clip of someone saying when you're looking at the sun you can't see stars.
He tried to, but this motherfucker
you're
keeps
quote
talking.
lining. You're taking
When they
out the
asked what the
context because
independent
there are certain
variable was,
directions
that was a great question. Because
stars,
if you don't have
you can't
that,
see stars.
then
we just
remove that context.
You're not testing your supposition. It's pseudoscience.
Correct.
We just played a video, and one of the astronauts says that during the light of the sun you can see stars, and one says that you can't. So you're wrong.
No, because it depends on which direction.
No, they said even during the day. They said even during the day.
Right. Which is why you trim the context, because it matters whether you're looking at the sun or not during the day.
So if you're not looking at the sun, you can always see stars in space.
It depends.
Then you would disagree with
a lot of different factors.
There may be two effects. Are you familiar with something called snow blindness, or it's an effect when you go skiing? Like this, there's a reflection.
Oh my God! Bless her heart.
Sort of
just go to snow blindness.
Anyway, there's all sorts of different
Elijah, you need to speak big time, man.
I guess you're probably a bad example, but.
We're just pointing out they have contradictory statements. He's trying to say that we're misrepresenting them. We played it for them. I encourage everyone to go look at it.
It's possible that within the atmosphere, there's more twinkling caused by the atmosphere itself. It seems maybe that you're having trouble understanding how there can be an atmosphere. Did you give any thought to what I said last time about the moon being the thing that's holding the atmosphere in place?
That sounds wild to me. But
it's totally wild because we have to contend with what are apparently contradictory but not contradictory boundary conditions or binding.
Oh, she's getting a little saucy.
Yeah, that's a bit
saucy. The speed of light is 3 times e to the 8, so that's like 3 with 8 zeros meters per
second. Aside with it, let Kai handle this.
Fast, very fast compared to the speeds that we're used to.
It's a global.
Sorry, go ahead.
Global conspiracy, but they can't get their story straight somehow.
Stop self-projecting.
Yeah, our story or the astronauts who literally say you cannot see stars. Okay, and these are just a few of, there's so many of these clips. They say you cannot see stars in space.
It's called a hostile witness, bro.
But if you were looking at our star, because it's so close, our sun is so close, okay? If you're looking towards our sun, you're not going to see behind it because all the light from the sun is going to be glaring in your face.
Then Don Pettit literally said, even when they're looking at the sun, they still see stars.
You can see all of them.
That's what they're saying.
Said when it's daytime. So.
wait, okay, whatever. I have to address something because my homie Bob, right? So you just now said that whenever he used a gyro and he found the degrees, he didn't want to accept it and he dismissed and all stuff. That's actually just patently false. So what happened was he actually ended up taking the gyro to different altitudes at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance. So would you agree that if you use a gyro to detect the axial rotation of the Earth at a certain latitude, but then you change altitude and then the degree changes, that refutes the idea that it's because of axial rotation?
No, because you're still measuring rotation.
At the same latitude, it's just...
Since you clearly have never done any science at all.
Whoa.
You've never had to calculate your...
They're running circles around him right now.
You've never had to... You're clearly demonstrating. You don't understand what a margin of error is. But
can
if
you
there's
answer the question?
rotation measured...
Sauce in the sauce, bro.
I did. I said no. If there's rotation measured, then rotation is measured.
Hey,
it doesn't matter if there's a margin of error.
Would the rotation change if you keep the same latitude on a globe?
It could. Was he in a different location on the globe?
He was at the same latitude.
But I thought you had a bunch of quotes before saying all these physicists couldn't distinguish their measurements from a flat, stationary surface, and now you're saying you can.
That's true, but this guy claims that the gyro proves the Earth is spinning. So I'm going to see if he even understands why. So on a globe, there's latitude lines. On a globe, there are lines of latitude, and the Earth spins at different rates based on the size of the sphere. So if you stay at the same latitude, then this axial rotation remains the same no matter where you are on that ball. If you're on the same latitude, isn't that right, Taylor?
Nope. And Bob, he thought it would.
Oh, this is so. Yo, Matthew, are you rolling with him? Is this your man?
Margin of error.
I'm not done with my statement.
He's not very good at debate.
Could it be that Earth's not a globe and it doesn't matter how good at debating you are?
If it shows rotation,
somebody come
then
get
that
their
shows
son.
rotation. If it shows degrees of rotation, then that shows the rotation of the Earth. Then he changed his story. He said,
Okay,
well,
actually,
it's,
what happened-
the degrees of rotation changed. Therefore, the machine doesn't work anymore.
No. I actually know him. You're avoiding the question because it destroys you. So the margin of error for a gyro, margin of error can give you up to 2-degree variance. Margin of error.
Sure.
Why does it always stay the same? How come the margin of error always changes at a different altitude at the same latitude? Wouldn't the margin of error be consistent at all altitudes?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so appeal to
what if gravity changes with how far you are from the center of the planet?
That doesn't change the speed, the rate of the Earth spinning.
Yes, it changes the speed of time, which I know, the rate of time rather.
But that's not what the gyro doesn't
relativity is saying.
Time.
Altitude
Gyro
does
doesn't
change the
detect time.
diameter slightly, so.
The gyro doesn't detect time. So try again.
I said nothing about time.
Okay, so here's the deal, man. What you're saying that he's lying. The truth is that the gyro, right, a ring laser gyro,
I didn't say he's lying.
It uses the Sagnac effect. Okay, it was discovered by a dude named Sagnac. He says it's a vortexual movement in the ether. Now, he was not aware of that at the time. He said, this is interesting. We have 15 degrees. It doesn't look good right now. So then he kept looking into it. He decided to test it further. Actually, a professor told him an idea that you can test to see if it's the vortex of the ether moving or if it's the Earth moving by keeping a certain latitude but changing altitude. When we did that, it changed over a degree based on the altitude. That debunks that it's because of axial rotation.
So you make up the ether, even though that was disproved. Okay.
You can't respond to my point, man. So
yeah, he's not responding.
We can move on.
You're invoking a magical field to describe how your experiment failed you.
No, I'm not invoking a magical
field. The ether
field.
is a magical field.
Falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is you're claiming that it's because of axial rotation, but if you maintain latitude and change altitude, it changes, debunking your claim. I can offer a replacement. I don't have to, but I will go back to the very person that discovered the effect the ring laser gyro is built using, which is called the Sagnac effect. What he said was it was the vortexual movement in the ether. That's all I said. I don't have to replace it. Your claim is wrong. It doesn't prove the Earth is spinning because it changes at different altitudes.
How come he thought it would prove the Earth is spinning before the experiment ran, and he changed his mind after he failed?
He had to further research it. That's called actual intellectual
He had to
honesty.
accommodate his
Can
failure.
I just ask, did Agnew conclude that the Earth was flat from his inquiry? Because ether model doesn't mean flat Earth. That's two different classes of models.
That's right, but his opener, he tried to call out Bob and slander him, so I exposed him for not knowing what he was talking about, and I told the true story because I know him personally, and the truth is he went to different altitudes, and it debunks the claim of axial rotation.
It's unsafe to mention the ether, though.
His slander in his opener, so it has nothing to do with if the Earth is flat or not. That's true.
Even though it measured axial rotation both times. Interesting.
It literally didn't, though, because it changed up.
So you can't actually replace the model. One reason is what I already mentioned, is stars. I'm just responding to what you said. You claimed you can replace the model, but that's the reason you won't make a map.
Kid like 17?
I did not claim
he's very inexperienced, man. He's not ready for this. He wasn't ready for this.
It's not even experience. This isn't a game. Somebody inbox me. I'm not going to tell y'all who.
Well,
talking about would you like to come
the
debate?
Spin in different
I'm trying to start up a YouTube channel.
just
Listen,
a straight line on
I'm not
the equator.
playing
So
with
explain
you
that on a
guys.
flat
This
plane.
isn't a game.
Okay, well,
This
first
is
of all, they
quite
all go in the
literally
same direction.
enslavement.
So when you say that they spin
And
in
I'm
different
trying
directions, you're just
to
patently wrong. All stars go east to west.
live out
They don't
my
go in a
purpose.
different direction. They all go the
I'm not
same
trying to
direction.
play
Whenever you
games,
look south, you're looking in a
build
different
channels, and
direction. So then you have
I
clockwise and
love you all.
counterclockwise relative to perspective.
I'm here to tell the
Yeah,
truth.
but that can't change no matter how many times you spin around.
No, it changes based on which direction you're viewing it.
No, it doesn't.
Perspective
It changes
of
on
the
which
river.
hemisphere you're on. You can look in any direction on the northern hemisphere, and it will spin, I think.
Yeah, he's trying to get
clockwise,
clicks on
counterclockwise.
his channel, man.
But
That's
if
what
you
he's. This
look in
guy's.
any direction on the southern hemisphere, it'll spin counterclockwise.
Well, no,
Because clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to perception. They all move
Elijah, I
east
think
to
you're hot
west.
mic.
No, I'm talking to Mickey.
How is this? You can't get that spinning effect on a flat Earth.
Well, the sky is spinning, my man. So I guess you need to catch up.
But
We
if
showed
they're
you
spinning-
mainstream physicists telling you that there's no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is moving. We even quoted Einstein saying that.
Yeah.
So do you think that means that the Earth is not moving? Just because
I
we
think
can't measure it?
Well, no, I think it's the default position because to do anything in the real world, whether it be fly planes or helicopters or shoot interballistic missiles or use railguns or anything the military does or
even
electromagnetic
coherent what you
propagation
just
of
said?
weapon systems, we have to assume that
We
the
can't
Earth
measure
is
the
flat,
Earth spinning,
dielectric
so
plane, and that it
does that
doesn't
mean it's
move.
not
That's the
moving?
default position with all practical
Isn't
evidence.
it?
You're claiming
Right?
something antithetical.
Well, that's
to that.
because the technology is being deployed at close range to the surface. Okay,
100 miles.
it's a scales thing. Well,
100 miles?
what's the alleged radius of the planet?
Oh my
3,959 miles, which would be 6,666 feet at 100 miles.
You're
That's
the
a big difference. You miss your target by over 6,000 feet.
Yes.
So
She's asking the questions, man.
Okay,
Like,
What do you mean?
myself a long time ago. I wasn't going to
Obviously.
try to do math on
Right, you're a
shows,
physicist.
but I appreciate the pushback.
None of you know anything
Yeah,
about
it's all good.
geometry.
I mean, but this is the
Right.
point, the overall arcing point, right?
It's a
I don't
different
wanna talk
subject.
since
My
I don't want
bad.
to just be like mansplaining. But here's what I'm saying, right? So we had the default position with all evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that. Now, there's a misnomer where in the world everyone thinks flat earthers are so dumb. Oh, you think the Earth is stationary? You're crazy. But the truth, we've proven that the Earth is spinning. But the truth is, even Einstein himself will tell you that you cannot prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth, and that all these physicists will tell you that. But then we have no-name people that appeal to authority, those very authorities, saying that it's been proven from the Earth, which just shows ignorance of the subject. All we're pointing out is that we have the default position. You have the burden of proof if you're claiming something antithetical to that.
Well, we have models that make predictions that we can then verify. So
you get him, girl.
The live satellite feed from space shows live weather conditions. You can go debunk that anytime if you
He thinks it's
find
live.
patterns in the weather.
You think it's like
Video
live
from
24/7?
space.
We got
Is
models.
that what you think?
Yeah.
No, it's literally not. It has like 10 to 15 minutes in between each shot. You didn't know that?
It's live. You can't Photoshop. I can't even Photoshop a thumbnail in 10 minutes. So
you don't think
you're supposed
You
to
just suck.
So you're supposed to Photoshop every piece of weather data from an entire half of the globe every 10 minutes.
The clouds
what
don't
you're
even
telling
match
me.
half the time. You're just making stuff up.
Then then go show me
We
where.
have. Go check out Globebusters.
Sunday.
Show me
Actually,
where
in
the
the
line-
can I just
no,
ask, like in your model, if the Earth is stationary, what's moving?
The sky, the stuff in the sky. So there's a vortexual movement in the sky, and that's where everything moves. That's why Polaris has stayed the same place forever.
Yeah. And they reset.
Everything moves. So that, don't you think that would take a lot of energy?
Yes.
To move
it would. That's why
the reason why we can't tell that we aren't at rest is because the universe abides by minimum energy, not because we're not at rest. We're not because we literally are at rest. We can easily falsify the notion we're actually literally at rest by virtue of the fact
Over
that the sun rises
50%
and
of the
sets.
universe
It's just a
is
question of
dark
how do we
energy.
account for the fact that there's so much
What
stability,
is she talking about? Minimal
but also
energy.
so much motion.
All that dark
And that
energy.
is by the same principle that gives us our sensory perception that we can
It's
reliably
spinning
say,
so fast,
"Why
it's
does it always feel
stationary."
like no matter where I am, I'm at the center of the universe, and the planet
it
feels
all
the same
makes
way,
sense
everything
now.
else." That's the least action principle, and we can use that to build up things like. Go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, I believe one of the quotes, I don't know if we included this, but there's no celestial observation that can be done to differentiate whether the Earth is moving or the heavens above are rotating. So I want to know when the academic community established and how they established that the Earth itself is rotating and not the celestial objects in the sky.
Yeah, that's an equivalence principle. So when you want to point to that, there's this indistinguishability of perspectives. We need to use an operating principle that has been meta-analytically established to be the case in many other things, which is the least action principle. So you take your two possibilities and you establish which one would take less energy to get going. But what does it mean to get the system going? What does it mean to energize a system? Where does our planet get its energy from of motion? That's a very hard thing to think about, but go ahead, please.
So you're just talking about a philosophical argument. I'm actually wondering how did they actually prove it? How did they?
They assumed globe spheres, and then they model gravity as an attractive force in that, and it's, I guess, close enough.
Thank you, Jen.
The three body problem doesn't have a solution. That is an issue.
This is why Jen is an MVP, is because she's intellectually honest. As she said, they assumed globe, but we want to make sure, how do we know this assumption is correct? How do we know that the Earth is actually rotating? And they gave it a speed too, 1,000 miles per hour. So how did they get that amount, that measurement?
Well, she answered it, right? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being honest. And to be fair, to help you out, it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like the fact that it was an assumption and that you can model it out, that doesn't prove or disprove it, right? But the point is that it's just an assumption. And you're right that for the Earth to be stationary and everything in the sky move, there would require a field of energy that is immense. But who's to say that's not the case? And Nikola Tesla would say that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was just a literal genius. So yeah, there's a field of energy. The sky moves. Polaris doesn't move. To claim otherwise, and you say it's just the least action, it's at rest. We're spinning, revolving around the sun.
It feels like we're at rest. I'm not even at a point of saying what's actually happening. We have to start with what it feels like, because we're building these principles up intuitively and perceptively. So we can all agree that it feels like there's a center to what we're experiencing. It feels like we're in the center of the universe. That's kind of nice. But anyway, that doesn't make it real, is my point.
What could it be real?
We can account for that by saying, well, there's this tendency for the universe to just be like ultra lazy. So even though it has intrinsic motion, it's also ultra lazy with how it dispenses that motion.
Whoa,
so you're
navigating
between two boundary conditions. So what we've done now is look at the evidence. And now we want to say, okay, well, what actually explains this? And it may be a question of, well, what is the most reasonable shape to assume that the planet is? And then we can build a model from that, rather than looking at data to then try to infer what the shape of the planet must be based on data, because any interpretation of data requires us.
Is she arguing for the globe or attacking it?
Hot garbage philosophy, man. On the get-go, to actually build the entire model from.
The only assumptions are always the globe. It's like when we fly a plane, we have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, but we can assume it's actually curving and spinning, and gravity keeps it perfectly to where it just presents itself flat and stationary. When we shoot a laser and it goes and hits the other target and it's not blocked by over 400 feet that should block it, we can see that clearly the laser hit it, or we can assume that light must have had to have bent right over it and we just can't tell. See, there's only one side that consistently makes reification fallacies and assumptions, and that's kind of our point. We need substantial proof, right? And it doesn't exist. And philosophy is not going to cut it. And that's what the truth is. And you've nailed it on the head. Those will tell you that it's a philosophical discussion and that the geocentric Earth can never be disproven, but we avoid it at all costs because of the horror of a unique position. That is a philosophical bias. That is not science. And if we can at least have that honest distinction made, then we'd be happy to let the chips fall where they may. Make your own decision. But it's not modern times where we're painted as crazy people denying science. No, we're denying philosophy and religion. That's what we're denying.
Mm-hmm.
So did you want to jump in here, Taylor?
Yeah, I want to address the fact that we do shoot lasers to prove that the moon is not in the local atmosphere, at least. There is a laser reflector on the moon. Takes longer than it would if it was in the local atmosphere. But the main point was we do not use a flat Earth to calculate flights. They use a globe Earth. That if on a flat Earth, all the flight paths are curved instead of straight. But on a globe Earth, they're straight.
You can
No,
present this
I
flat Earth?
mean,
What's up with that? Also, James, if I could share my screen real quick.
So you are sorry, I just wanted to make Taylor aware that the mainstream says that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere.
Elijah didn't get you too.
Are you aware of that?
Very not
They
how
say
you
that.
say.
They recently discovered that.
Not
And
as
I wanted
close as you say. It's only technically the thinnest possible atmosphere, but it is you could fit all the planets in the solar system in between the Earth and the Moon. It's just how big the atmosphere technically is. So you are again taking things out of context.
Oh my God.
No, you just said
What is that? What's that supposed to establish? Sorry? What does that fact establish?
What I said?
Yeah, it's just unclear what's the point of what you just said.
Because he said something about the moon is not in the atmosphere, and I just wanted him to know that the mainstream says that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you're playing with semantics. So it's much farther than you guys claim by leaps and bounds. But what I'm
Wait,
sharing,
how far is the?
He doesn't know how far. He says leaps
I'm
and
not
bounds.
sure the exact number, but you can fit
further
all
than
of
the moon.
the planets in the solar
leaps
system
and
between them.
The exact amount is leaps
238,000
and bounds.
Okay, so you
Well,
guys
that's what
believe that?
NASA says.
No, I don't believe pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, you guys think it's much closer, but we
I don't
can
make
reflect a
claims.
laser off of it.
So this is the problem, though. If you don't know the medium, then you don't understand what you're perceiving. So it can be perceived to be many things based on the medium. And I don't buy stories of vacuum. That's
Well, we do know the medium because we went there and put a reflector on the moon.
You didn't go anywhere, bro.
I'm talking about humans.
You're talking about
What
NASA.
I'm putting on the screen is showing the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation of the stars. It's actually the rotation of the planet, but you know what I mean.
I didn't see that.
It doesn't matter which direction you face. They're going to be spinning the same clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion. So that's all I wanted to share. I'm sorry if I took up too much screen sharing. But
Okay, nothing.
Just recap. We already discussed.
Hey, I got a question.
no, you didn't. You never addressed the fact that it doesn't matter which direction you face. It matters which part of the globe you're on, which direction they go. And that's a problem for the flat Earth because then the distance between stars is getting shorter and larger. And if we're on flat Earth, but it's not a problem on a globe Earth.
You're done.
I just wanted to address something that you brought up before about when you're flying a plane, you don't assume a flat Earth. So, Witsit is going to pull up a conversation we just had with pilots like a month ago. So also, I just wanted to pull up a few things here. So this is aerostudents.com/course/flight dynamics. Okay, so any introductory pilot is going to learn about assumptions that are assumed when they're flying the planes they're flying. The first one is that the plane is assuming there is a flat Earth. The Earth's curve 0. Second is there is a non-rotating Earth. No Coriolis accelerations and such are present. So I can pull up another.
Well, how come you forgot the assumption that the plane is a rigid body, even though we know that the plane is not a rigid body?
You think that's analogous to not accounting for Earth curvature?
Yeah,
Just to clarify, I believe
the flex of the plane.
Because it's negligible.
Because it's simpler math.
So just
so it's negligible.
Just to make Taylor aware, because he's probably not aware, so they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which means there should be an 8-inch drop per mile squared. That number is exponential. So just an idea, so you get some numbers. Over 100 miles across the Earth, there should be a 6,660 foot drop. Okay, that's immense. That would absolutely need to be taken into account if you're flying a plane. So
I don't actually think it would, because I just real quick looked it up. It says 7.2 miles is commercial aircraft relative to 3,963 radius of Earth, 0.01% difference. You'd be so close to the surface that it would make total sense to approximate it. Obviously not totally, but close to what would appear to be a plane.
Okay, we're gonna play the pilots. Is it cool if we just play the pilots real fast? Because someone says no flat earthers have ever flight a plane. I know over 10 of them, but here let's play it real fast. It's just 13 seconds, and so we'll see what the pilots say. If that's cool with you, James. Ready? Okay.
Yeah. So basically, it's like the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be flat and stationary.
They weren't ready for that red pill at their lunch break, obviously. But there you have it.
Did you see that guy's face? He looked like he was like falling in love with that idea. He was like.
There's so many, there's tons of videos. They obviously get shadow banned on YouTube, but there's tons of videos where people just ask the pilots, hey, do you account for curvature or rotation when you're flying the plane? No, man, we fly it.
If you're flying at 0.1% of the size of the planet, you wouldn't expect to account for curvature. Can you accept that? It's a very small.
What do you say? Gravity's dipping you down?
No, the idea is that you have imagine a sphere that just is super big, okay, and you're an ant on that sphere. You're a teeny tiny little nothing. It's approximately flat when you're on a very small area of it.
Okay, but if I fly 5,000 miles and I keep just going straight, the Earth's going to be going down beneath me, right? So
you're always going to be at the same approximate distance because you're not going to want to deviate in terms of where you are in gravity because it takes so much energy to overcome gravity. You only want to go as high as you absolutely need to. Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. It says 5.9 to 7.2 miles. Even in a high estimate, that's 0.1% of the radius of the planet.
You want me to tell you what the actual pilots say? You want me to tell you what they actually say? So they say they maintain altimeter pressure zones. They use altimeter to maintain pressure zones, and they go up and down, and that's what they're fluctuating. And he says gravity is actually going to take you around the curve without you noticing it. That's the official explanation.
That's the least action principle. That everything is saving energy to the greatest extent, meaning that geodesics happen spontaneously. And a geodesic in flat space is a straight line. But a geodesic on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points, that's something called a great circle. So there is some curvature that happens, which can be followed. But this is extremely hard to visualize. I wouldn't start there if I was trying to actually understand what's going on here, because you got to really put yourself in the position like you're an ant on an anthill trying to figure out something that is inconceivably larger than you. So it makes a lot of sense to acknowledge what seems attractive to believe, but also to realize that
have to do with the previous
to conceive these things. Doesn't mean we can't eventually get to the right answer, but we should be very cautious and skeptical.
But they let her. Because the radius is a certain size. If I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I would see the curve of the Earth just 1 mile away. So it's not just too big to see. I would see it 1 mile away.
Yeah. If you start flying off of the Earth in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going basically straight upward. So you're going to have to actually be adjusting to maintain a straight upward position. You don't need to adjust.
It has to conform with the ball. It wouldn't be going up. You would have to actually be dipping the nose down.
You would have to
the curve of the Earth.
You would have to adjust and try to go straight up if you were flying off of the curve of the Earth. You don't have to make any adjustments to maintain a level position because the forces automatically align, drag and just the aerodynamics of the plane will always put it level. You would have to increase the engines in order to keep going at a steeper and steeper angle.
Okay, your answer is gravity pulls the plane around the ball. If you don't want to absorb it, I don't care. That's objectively what it is. But here's my question.
I actually said aerodynamics.
We fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. So could it be flat and stationary?
No.
So it would be different. We'd have to fly planes different on a flat and stationary Earth?
It would be impossible based on what physics we observe for it to be flat and stationary. It would violate gravity, which is something we can
Gravity was made
verify.
to explain. Gravity was made to explain the Earth being a ball, though. So that's so backwards. We came up with gravity to explain omnidirectionality on a ball. That's why we proposed gravity. Then we're still trying to figure it out. We've never discovered the graviton. The theory of relativity doesn't work when we apply it to the universe. It's off by 95% with dark matter and dark energy. We have numerous problems. Quantum mechanics has completely dismantled relativistic applications. And Newtonian physics had to be thrown away 100 years ago. We keep gravity because it has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. No. We don't know the Earth's a ball because of gravity. We know gravity exists because the Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question fallacy.
I have some more documents I would like to read. I just have some more documents I would like to read that again reiterate the same thing. This one is from www.faa.gov. The engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics model for the FAA. Okay. It says on page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. I have another article here. This is from nasa.gov/API/citations, a mathematical model for the CH-53 helicopter. The helicopter equations of motion are given in a body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. I have so many of these documents, by the way. This goes on. There's like over 100. So for you to say that they are assuming, and we have the video of the pilots, they absolutely do not account for a globe or a moving surface. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. It's not even able to be argued at this point. You can say no, but you have not provided.
The math is calculated as flat because it's easier, because it's negligible, because the up and down direction, what is that, pitch and yaw or something, is corrects itself. You don't have to pilot the plane to dip down.
Okay,
let's move on to the thing you ignored, which is the flight paths, which are mapped on a globe.
There are numerous flight paths that debunk the globe, though, so that's a very bad argument.
Emergency flight landings where people were dying or giving birth, they had to land, and they landed in a place that would not fit on a globe.
Also, we would take tons of paths that we don't take. We would take tons of paths that we don't take on a globe. There's direct shots across a globe that we never take. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. And we are not claiming the flat Earth map is perfect because we don't listen carefully, because you love to bring up how we don't have a map and somehow that makes the Earth a ball, right? This is why I tell you falsification is independent of replacement. The reason we can't make a map is because we don't have an accurate central point to start the Cartesian coordinate system. So it's impossible without an accurate central point. It's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So that's the problem. So for all the Globers out there that love to talk about the map over and over, it's an impossible task because we don't have access to the central point to map it out.
No, it's not. You might have to file some paperwork, but it's not illegal. So
it has to be approved.
Claims that there were locations on the Earth that don't exist on a globe?
What?
No, I said that
emergency flight.
The emergency
and they need to get back to the
they
fucking,
landed, and I believe, I can't remember specifically. One of them had to do with Alaska, but where they landed did not make any sense on a globe. It would have been far out of the way. Okay. Another flight that people observe that's very suspicious is there should be a direct flight from, for example, Buenos Aires, Argentina to Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay. That would just be the tip of South America to the tip of Africa. In order to get a flight, the best flight that you can get, the fastest one, you have to stop all the way in the Netherlands. Okay, it's not a direct one. That would be a great example.
Was that you, Elijah?
The globe.
But you think you're frustrated now? Look at the chat. Look at the live chat.
You want us to share the screen and show you that flight path?
Holy shit! Those people are out of their minds.
Sure, because I got a flight path to share with you as well.
Cool. We have all kinds of them.
There's a flight path that goes right past that.
We're about to show you the actual flight path, my man. And so I don't understand why Globers bring this up. It's really weird. It's really
because
weird.
It debunks the flat Earth.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, my man. Flight paths don't help you. I promise.
Well, I don't think we ever got.
I can't hear you.
Oh, Jen, we lost.
She's having mic trouble.
You're muted,
Jen. Can you hear us?
It happened again.
Okay, no worries.
I'm so sorry about that. Boomer tech here. I agreed with you that it ought to look flat if you're sufficiently close to the surface. So
it's not about looking flat. It's about being obstructed.
Makes sense to model it as flat, even if it's a sphere.
Yeah, it just happens to work out perfectly. That's the answer. Gravity makes it work out perfectly. Gravity accounts for the curvature that you would have to account for. That's the actual answer. We know the answer.
You're basically staying at the same level of the gravity field because that's the minimum energy solution, is to deviate minimally from a stable gravity field. So if you can get into a point where you're between two pressure gradients and you're sort of sandwiched between them, you just ride that and it remains stable approximately if you're at a same distance from a globe.
Well, you have to go up and down, actually. So actually, you don't just maintain the same.
Oh my
you have to
gosh,
go up and
he
down.
doesn't
We
even
had a 13-minute
understand.
conversation with pilots explaining it in depth.
Just get back to.
And our point is, it's just to address the misnomers. It's like they say, you can, if you Google it, you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane. No, you can't. I just now asked 2 pilots right after our plane landed, do you see curvature up there? No, of course not. So it's flat up there. Yeah, of course. They don't even hesitate. Anyone that's actually flown a plane, I used to work at an airport, I know many of them, everyone knows that the Earth looks flat in a plane. Everyone knows you fly the plane like it is flat, and everyone knows you fly the plane like the Earth isn't moving. You can say, well, yeah, it just appears that way. The equivalence principle, relativity, it makes it look that way. Gravity makes it
look that way because of the relative size, okay? You are 0.1% of the size of the total planet off the surface. So the amount of area that you're capable of seeing relative to the total surface is quite small.
Okay, so Google's definitely wrong when it says you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane then, right?
Well, that's unclear exactly what that means, so let's just put that to the side. But I'll grant you that it's
very clear
when
what
you're
that
in a plane,
means.
It can definitely look like
what
you're looking down at is flat. However, if I was going to agree with you and say, yeah, the Earth is flat, what I would expect to see under that model is I could look out and see all the way to the other end of the Earth. And so it's a question of, well, why can't I see that? Why doesn't it appear so predictably at that point?
Why can't I see Mount
atmospheric fluctuation
from New York?
Kai, come back in and crush her.
In your model, it is physical, but here's a flight path right here from Santiago to Johannesburg.
Yes. Shut up. Let Kai speak.
So right here, you see on the flat Earth, it's a straight direct.
No, Kai said, "Let me speak." I knew because I knew she would have
out of your way
because I know what she would say to that.
Down.
Yeah, I know.
You could fly straight across the South Atlantic Ocean, but no, you go hundreds of miles out of your way and come back down. There are probably 30 of these flights, though, which is why I don't understand why Globers bring it up. So it's
he's getting back to the main
on the
point.
flat Earth, but
he's getting back to the
so we
main
added
point.
hundreds of unnecessary miles to get out of our way. Is there a rebuttal?
But they don't realize
my own flight path.
They're on that.
To address this one, they might just not book flights there. So you have all these private companies that know that the Earth is flat. You have thousands of employees that are plotting these flight paths, and they know the Earth is
Nobody
flat.
said that.
Globally, every single
Nobody
company
ever
without
says
fail,
that.
and they all say
Nobody on our
the
side
Earth is flat,
ever says
or the Earth is a globe.
So you're not rebutting the actual.
That's just interesting.
So you don't know.
And no,
So you
they
don't
might
answer.
not just go to Johannesburg because of, again, these are private companies. They want to make a profit. So maybe there are more flights to the north of Africa than the south of Africa.
So
there
happens.
are plenty of explanations.
Gotcha. So we can just make up stuff. Gotcha.
It's hard to know what this evidence is actually saying.
Yeah,
I would have to
fly.
You would
they
have to
fly
them
that
why
far.
they do
That's
this.
That's the most direct path on a flat Earth. They have to fly that way. That's why they do it. It's not because there's probably a reason. No, the reason is that's the only way you can go there. That's the reason. That's why there's not one flight that exists that goes from Santiago to Johannesburg over the South Atlantic Ocean. It goes up and comes down because on a flat Earth, that's the direct path. That's why they do that. You think that private companies that spend money on fuel, their entire business plan is fuel cost effective?
Yeah, that's actually why they shut down the South Pole flights, is because they weren't cost effective. They used to fly them, and they don't anymore. And this just appears to be
she's closer,
an economically viable route, because there would be presumably people that wanted to go from Dakar to Johannesburg.
So
I don't know. This isn't very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
well, there is. It's just not economically viable. I mean, it's not even clear what a direct path means, right? So you got to be really clear as to what, because we're not even agreeing as to like
That's
what
the whole value
if
of
we don't
flying
agree
a
on the shape
plane.
of the direct
As you
path,
go
we're
to
not
A to
talking about the
B
same thing.
in a straight
And
line.
all of the
What is she
continents there
talking
are
about?
completely
Now
distorted.
they're arguing with each other about.
You know that the shorelines are not like that, which is why no flat Earth map ever makes sense.
On the mainstream Mercator map,
So-
do with airplane
completely
flight.
off. They show that Alaska's so tiny, and it's like here
These
all the time.
These are direct flight paths, so
I
no
wanted to go back to
stopovers, no the variable
what can I
of
see
economic
Mount Everest or whatever.
Yeah.
gains that you get from going to one particular location over another is eliminated. So we have a flight path from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and New York to London. 5 times the distance in less than twice the time. So why would companies do that? Why would they waste fuel?
So the fastest air current
and that's also impossible. So that's another way.
The fastest air currents are literally right there where you drew your little dotted line. You would catch a air current over the Earth. Secondly, you actually have to apply a scale to the southern portion of the map. Did you know that? So that's not, you don't just look at it and say, I think that looks too far. You realize that you actually have to properly apply the scale. So credit to Professor Dave to not know how to use scales. So
that's what happens if you flatten the Earth. The scale is off. The southern hemisphere is distorted. That's why a flight that takes 12 and a half hours is 5 times longer than a flight that takes 8 hours. And if wind is a factor here, it would have to be record-breaking hurricanes, 250 miles per hour.
Well, then why does the plane take so much longer when it goes back the other direction against the current? If it has nothing to do with it.
It's not much longer.
It is, actually. Sometimes up to 2 to 3 hours.
As long as you
2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So that's not going to speed up 5 times.
5 times? Well, we don't need 5 times.
The distance is over 5 times as long.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Preferred direction for the trade winds is actually what you'd expect on a globe, though.
I'm trying to explain to you guys that
globe is constantly getting a different edge of the sun, and so there's preferred direction for the trade winds to blow.
You guys didn't watch the intro where I explained that actually all the currents work better on the flat Earth and showed you how you can actually map them out. But here's the point here. So you're lying and saying it's a certain distance because you're listening to the goofball Professor Dave, and a lot of globe earthers do this. But you have to understand you have to apply a scale to the southern hemisphere.
Explain that. How would you fix the scale of the southern hemisphere? Distort Africa immensely so that Australia and South America are closer?
So are you saying you don't know how to read azimuthal maps? Is that what you're telling us? Because
you don't know how to read them.
Yeah, you have to apply a scale past the equator. It's just like duh. Like you guys use memes. You guys use memes
on a globe.
You don't use a scale.
If it's actually flat, then that's going to be the distance. Otherwise, you're going to have weird spatial distortions.
They don't understand their own freaking model, whether it's an azimuth map or a globe.
Spatial compression, where you can travel further in less time.
This is what you still don't understand. So your meme is a straw man because you didn't apply the scale. Now, that does not mean that's what the Earth has to look like, because the Southern Ocean is basically unexplored and we don't actually know what's there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but basically no one goes in the Southern Ocean, and we don't know the central point to map out the proportionate layout of the land. You have straw man even the map. You've shown a basic misunderstanding of how to use maps.
The azimuthal projection fits on a globe. Because if you
a globe, it is a globe
between Santiago and Sydney, then you can do that. But then there's going to be gaps somewhere between the edge of the globe of the projection.
A map is the same as the globe.
Yeah, there are going to be areas that aren't mapped out accurately, which is convenient because no one goes to the Southern Ocean. And I also explained to you, you just drew a path. Okay. I've objectively debunked you 3 different ways. I'm not going to talk about it for like an hour.
You're now trying to debunk me with continents you're claiming that you haven't discovered yet.
You go on that little dotted line of yours, and that's going with the currents. When you go the other way, the flight takes at least 3 hours longer. And then to tag on to that, this flight basically never happens. We actually wanted to go try to do it, and you can't find a one way. You guys just like to draw lines on maps and make up stories. This is a very rare flight if it ever happens, and it's much slower way, proving that the reason that the plane goes faster is it rides the air current. It's just objective. So we can move on.
How does that prove? How does that establish a flat Earth?
He's saying it debunks the flat Earth. I just now refuted his claim. I didn't make any claim about it proving a flat Earth. I'm making a point that it doesn't prove a globe Earth.
Yeah.
Right. So we can move on because
the jet stream.
Yeah, go ahead. She's got another point.
Oh, I just thought we talk about entropy maybe, since we have the Church of Entropy here.
Yeah, well, entropy is basically just another way of saying the least action principle. So entropy is saying that energy is constantly diffused. That's what entropy says. So there's two ends of it. Okay, one end is we observe a tremendous amount of motion, and the other end is it appears that for a lot of our perceptions and observations, things are at rest. So we have to go in between those two boundary conditions and determine what assumptions we need to make to construct a model, how many assumptions we actually need, and in what order we ought to express the assumptions geometrically or algebraically in order to generate reasonable predictions that we can then look up in the sky and say, oh, our model, it's lining up in the sense that it's telling us maybe something like a future eclipse. Entropy doesn't apply per se to cosmology. Entropy is more about life because it's more about thermodynamics. Whereas in cosmology, it's more about what you might call a stasis field. So something that's moving, we can establish that there's movement going on. You can look at the time lapse going across the sky and establish that there's some type of movement, but there's also a perceptually a tremendous amount of stillness, and we have to account simultaneously for both of those effects if we're going to have a satisfactory model, because clearly these other models aren't quite convincing enough in the sense that this debate is still happening. So I do appreciate having a chance to go through these arguments. I'm ready to go to the questions. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but
oh my God, so many missed opportunities.
Okay, so what she's trying to say is entropy will always increase, and your name is convenient because
they missed the opportunity to talk about the horizon being geometric, and it was almost getting there. Then they went back to the thing where Kai had a chance
to your cosmological claims as well because they make claims about the natural world.
I was just going to cover within that
something, but then it was just too much bouncing around going on.
Yeah, it went back to the flight thing.
Not necessarily, because pressure is defined relative to a container. You're not always dealing with it.
We know that.
Mechanics is really complicated. Is when you can't conclusively say where it makes sense to claim that there's a boundary because there is no actual boundary, but there are pseudo boundaries and a conservation in some sense of pseudo boundaries that you can use as a model.
Pseudo boundaries.
But again, this is sort of beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here right now.
This is why I wanted to talk about gravity, is because gravity can act as a container for air. And it doesn't matter if it's electromagnetic or not. All that matters is if air particles are pulled toward other masses.
Gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and gaseous surfaces and omnidirectional infinite vectors. So a singular vector down to the relative center of mass would never in any way contain it. That's why it doesn't contain it at the surface where gravity is the strongest.
I know your word salad is
word salad means things don't make sense, but that made sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Air doesn't just move omnidirectionally just because. Air pushes against what was that?
Air pushes. We're going to go into Q&A in 2 minutes.
Okay. What the fuck? Air doesn't just just go in different directions. Air will press against other air, so it can move in an upward direction, but gravity will pull that air back down, and it will push against other air until it balances the force of gravity.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open up the vacuum chamber. What happens to the air?
Double down. Here we go with the double down.
Surrounding the vacuum chamber.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open the little latch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes.
What happens to the air outside the vacuum chamber? What will happen?
It pushes into the vacuum.
It rushes into the vacuum because
letting them do,
because of
high
air pressure.
Like the shovels.
High pressure
And
goes
dig their
to
own grave
low
right here.
Why?
So if you have this vacuum up in the room and then there's gas below it, and then you opened up the vacuum, would the gas pressure still go up into the vacuum despite gravity being there?
Yes, because it's being pushed by the other air molecules.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah,
we can't extrapolate this metaphor to the scale of the planet, because what you're talking about is a clear boundary. It's something that was vacuum sealed.
Please say
and you opened it and pressure you calibrated. You can't then analogize that to the cosmos because there's no clear boundary. And I'll go ahead.
When you would have to show in the academic world that you could have gas pressure without containment, and they cannot show this. It's in the definition of
You have
gas
to prove
pressure.
gravity also.
It's in the definition. Chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Gas pressure is the collision of gas molecules against the container.
No.
The physical container.
It's also pressure against other air molecules. So the reason air pushes into a vacuum is because the air molecules are hitting each other, pushing them, and there's no air in the vacuum to stop them from getting pushed. So
pushing them to what?
Without using
there is pressure differentials. If you're talking about the scale of the Earth, if you're talking about the scale of a propane tank, that's not the scale of the Earth. There is pressure differentials when you go up a mountain. So the further up you go, there's not air pressing down on the air at the top of a mountain, not as much relatively at the bottom, because it's lower pressure. The thing that's keeping the thing that's pushing the air down is gravity at the top of the mountain.
Stupid.
What we have to do is go into Q&A. I want to remind you, if you want to hear more from either side, folks, you can click on the links below. You can hear more about the views from either side, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we have to say, my dear friends, if you haven't yet, hit share.
No,
that really does help us get the word out. If you think that you have a friend who you're like, oh, they'd enjoy this debate, now's a great opportunity to hit that share button below, and you can share it with them, enjoy it together. And like I said,
this is elementary grade level, bro.
Have a positive influence as we strive to be a neutral and fair platform for everybody. So with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. Thanks very much for your first question. This one coming in from Joe.
I think this is worse than kindergarten.
We all agree that regardless of shape, the Earth is pretty dope. Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah, the Earth is super dope.
And thanks for your super sticker from Steven. Appreciate your support. As well as Dr. Anarchy, who says, hey, Witsit, when Blue Origin or SpaceX starts to offer commercial seats on a spacecraft to orbit the globe, would you be willing to take a trip and admit that you have been wrong all this time?
Well, if it's just 4 minutes of weightlessness, which is identical to a vomit comment, I probably wouldn't admit I'm wrong. They'd have to let me independently verify it and document it. I also know there's something called a circumference of light. Divergent rays create a circumference of light. You could go up on a flat surface and appear to have a slight curve due to circumference of light. So no, I probably still wouldn't believe it. I know you guys don't like that. If they took me out of space and I could float around and see that the Earth was a ball from the outside, then yes, I'd believe it, and that'll never happen.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart says, Jen wins, doesn't matter what she says. As well as, you got a fan out there, Jen. He says there are many variables that can explain different testimony about
Jen
what
win,
can be seen.
doesn't matter how stupid she
The
says.
visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming contradiction?
Well, was that question was for us? I must have not followed the question there. I'm not sure.
I think it was. They said there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
This one claiming that there's a contradiction.
Yeah, that doesn't work when the same person contradicts their own testimony from the same occurrence and experience.
This one coming in from Sean Hawkins says, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. I think this might have been regarding one of your earlier pictures or videos. Says, so
Oh, yeah.
I'll repeat it. They said, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. If she can't, she has no choice but to concede to curvature.
Okay. Hello, my obsessive fan. There's videos on YouTube, but also once the sun disappears because of perspective, so once it's actually disappeared beyond the vanishing point, then you obviously can't bring it back. So, but there is no curve. It's simply perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Kango44 says it's very, 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 very easy to measure the shape of the Earth. Humans did it 2,500 years ago. I did it last week myself. It's a globe. Also, buy a telescope. Then you can see what the planets look like.
Okay, look through a telescope probably 20 times, so save it. Obviously, putting sticks in the ground is not a measurement. You have reverse engineered a calculation. The calculations are not measurement. Of course, it works the same on a flat Earth.
Yes.
So why do you have to bring up something from 2,500 years ago if we have NASA getting $60 million a day? It seems kind of weird. Can we get physical measurement, not presumptive calculation?
Calculations are relationships between measurements.
Yeah, its calculations are synonymous with measurements, though.
What did I just say?
I'm asking, are they the same?
No.
So you have to have physical measurement first, right?
That's what the sticks are measuring, yeah.
Then what are they? What are they?
Calculations or
Calculate the
interpretations
relationship
on
between
measurements. That's right.
What are the sticks measuring?
Angle of the sun's rays.
Well, and the shadows actually. But if I do that same thing on a flat table, I can map it out with calculations to make the table a sphere. Did you not know that?
You can't, but you know.
Okay.
It also presupposes a distant sun, which they had no way of establishing.
And assumes no refraction.
Yeah, you're ignoring the time factor, but that's cool.
No, yeah, we're pointing out the time factor and how stupid the claim is for Globers to regurgitate what Google told them that it was proven 2,500 years ago. It's ridiculous. Grow up.
It's not Google, it's the navigators.
There's no primary documentation of this actual occurrence. Did you know that?
I've got to move to the next one. This one coming in from Kango44 says, showing the planets through a P900 and saying, quote, look, the planets are wandering stars, unquote, is the very height of dishonesty. Anyone can produce very clear images of the planets with a cheap telescope.
It's so funny because the definition of planea was wandering star in the past.
Yeah, and actually, when you look at them, the telescopes, they pulsate. You'll never actually make a static observation of the lights, which is the entire point. And actually, there seems to be an analog and digital difference, which is why the P900 catches the cymatic patterns.
This one coming in from Balthazar228 says, do either of the flat earthers agree with Alden's theory of level Earth?
Not familiar.
Gotcha. That's it. They're just trolling you. I just wanted to see what you'd say, though. Okay, this one coming in from, it's one of Vosh's memes. But Will Stewart says, there are many variables that can explain different testimony about... Well, we got that one. Sorry about that. Ela Baca, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, why hasn't Bob published or repeated his gyro test at different elevations? If that's true, he'll get fame and a Nobel Prize. What is he waiting for?
He does have the documentation. Why is he not published it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Actually, the reason he didn't publish it, the real answer, I guess he's cool with me saying this, is because he gave it to be an exclusive in the Flatlanders episode that hasn't come out yet. And so he was trying to do them a favor for letting them exclusively release it. And then secondly, he will never get a Nobel Prize because it's not about being honest or having new innovation or any type of discovery. It's about fitting the status quo of consensus. And you'll just get handwave dismissal like we got from Taylor earlier, where he's like, no, margin of error.
You're a liar.
Margin of error. So that it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But there's your answer.
Didn't you just go on and on about how Einstein overturned paradigm of physics? So that contradicts what you just said.
No, because it still fit within the consensus, actually. That was thanks for making my point, which was Michelson Morley debunked the fact that the Earth was supposedly spinning, so theory of relativity had to come in and throw their little cape on to say the heliocentric model I was talking, and so then it was once again fitting into consensus, which was my point, so we can move on.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Doofus Manfred says Bob released the full data from his FO gyro. The different rates detected corresponded directly to the FOG, fog, being at temperatures out of spec. Hashtag GLTF.
Okay, try to not use so many acronyms. We're not 7th graders. And I don't know what you're talking about. He hasn't released the full data, gave it to them exclusively. So I think you might have made that up.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Will Stewart strikes again, says you claim contradiction. But what about... did he do that one twice? No. It's a very close to one what about, we were at earlier, but it's a different one. He says, you claim contradiction, but what about variables in visor technology, refraction, position, etc.? That isn't A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. Have you considered this?
Yeah. Again, it doesn't work if it's the same person talking about their own experience, but then giving contradictory testimony. Just like in court, they would be considered an invalid witness.
Yes. You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Tim Pryor says, they say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon. Not that it's in the atmosphere. Read the whole article.
Wow.
How can particles of the atmosphere go out past the moon without the atmosphere being out past the moon?
This one from Robert Summers. Well, hold on, just to be sure I read it right. They say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon, not that it's in the atmosphere.
Well, it's a question of like the gradient falling off. It's a bit of a Theseus's ship. Like, how dense does the atmosphere have to be before it's not the atmosphere anymore? It's arbitrary in the sense that, there might be a particle from the planet that's on Mars right now, but we don't count it as part of the atmosphere, do we?
How many
so we have
drops
no
of
idea
rain
where the
till it's
atmosphere
raining?
is. We have no idea where the atmosphere is.
I'm curious, didn't like NASA actually just tell us
Robert Summers.
that
You have to have pressure to have a gradient, by the way, honey.
didn't NASA just tell us that the moon is
Regarding gyro, even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
That was for him, I would imagine. It was for me? What's the question? It's got to be for him, right? If it's outside the margin of error.
He said,
no, I think it's the gyro experiment.
Gyro.
Right, he's the one that claimed it was margin. He's the one that claimed it was margin of error. So
I'm asking if it's outside the margin of error.
They say even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
Yeah. The change in the vortexual movement within the ether. So if you had a tornado, it's wider at the top and it's smaller and tighter at the bottom. So you're measuring a differential of movement based on the vortexual motion. So it would change with altitude at the same latitude. On the globe, it would stay exactly the same at the same latitude.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Will Stewart. Oh, he's hungry. He says, if you maintain 30,000 feet round or flat, you fly at 30,000 feet. Whether the Earth is round or flat. Round, you stay at 30,000 feet. Flat, you stay at 30,000 feet. It's not it's flying perpendicular. Explain.
Yeah. Okay. So the difference is on a globe, to maintain 30,000 relative to level, you have to actually be going down as opposed to just maintaining over top of a horizontal, which is what we actually assume it to be, as well as sea level to get your altitude in the first place.
This one coming in from Nuclear Creation says, oh, so if we are living on a flat Earth, can we fall off of it? And since we supposedly live on the flat part, then what the F is on the other side? And are other stars and planets also flat?
Oh, so the word other would insinuate that you're begging the question that we are a planet. So they are something different than the Earth. They move top of the Earth, create a sky clock. What's below it? Well, that's why you've always heard as above, so below. It's a hermetic principle. It tracks back forever. It's because, like I showed you with the magnetic field, we're the inertial plane. So we have the same top of the magnetic field toroid underneath it as well. And that's the only way that it could exist. And when people smirk and laugh about it, it's really funny because Harvard still admits they can't explain the magnetic field on the globe, and I can explain it perfectly. So the answer is that you're within the inertial plane. There's the same above, same below. And no, we aren't planets. And no, you can't fall off of the edge with your trifecta question there. That's a ridiculous idea.
We're contained.
Can you fall off of a shoreline? Secondly, because we measure the Earth to be a plane, we're not claiming the entirety of it or a shape. It could be some type of realm. We have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's illegal to go there.
And we're contained. That's why we have gas pressure. And from there, then you would get a gradient.
So you can't fall off through a container, can you?
This one coming in from
alchemy, huh?
Do appreciate it. High Flyer says, I've flown 22 years as a U.S. Air Force U-2 pilot above 70,000 feet. Every time I've looked outside, the Earth was curved.
Okay, so I want you to really listen carefully to this. There's something called the circumference of light based on Rayleigh scattering within the air.
You can
okay,
see that
so
100
divergent
feet
rays
off the air
have
with
a
that
circumference of
curved
light. Now you can use
window.
AutoCAD or whatever to explain this to you. If you go
You
up
should take
over a
off
flat
with a YouTube
surface,
link.
the circumference
You look
of
at a
light
video and
based
show
on
the curve.
certain altitudes will actually give the illusion of a slight curve. Of course, it doesn't actually match the globe predictions, but secondly, you can't see the actual curvature of the globe from 70,000 feet according to your own math.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Which says 62 miles, you can't see it. So it's really, I'm not even saying you're lying. Because the circumference of light over a flat Earth, it's possible that you could perceive that, certainly if you really want to believe it, because that is what happens with Rayleigh scattering and a circumference of light. But you wouldn't see the physical curvature according to your own model.
Got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Isla Baca says, Witsit, you know when there were direct...
They're killing these questions, too.
When there were direct...
Yeah. Actually, this
Chile
might be
to
even
San
better than
Antonio
the debate itself.
flights. SA might also be...
Most definitely.
San Antonio. And
I should probably...
and what is it? I forgot to say it now.
I should probably cash out... Not cash out.
What is it called? Do you want to know? Somebody knows.
Asking him to talk about the
no, it's like Antagio. I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's like
because he didn't get to actually talk about
it.
But they're probably by now they're not going to get to the end of all the comments.
When there were direct Chile to SA flights,
I think they go through all of them.
In Santiago charters, many of them.
Why?
Probably right. Because it's profitable. Other times, not so much.
Elijah, don't you think Steve's a fair moderator? He's really
it doesn't
good at what
explain
he does,
anything because you're following the jet stream.
Yeah,
you're literally going over top of the air current. That's why when you go back the other way, it's significantly slower. Makes no sense.
Really moderate.
Though.
No, he listens.
Might have Ilabaka corrected me.
Well, he's got to control.
Not a fucking moderator.
The same.
No, he's not moderating, but he listens and he lets people like speak their mind.
Thanks for
He's a fucking idiot.
And then Nuclear Creation says would love for flat earthers in debate to respond. I don't know if they mean to themselves or to the other speakers.
Whatever, John.
Anyway, Dan the Machine, or maybe it's to their previous question. Dan the Machine says, how do you have a quote-unquote southern hemisphere on a flat earth? Is it circumference? If so, what's west and what's east?
So that's why when I said hemisphere, I quoted it. I air quoted it. East to west is relative to center. We travel using a compass, which is north, which points to the center. You go east and west. That's why you can circumnavigate on both a globe and a flat earth. It is not mutually exclusive in any way. East and west is the same relative to north.
Gotcha. And
have they asked that many questions?
From 2 seconds, as I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes if you're listening via the podcast. And Javid Ben-Cosme, thanks for your question.
Well, maybe more than
and Kai just saw Shi Lin on Jake's stream. She believes the biblical map is flat, square map with North Pole in the north edge, not the center, and South Pole in the south edge. Would this map be considered?
I'd have to see it and look out the specifics. Like, to be honest, it's very open right now. And anyone that's an honest researcher and looks into this knows that we don't know the accurate layout of the land, and only people that have a bias are going to say otherwise. So I would be interested to see any and all projections. It's worth looking at.
This from Robert Summer says, wait, Witsit, are you asserting they wouldn't allow you to become an astronaut?
You have to be a Freemason.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not big into drinking baby blood or being like Freemason, dress up in the dark, playing like dress up with grown adults. So maybe not.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Whiskey Whiskey Brandt says, why haven't you guys presented one globe proof? I think that's for you, Jen and Taylor.
Damn. Ooh.
Yeah, we have. So, when did you stop beating your wife?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to go down the same road as always, just presenting the same exact arguments. I think we made a pretty strong case, but a proof really depends on your standards of proof. And Taylor said it best, you know, if you're going to be skeptical, sort of behooves you to be uniformly skeptical. And it's clear that there's a level of skepticism being applied to the globe, even though the evidence does clearly support it, properly interpreted, that's just not being applied to the alternative hypothesis, which sadly doesn't appear to be specific enough to really mount to what might be necessary to a proof of disproving the opponent's position.
You got it.
Word salad.
Good.
I know, right?
Ron Tronimus says, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Explain, Taylor and Jen.
What was it again?
They said actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Now, explain, Taylor and Jen.
I really want to take this one if it's okay, because let's not say that there are no, we can't establish that there are no stars. Maybe the testimony of some of these astronauts went up and they said it was very dark, but let's think about what's going on here. We just had some experiments show us that the atmosphere is really big. What is that doing? It's a lens. What does a lens do? Focuses light. That's why you get the twinkles and all those super fun, beautiful, spiritual geometry, what have you effects. That's
Lenses
all the combined effects of the water in the atmosphere, which is what makes this such a great model for that, because it's got a tremendous amount of conservation of structure, even though it's
let lenses focus light, but let them tell it.
Taylor, anything?
Refraction because of wacky doodle air from differences in temperature
accept picture evidence
actually distort, like the oil rigs. Like
perspective,
insane. They
don't work for flat Earth. They only work. They only fit a globe model, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's the double standard of evidence. Again, I don't know what else. We can't send everyone to space yet, so I don't know what else you want other than pictures.
Physical measurement of Earth curvature, probably.
Or just prove that you can have gas pressure without a computer.
But we'll move on. We don't want to. It's all good.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Kana Bear, let me know if I pronounced it right, says boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary sphere horizon. We see way further. The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Taylor.
That's a lie. There you go. I think he's going to say that.
The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No, I don't know.
Model was made using angle measurements.
A lot of different things. Firstly, originally sea navigation. They couldn't make flat maps work, so.
Wow.
Yo,
no, shut up. This is why I don't like James. Like, he's trying to move it along.
Nah. That was a grain of sand 1 mile from the beach. Does that mean the beach goes that far?
That was
this guy should get a PhD in philosophy. That was deep.
I don't understand.
I'll read it one more time.
That sounds like a... Okay.
Basically, the question is how many grains of sand is a beach? So if you have a couple pieces of sand from the beach scattered on the road, does the beach reach to the road, or is that just
how
a piece of the beach that's on the road?
Does it make?
Oh, we're talking about the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying analogous to the atmosphere.
How many flat spots on Earth does it take to make it?
If there's a magical vacuum sitting next to an atmosphere, even though gases have no intrinsic shape and that's stupid, then the gas that keeps going out would still technically be part of the atmosphere. At what point in time do you draw the line? You don't have a road or anything like that.
At the moon. At the moon.
Right at the moon. That's where it stops.
You can approximate it at the moon because the moon is what's binding. I mean, you're asking a great question. The moon is what's binding the atmosphere. I don't think this is very well understood, but it would boil off if it weren't for the moon constantly scooping it back in. So this is a very good question.
I like that you at least. I do really like you, Jen, in the sense that you're willing to think outside of what they tell you that we know everything about. So, like, I will give you that. I think that's beautiful, and that's what everyone needs to do, regardless of what they think about this subject.
This one coming in from...
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about having a gradient. We can observe
me either. The only way you can have a gradient... Well, listen, man. The reason you have a gradient is because you have gas pressure. Gas is constantly being introduced at the surface level. Most of the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, and we have an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth. So if the Earth is flat and contained, that's exactly what we would have. Okay? Okay.
This one coming in
would
from...
have gas pressure without
I've got to give Austin the last word on that one because the question is for him.
Right.
This one coming in from Down in the Rabbit Hole says, good to see you down in the rabbit hole, says, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different from zooming in on a celestial object from a terrestrial position? You can't zoom it back. I can read that again, if you like. They say, do you think globe cultists, like Taylor, will ever... just kidding. Say, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different than zooming in on a celestial object? So celestial object rather than terrestrial object. So in the first case, it's terrestrial being zoomed in from a terrestrial position. And others saying... Don't you think, are you willing to admit that that's completely different from zooming in on a celestial, so with a C, not terrestrial, but celestial object, from a terrestrial position that you're zooming in from? They said you can't zoom it back.
Wait, how are they different?
I'm not sure what he's saying. They can't zoom it back from, but yeah, there are differences. I'm not sure what differences he wants me to state there are, but I don't know. I guess the one comment I have is the reason you can't zoom back things that go over the horizon from that are on the terrestrial level is because of the curve, and the curve does not rise to the actual horizon line, which you would expect from linear perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Annie at Purdue. Let me know if I say this right. They say, nowhere in my flight training was I taught to fly as if the Earth was flat. Instead, I was taught the four forces of flight, which imply the presence of gravity.
But how come whenever you were trained, they had to negate the gravity vector and you don't ever have to account for it when you fly? No one, it's a ridiculously egregious straw man to say that we are saying they teach pilots in pilot school that the Earth is flat. No one's saying that. It's that when you fly the actual plane, you do not personally account for curvature or spin. You fly as if you don't have to worry about that. And you do also not have to make any type of accounting for gravity other than weight itself, of course, which is called lift. It's a plane. So yeah, you have to fly the plane like it's flat, bro.
I'm just not understanding why you would have to account for those. Because the ground would be dropping down beneath you, bro. And if the Earth is spinning, I'm going to land on it. If I'm landing on it going west, then I'm going relative to the Earth spin. If I'm going east, I'm going relative to the Earth spin. But we don't have to account for any of this. North, south, east, west. We land on runways every which way. We get to fly the planes as if the Earth is just sitting there perfectly still and it's completely flat, but actually it's spinning and curving and gyrating sideways and going around the sun and all this other nonsense. So it's just the answer is relativity fixes all of your problems. That's the answer. It makes it look like it's flat.
Even though it's never been scientifically validated.
And it's a reification fallacy. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions, including a privation, which is the absence of anything. So it's actually stupid lunacy on its face.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Perpetual Motion says, if Chile and Greenland, and that's... If Chile and Greenland are separated by 8,000 miles, this is, folks, you got to do me a solid. Sometimes it's like the I don't understand. So I'm going to read it just as it is. They say, if Chile and Greenland, that's separated by 8,000 miles, is seeing the sun, while New York City, so I think they're saying like if both Chile and Greenland, which are separated by 8,000 miles, are seeing the sun, while New York City, that's 500 miles west, is in the dark. How does that work on a flat Earth? Turning a ball in front of a lamp solves it.
Man, oh my goodness, man. It's called light attenuation. Light does not go on forever, and I've explained about 4 times in this debate. There's something, which, to be fair, maybe super chatted before, unlikely though. It's called the circumference of light, based on the divergent rays. There's Rayleigh scattering of light. Okay, it's a well-known phenomenon, and so is attenuation of light and absorption rate of light. So the idea that the light should go on forever is ridiculous and antithetical to physics that we know exists. It's called a straw man.
This one coming in from Daniel Hagel, says, just here to say you got to get David Weiss Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app in the App Store, presumably, on Android and Apple devices. Love you, Dave. Oh, I think they're saying, Dave, we hope that you get this app so that it can be used on Android and Apple devices. Let me know, Dave, if I got that right. Or Daniel, let me know if I got it right. Robert Summers says.
Sorry. I was going to say, take the Flat Earth Challenge, watch the video of the day for 2 weeks, and you will definitely probably question the globe, at least, or be a flat earther.
This one from Pivot Cyroy says, shout out to the builders of the Dutch, let's see, Afsluitdijk, one of the longest dams in the world, which you can clearly see curve over the horizon, and which's calculations take into account the Earth's curving during construction.
Every single time that people say this, it's not true. They don't actually account for the actual curvature rate, nowhere close to it at all whatsoever. You can't even build things if you don't maintain levels. Secondly, where you claim it's going over the curve of the Earth, that's going to change every single day. So is the Earth breathing in and out? Or are you going to see more of the dam at one point? How does that work? It's because it's all based on atmospheric conditions. So the atmos changes throughout the day. It changes how much you can see. The Earth doesn't breathe in and out. So the dam isn't consistently obstructed by a physical location every single day, and the same amount of the dam is hidden. That's just patently false. And they do not account for 8 inches per mile drop either, because that would be absurd.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. Robert Summers says, so the answers to my questions were to, in all caps, assert that flat Earth is some kind of tornado or something, and that all astronauts are baby blood drinking Masons. Evidence for that?
Okay. It was just a joke. I don't know if they actually drink the blood of babies, but they are typically Masons. Some of them don't admit it, so yeah, that would be speculation. But they all like to throw up I can't even do it. RV Truth will slaughter me. But they throw up the signs consistently. So the point is that I wouldn't be allowed to be an astronaut. But what was the first part of the comment? Not the blood drinking part, but the
a tornado.
Oh yeah. So no, I didn't say the Earth is a tornado. I get you're trying to be facetious, but it's that's a good analogy. A whirlpool, a tornado, of how it's wider, then it gets tighter, because that's the vortexual movement in the ether. And the actual ring laser gyro you guys use to measure the Earth's spin was discovered uses the effect called the Sagnac effect, discovered by a guy named Sagnac, which said it was the vortexual movement in the ether, which also explains the Michelson-Morley. I was explaining the movement of the field of energy over top of the Earth that you're detecting when you look at interferometry patterns in its ring laser gyro.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Cana Bear says, boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary curve horizon. You can see much further than globe model sphere calculations. The globe model was created using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I think, Cana Bear, we read that one earlier, but I don't know if you missed it, but we did. Maybe you went to the bathroom, but we'll give you This was exactly the same one that I read. But so if you guys want to respond, let's humor them because they really want to hear your response to this.
I think it was a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know how you get a globe from flat Earth measurements if it's flat. How is it producing a curve? And the reason you can sometimes see further than the calculated curve of the globe is atmospheric refraction, which can make the curve appear less curved, but cannot make flat appear curved.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Shane from Kentucky. Thanks so much for your kind words. Says, James, you're a legend. Thanks for all you do. Seriously, thanks. I really do appreciate your support. And also, I gotta pass the credit on to the guests. The debaters, the guests, are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them so much, my dear friends. I've got to tell you, they honestly make this show awesome. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. And Amanda sent in I've got to put this in the old description box because I mentioned it once, but nobody, I hadn't put it in the description box. We have on Modern Day Debate is on Venmo. In case you are like, listen, I want to submit a super chat, but I don't like supporting YouTube because, YouTube takes 30% of super chats, like right off the top. And so if you're like, hey, I don't want to, I'm not really big on giving more to Google, that's fair. We do have a Venmo, and I'll put that in the description box. But Amanda said, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you so much for your support, Amanda. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We are encouraged by that. And it's true. Don't forget to hit that like button. We really do appreciate it when you do support the channel that way. But one last thank you. Austin.
Dave, have you ever considered reading the questions that they send off YouTube? Like if they PayPal'd you or Venmo'd you in a question, that way they'd still get the perk of just an idea. I try to kind of do that because they take too much of it, man. The little grabblers. 100%.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is that I'm going to put it in the description box so that way people can access it in the future, is that we do have PayPal and we do have, we'll put that on the top of the description box just for anybody who's out there, and we'll make sure it's like always in there because some people, I don't blame them. I think everybody in some way, frankly, I think YouTube tends to go after any extreme view, no matter which direction, like politically, for example. Like if you are far enough left, I think that YouTube may actually censor you. And I think if you're far enough right, YouTube will censor you. And so I think I sympathize if everybody has a little bit of skepticism about YouTube. I think that YouTube's trying to please the mainstream. And so anybody too far out in any direction, YouTube, I think, is not always dropping the hammer. Yeah, I want to say, Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, it's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're linked in the description, folks. Do you want to hear more about their views? I bet you do. I mean, you've been listening this long. What are you waiting for? So I'll be back in just a moment with updates about upcoming juicy debates that you don't want to miss. So stick around, and I'll be right back, folks.
That was fun.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we were doing live commentary over a live debate. That was cool.
Thanks for doing that, Helio. That was cool.
What do you rate the Glovers, Matthew, from 1 to 10?
They did like a 4 at best.
Dude, Matt, you got to get on that show and show them what's up, man.
I don't know if I can think on my feet as fast as Witsit, and I don't know. It'd be interesting.
I mean, well, dude, they get flat earthers on there sometimes that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. So you could probably go in there and show your ass, bro.
How would I?
You've been talking to us, bro, because he does. Witsit goes on there once in a while, but some of the flat earthers he gets on there, you could tear him. You could tear him apart.
What other fucking idiot flat earthers are getting on there and being stupid?
I mean, that Australia guy.
Yeah, there's several.
Is he not good at talking?
He's
Mitchell from Australia.
Yeah, Flat Earth of Australia. I think that's his name or whatever.
He's not a good debater. He's not a master debater.
He's a shithead.
I like that one, Gaflo, master.
I know.
debater.
I came in a little hot on that one. It'd be so funny if I debated somebody on that.
Okay.
I'd rage quit.
Well, it's just like the reason that a lot of us don't get on there is because obvious reasons, but we'll support Witsit on there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like he's going to get like super chat of super chat, and just like he said right before the end of the thing, he's like, "Yeah, I love the super chats, but every single super chat you give me, YouTube takes 30% of that." It's like, cool. There's a better way to actually support the channel. But anyway,
hey, Nitro's back. Hey, what's up, Nitro?
But anyway, it was pretty good.
What's up, Alberto?
Nitro Earth is back. I don't know if y'all were talking to him earlier before the debate.
Matter of fact, I recorded that, and I'm gonna contact Steve. I don't think he'll mind if I upload it, with our commentary and stuff.
Okay, are we done with that?
Does Nitro think he lives on a ball, or is he
I
gone
thought it
already?
was done the first time.
Well, obviously not.
Checking of the mic.
10-4, good buddy.
Check,
Thank
check,
you.
check.
Didn't the elbow say there was a Glober in here? Are they gone? Or was that on the recording? I guess that was on the recording. I was waiting for somebody to talk over themselves from last night. That would have been funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a recording of the recording.
Somebody could run up as themselves. So it'd be great.
Yeah.
Anyway, looks like the usual suspects in here. Y'all continue. Somebody talk about something. Go.
Something is a word combining two words, some and thing. Does that answer your question?
Speaking of things, Rookie, the globe is not a thing. It's just an idea men had, and everybody believes it.
All right.
Isn't that fun?
Okay, you got me there. You got me.
So we can't talk about the globe because it's not really a thing. Anyway. I'm going to go see if I can go fishing in some other servers, maybe bring somebody back. I'll see you in a little bit.
You're gonna go fish for some men. Wow, what a crappy Saturday night. You guys are really, really boring, you know that? You're just boring the crap out of me. No, nobody? Okay, fine. Still going. What's going on, people? Anybody? Nobody? Nobody wants to argue with me? Tell me I'm dumb or anything? Nobody? Come on now. Somebody, anybody?
Rookie, if you're asking someone to come in and make fun of you, don't be surprised if you don't have any takers. Yeah, don't be surprised if you don't have any takers on that one.
Why? Because I'm so funny already?
You're a good dude. No one's going to come in here and be like, fucking Rookie.
Oh, come on. Come on. Somebody.
Although that is what you say if somebody's really bad at sports.
Does dislike me, I'm sure.
Yeah, well,
you
fuck
don't have
them.
to give them a reason. That's true. You
Send them my way. You feel me? Send them my way.
Send them my way. I'll kill them.
I did not say that.
I'll moiter them.
Punishment.
I'll moiter them.
Definitely punishment.
It's a figure of speech, dude.
I stick up for people all the time. You know, I used to hang out with the special education students in high school because the jocks would always, throw food at them and punch them in the arm and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I would just fuck it. I don't care about all y'all normies. I sat with the special education students for like almost a whole year, and they're a lot more fun than the jocks and the stoners and all that shit.
Yeah, I worked at a YMCA for a while. I had donated my time. A girl talked me into it, of course, but I'm not saying I wouldn't have done it otherwise. But
nothing wrong with that, though.
It actually made me realize there was a lot more to life than I actually thought. Like it surprised me that I got so much enjoyment out of just helping kids do their homework and stuff that had trouble with it. Kids that didn't have older brothers and sisters or parents that could be around all the time. So it was kind of interesting. It's like a Boys and Girls Club thing. It wasn't YMCA, it was Boys and Girls Club. I'm sorry. Anyway.
You know what? They're both the same to me.
Right. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
They got this thing called Big Brother and Big Sister that I always wanted to do.
Yeah, that's similar thing too.
But I hadn't heard about it until the last decade.
Yeah, I actually know a few people that actually had one. And I was like, really? You never told me that? They were like, Well, why would I? Like, I don't know. I mean, you would think you would have brought that up at some point.
Yeah, I get the feeling there's a stigma attached to people. People don't want other people to think that they had to have this kind of help, so they don't talk about it.
Well, yeah, that might be it. Yeah, I could understand that anyway. Yeah, but
yep.
I don't think that was the problem on this particular case.
I mean, dude, sometimes you just forget to tell people important shit. You just space it.
Yeah, that's always true too. Good point.
Well, that was a cool recording earlier. That's the second time now I've heard it in 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Second time through listening to Taylor. Taylor was confusingly on point. He was confused about his information, but he didn't... his candor, let me say. His information was not the best. And every time he would say something, there would be twice as good a response from Kai or Whitsitt. I expected that. But I liked the way Taylor held himself. He was just sarcastic enough, but he wasn't an asshole. He only called them liars maybe 300-400 times. I think he dug in well, whereas Jen wasn't taking it as seriously. She was kind of willy-nilly let's just fucking talk about this fucking drawing for a second.
Let's just bring up some straw, man, and let's just spin that out.
She barely talked about the Earth is what I'm saying. Barely.
None of them do. That's the problem.
Anyway.
They usually argue. Isn't that really what you do in a debate? Is you tear down their... I mean, if you don't have an argument against it, then you just tear it down for what it is, right? You hope that they don't catch you or call you out for it.
I'm a little bit old. I'm a little bit older. I need younger people's help here. What is it about wearing a stocking cap indoors during late May? I don't get that. Can somebody help me out with that?
A beanie?
Okay, whatever that was he was wearing. Can somebody help me out with that?
Yeah.
Oh, wearing a beanie indoors? I don't know. That's a good question.
They're comfortable.
I
Some fucking Americans don't like tornadoes or chilly weather or food without no taste in it.
I mean, if it was January, it'd be okay. Well, maybe, but it's kind of like late May, and I'm just kind of I saw that, him wearing his little cap indoors, and it's I know I'm old and I'm old-fashioned, but
he might be bald, dude.
I was
going to say, it might be that
he had hair coming out the back of his whatever he was wearing.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean he's not mostly bald.
That doesn't mean that he's not bald on the top.
It was just it was just an inquiry. I was just making conversation.
I'm going to answer seriously. I went to high school with a lot of kids who do that. A lot of skater kids would always wear beanies and such. And it was mostly because in the wintertime they'd go after school and go skateboarding, and they'd need that beanie on their ears, so they didn't get that cold. And so it kept some of the heat in for them. But they just never took them off in school. It becomes part of their, their shtick, part of their image, and they just get comfy wearing it all the time. And sooner or later, you're going to have to be asking him to remove it at a funeral.
It's probably the same reason why I used to wear a jacket in the wintertime, or in the summertime. And then in the wintertime, I'd be outside playing in the snow in a t-shirt and shorts. It's just the way kids are.
So that's why you're a flat earther. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's what my stepmom told me. I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, every summer you'd wear your jacket out in the summertime. She goes, you'd be wearing a jacket. I go, well, maybe I like the jacket.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's probably a sick-ass jacket.
She's like, no, you would wear a jacket, like a winter jacket. And I'm like, I don't remember doing that, but okay, if you say so. And then she's like, and then when it was snowing out, you'd be running out there with no jacket on, and you'd be like playing in the snow. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with that? I just didn't want to take the time to put the coat on. I was excited.
Well, and it's when I was young enough to be playing in the snow, I wouldn't be cold at all, no matter how cold it was, because I was so fucking excited.
I still play in the snow whenever I see it.
I was so fucking excited to get out there and I would sweat in my big ass clothes and fucking come in stinking.
That's why you don't wear the big clothes. You just run around.
I know. I didn't learn that.
And you don't need clothes, bro.
I know. I didn't learn that until I'd been skiing and snowboarding for a bunch of years, and I was like, wait a second, I don't have to wear all this shit.
Well, I mean, you don't want to be caught out in the elements, because even though you feel warm, you could still be freezing to death. But there's that.
I do know that. Yep.
But I mean, that's just terms more, wherever you say that, conflict of terms or whatever. What is that damn statement?
Contradicting something.
Contradiction in terms. That's it.
There you go.
Something silly like that.
Well, listen, I just wanted to pop in, say hello, and I love you guys, and I'm always thinking about you. And
see how you did that?
What?
See how you just made the show. See, you just made life.
I know, but now I have to go and do some things. I'm trying to clean up and all that. But I wanted to pop in, say hi, maybe start a back and forth.
Like a weasel, huh? Popping in.
Nice.
That was good, I thought.
But y'all fill the dead air with some banter, please. I'd love to hear it. I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, I'm no good by myself.
I can neither confirm nor deny that, Rookie.
Wait. Somebody just said, I'm sick of these MFing planes flying over a MFing plane.
Nice.
That's good. I like it. Yeah. Huh? You get it? I get it. It doesn't make sense, but I get it. Sometimes things don't have to make sense. Sometimes the less sense they make, the more catchy they are. Did I say that right? Yeah, I think it is.
Like the globe?
Maybe.
Pretty catchy. The world's most famous meme.
Most famous, really? I didn't know memes were famous.
It's a meme of, what people think the world looks like.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like been copied on the internet more time.
Yeah, it is a meme.
Well, it's a meme. It's not real. It's just, like a cartoon that caught on, an idea that caught on,
Funny how that is. But I still think that there could be a deception even bigger than that.
Define feminine.
What did he say?
The define feminine? Is that what you mean?
Huh?
No.
Define feminine. What does that mean?
He's talking about the defined feminine and the defined masculine. The divine. Sorry. Yeah, we weren't talking about that, I don't think. We were talking about the globe as a meme. Not a very good one, in the sense that no one's ever seen it like that. No one's ever seen it, as an object. The Earth is like always like expanding out, or under the water, expanding out in any direction. Well, I guess the Earth wouldn't be dry land underwater. Okay, so the dirt just spreads out in every direction, whether it's above water or underwater.
Oh, you're talking about the expanding Earth theory? Is that it? Is that what you're talking about?
No, bro. I was just talking about the dirt. Are you VC verified? Are you new?
Oh no, I'm not new. I'm just new to the live stream. Yeah, I've been here for years.
Okay, well, welcome to the live stream, bro.
Yeah. Yes. Hi. Thanks for having me here.
So, what's your view on the shape of the Earth?
I think it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay. Was there any reason why you think that, or who told you that, or?
Well, I just I look into space. I see planets being round, and they orbit each other. So gravity exists, and if gravity exists, that means that our Earth follows gravity, which means the Earth is a sphere.
So, do you understand how the scientific method works? About how you have to prove things with the scientific method, and that's why we use the word science, which comes from a word that means knowledge, right? So you have to run like an experiment where you eliminate variables to say for certain that this is the cause of something, right? Like you say the planets are rotating around up there because of gravity. What if I said, no, it's actually because of electricity? How would we actually find out if it's electromagnetism or if it's gravity?
Well,
we would have to do a test, right?
Magnets are too powerful, I think. So that eliminates it. Like the force of the magnets are too great. So
magnets don't fall on meat, though. You got to explain how it holds water.
Just that one thing eliminates magnets because they're too strong?
Yeah.
So I wasn't really talking about magnets. I was talking about electromagnetism. So that would be saying that
no, I'm sorry about it.
It's okay. So electromagnetism would be like the Earth's shields. I'm sure you've heard of the Van Allen radiation belts and the other belts, the Kuiper belts, and all the different types of belts that surrounds the Earth.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Orion's belt.
Right. No, that one doesn't go around the Earth. Yeah, so the Earth has a magnetic field, right? And it's definitely magnetic. And how do we know that the motion of the sun, moon, and stars isn't caused by electromagnetism, which would be like the field, not the magnets?
Because they orbit around each other alongside with orbiting around the Earth, respectively towards us.
Yeah, but how do we know the cause? Because you said that it can't be this because the magnets are too strong. Well, how do you know what the cause is? Like, you can't just say that and then that has to be true. That's called a baseless assertion. So it's like me saying, well, hold on.
You can't.
Let me explain how.
Sorry. Yeah. Go on. Oh.
I just wanted to say how it was, and then I was going to turn the mic over back to you, my friend. I'll say mic out when I'm done, okay? So, yeah, my friend, so it's like me saying that it has to be magnetic fields because they're strong enough to get the job done, and then I drop the mic. You get it? Like, mic out. Like, you can't just do it that way because I could do the same thing, and then neither one of us have gotten any closer to proving it to each other. Mic out.
Hello?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, he left.
No, I said I was going to say mic out when I was done talking. And I told you why I said you can't just say that, because I could just say this, and neither one of us have gotten any closer to prove to speak. If you want to rebut that, Mike.
Well, so you can observe the planets through a telescope, and some of them orbit around each other. So when there's gravity, okay, it works that way because it pulls the planets towards each other, while when it's going in a straight path, okay, it curves, okay, because the the trajectory is now distorted, so it orbits around each other. So that's just the proof of a particular theory of gravity, and yeah, that's my proof. If you want that,
It's a story, bro. You just told me a story without any proof whatsoever. Like I said, you're just asserting it. You're just saying it over and over again and hoping that it's true
okay.
because you said it. Go ahead, bro.
No, I mean, no, have you never seen it? Like, is this the problem? Like, you can see it if you want to. Like, maybe there's videos on the internet you can see that. I don't have video evidence for that, so you might just have to search it up. It's just up there. You can see it in the night.
I've seen the sun, moon, and stars and planets and the heavenly bodies making their orbits or
The heavenly
circuits.
bodies. Go and look at the heavenly bodies. Then why not? Just do it.
You're cutting me off, bro. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. Just let me speak, and then I'll let you speak, and then we'll be honorable. How about that? All right. So let's do that. So yeah, just because you see heavenly bodies in motion, making circuits or orbits roughly once over 24 hours, and other patterns that you can see that sometimes take years and months to complete the orbit or circuit, that doesn't prove that it's gravity doing it. It's just an explanation, right? So I could go up to a man who lives on an island who's never before heard of NASA or technology, who hunts with spears and bows and arrows. And I could say, hey, brother, what do you think is causing this motion, right? And I could listen to his story, and it would be just as scientifically valid as what you just said, because you brought no proof, no experiment that we could do. All you brought was a story, like a campfire story, my friend.
Really? Like that seems I that seems valid enough. I mean, you you're like I'm just stating general facts here. Like the person who lives on that island, if he can communicate with you, I mean, I guess he has some knowledge about the world that he would assume that you know that as well. So he'll just say the things that you guys have in common, I guess. So this is the case, you know. I see the heavens. I see them orbit around each other, and I guess that you know that they orbit around each other. So it's I'm just using a general fact here.
Yeah, you started out with the word fact. Can you define fact for me? What do you mean by fact?
Fact is something real. And when I say general facts, I mean something that's we know as true.
Okay,
Generally,
that's what I keep asking. How do we know that it's true, please? Exactly how do we know? How do we have, because knowledge is first-hand primary knowledge, right? How do we have first-hand primary knowledge that because we see circuits and patterns in the sky, that it has to be gravity?
No. I mean, we see that they orbit each other. That's the fact. I'm not saying that gravity is the fact itself. I'm saying that they orbit each other. That's the fact.
How does it prove gravity?
Well,
Agreed. We see patterns.
No, gravity pulls things towards the center, okay? And when an object A moves in a straight path and object B stays it is very dense, okay, and has a lot of mass, okay, and when that's when path A moves, okay, it curves because of the pool of mass B. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, you're talking about the bending and warping of space time.
No, I'm talking about a bending of the path where A goes.
The bending of the path. So if a tether is pulling, wouldn't the tether be tight? Why would it be bending loose? So you're talking about two planets or masses or objects in the sky pulling towards the center. Now, I pulled a car not that long ago, and when I had my foot on the brake and there was tension, it was a straight tether. And when there was loose tension, meaning that it was let go, meaning that I wasn't holding the brakes, then the tether had a curved path. So in your analogy, you have a tether made out of no material, no matter, no mass. But somehow this imaginary tether is pulling two objects towards the center of the mass. How do I prove that? And how is that a fact? And how is that something that I have firsthand experience of? Or you, or anyone else who calls himself mankind living on the earth? Like how?
Huh? Are you talking about something like tension of a string? Is that your analogy? Like
imaginary string without the string.
How do you have a string without the string? It's you have the string.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Okay. So basically, I disagree with space time. I think it sucks. I think it's space time sucks, and the rope hypothesis. Okay. Better than it. So if you want a model, I mean that's the model I'm using.
What hypothesis?
Yeah, screw the space time theory. There's a theory on the internet that's called the rope hypothesis. Okay, no, it's not a theory. It's more like yeah. It's basically two masses and in the middle you get a rope that has tension, so they pull towards each other. So it works. It works according to your analogy.
Yeah, because I actually had to use a rope. Even though the cars were really big, massive cars, I had to use the rope. Because if I wouldn't have used the rope, it wouldn't have worked. So I had to get a tether, or in this case, a chain. And I had to use it because, and no matter how much I pray to the God that creates space balls called gravity, if I didn't hook up an actual tether made of like actual material, it wouldn't have pulled anything anywhere. Because you can't tether things without the tether, and you can't pull things without the tether. Your claim is gravity pulls things without the tether.
No, I haven't claimed that. The rope hypothesis says that there's a rope between the two masses. So there is a rope. It's there.
Show me, or you're a troll. Show me the rope.
You can't see it, but it's there. Because of the effects that. Okay, how about another analogy? Okay, it it consists of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Okay, so okay, the Son reveals the glory of the Father. Okay, so you can't see the Father, but you can see Jesus.
What the fuck just happened?
No, do you guys? Okay, I'm sure that one of you are Christian.
Hang on, let me stop you there real quick so I can be polite about it instead of blow up later. We don't talk about religion or Bible or anything religious or even spiritual here in this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Now, the server itself has lots and lots of different places where people can take their religious discussions. But the more the word Jesus is said in here, the more it makes it look like every flat earther is saying, well, the Bible proves flat earth. And a lot of us aren't saying that. I'm talking about direct measurements. What are you saying?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You didn't know. You're good.
Okay. Well, if I can't
Listen,
do
Otis, that's okay. Give me just a second, Otis. I want to say that I think you were offering a cultural olive branch there, and I think you had good intentions in saying that. So we're not mad at you for saying that. So I kind of think that's what you meant, right?
True. Just had to warn him. That's all. He knows now. It's all good.
That's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We're not talking about religion. We're not trying to talk about that. We're going to stick to the science, the knowledge, right? Because I could tell you about beliefs all day long, and nobody's going to get anywhere. We'll be like, paddling the boat in the desert. We're not going anywhere. There's no water. Okay, so when we're talking about science, it's objective, right? There's things that you can prove, right? So what's going on in the sky? You can't manipulate the cause to see the effect, which is what we're doing in the scientific method, proving cause and effect relationships. You can't do that. You can't science space, bro. You can't. You can just look up there and you can take measurements and observations and calculations and speculations and postulations and fabrications and all the other Asians. But you can't do any science, bro. You follow me?
Yeah, the scientific method is the method of how you perceive things. You don't you just use logic to find out if the Earth is round or flat or not. So it works. You just use science. You use science to see to observe the heavens, and when you do, you do. It's done. It's finished. It's round. It's
No, bro. You don't use science for the heavens, my friend. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you a primitive way of the scientific method, how it probably first started out. Okay, so let's say there's a caveman, and he finds a hot spring. We got those near volcanic activity. You know what I'm talking about? Where the water's hot because it's near the volcano.
Yeah.
Okay, so he sees the water boiling. He wants to know the cause. So his natural observed phenomenon is the water boiling. He wanted to know what caused it because he dropped his fish in that water and then later ate it, and it was great. So he wanted to know how to replicate that. So he thought, okay, the water was really hot. It burnt my hand when I got the fish out of the water. So what if I add heat? So he adds heat to the water, it boils. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling. What did he prove with his hypothesis that heat causes water to boil? What did he prove?
He proved that when he used heat, the water boils.
Excellent, my friend. So that's how the scientific method works, right? You manipulate the cause to see the effect. So how do you manipulate gravity at the galactic center where the black hole is? You can't turn it on and off like a light switch, like you can with the flame. You can't manipulate space. You're only a man, right?
I think I got it. So, mass B. Okay, let's go back to that analogy. Okay, mass B is that on and off switch. Okay, and without mass B, you don't get the trajectory. Okay. Does that make sense? Like you okay? We get the we see that mass A orbits mass B, okay, and we look onto the other side and we see some similar situations where there isn't a mass B, okay. Let's call it that's mass A, on the other side mass C, okay, and we can observe that there ain't a mass D over there, okay, which is mass B on the other side, okay, and it goes to a straight path. So when that's okay, you can hypothesize that gravity exists. Okay, is that fine?
No, that's not a viable hypothesis. So let me give
Why
you
not?
another. Let me give you another viable hypothesis. Lack of vitamin C over 3 months will cause scurvy, right? So if I take away vitamin C from your diet for 3 months, while I keep you in a cage and feed you nothing but meat and vegetables without vitamin C, then you will develop scurvy and you will not be able to walk straight up, and your joints and muscles will become stiff. And then I would give you the vitamin C, and all of a sudden, you're fine, right? So you can prove that with experimentation by manipulating the vitamin C in the diet. You can't manipulate space balls like the Earth or the Moon or the Sun. And the Earth is not a space ball, by the way. The whole thing about this conversation is we're saying measure the Earth with geometry. And guess what? Every time we do it, it works out that it's not curving anywhere. So if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, I'm talking about the surface of the dirt, right? You know dirt like outside that the worms play in, earthworms outside.
Sure.
That's the real Earth, not the blue marble that you see in your mind's eye and what you saw on TV. That's imagination. I'm talking about the dirt outside, the real thing.
Well, okay. How about this? Okay, when mass A, okay, has not yet reached mass B, okay, it travels in a straight line. So that's the off button for you. And when it reaches B, okay, it orbits. So that's the on button for you. Okay, that's like remove uh, removing vitamin C and giving you vitamin C again.
False analogy.
Why not?
Okay, so
Why?
How did you make object move and object? How did you make that happen? We're talking about objects in space. How did you
It
do that?
moved in the first place. It moved in the first place.
So you didn't manipulate it.
I haven't. I just observe it.
Yeah, that's the thing about science. The scientist has to manipulate the cause to see the effect. Let me give you another example, my friend. Let's say me and you, we go to a new country and we're in the hotel, right? And we're arguing which light goes to which switch. And the night falls and we're still arguing and we haven't flipped any switches. And the next day comes along and we're still arguing. And it's a pretty good argument, right? Because this light is in the kitchen. Sure. Because this light's in the kitchen, I bet it turns on the light that's in the kitchen. And you're like, no, that doesn't make any sense. We're not going to know until we start doing what? When are we going to have first-hand primary knowledge? Which light was the which switch?
You don't have to physically change and manipulate anything. Back to the
You're
vitamin
avoiding
C.
my question. You're avoiding my
What?
question.
Oh, I'm
It's not
sorry.
a hotel.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
pay attention.
The independent variable has to be manipulated.
You don't have to physically. You don't have to use your hands to do it. You like when
Yeah,
when
you
you
do
have.
though.
No, you don't. Like, why do you have to use your hands personally?
Hold on.
You
Well,
don't
that's
need
because it's
to
called
do the
direct.
science. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
No, you're good. I just wanted to say a direct measurement is from A to B line of sight. You physically put A there, you physically put B there, and then you physically put a line between it with a laser. That's getting your hands dirty. That's doing the work. That's all that's required.
When someone else do it, does that still count as science?
No. Well, for them, yeah, empirical for them. But if you don't do it yourself, you can't say you know it measures flat.
No, but they're doing the same action though.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't see it. I'm not going to take someone's word for something. I'm going to find out for myself every time.
You see it. They just do it for you.
They do it for, like what, on a video?
No, face to face. They
that
do
would
the
be
same
me
actions.
physically performing the thing with that person. It'd be the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, right?
I'd be present for the measurement, yeah.
Yeah. So when you look into the sky, okay, and you see it, okay, it doesn't matter if you use your hands or not. The mass would move for you to see it.
What does looking in the sky have to do with measuring the nature of the flatness of the Earth?
Because it proves gravity, and when it proves gravity,
whoa! You said that proves gravity. What's gravity?
The definition of gravity is a mass, the force that pulls mass together.
Oh, mass attracts mass. You're talking about Newtonian gravity. What about Einstein, who superseded that with the bending of the conceptual space and time? So you're just going to ignore the fact that Einstein disproved Newtonian gravity and just say gravity is mass attracts mass?
Screw Einstein. Newtonian.
So you're just going to pick and choose which definition of gravity you want to take when and where?
Yeah, that's what words are for.
Oh, okay. All right. Just pick and choose your definitions, and that's fine. Yeah. And so when you tested gravity, what was your independent and dependent variable in testing gravity? Or whoever you watched and witnessed test it? What was the dependent and independent variable?
I don't want to, because I don't.
That's all right. You said enough.
Okay, let me try and guess it, because I don't remember how to do independent and dependent stuff. I'm not gonna do that. You know what? You do you try and.
Oh, I do me. Okay.
It's up to you.
I'll just do my own scientific method.
What?
The scientific method, you know how science is done? You have a hypothesis and you test it. The hypothesis is a presupposition between a cause and effect between an independent and a dependent variable. That's not something that I do me. No, that's scientific method. And you want to go ahead and claim gravity and schmravity when you don't even know how to test it or how to even define it.
No, I gave you the situation. You have to apply it for me, because I forgot how to how to distinguish what's independent or dependent or not.
All right, listen, bro. I'm gonna make it real simple for you. The light switch is the cause. The light bulb is the effect. Me and you are in the hotel, brand new place. We've never been. How will we achieve knowledge? Firsthand, primary knowledge of which switch affects which circuit and therefore which bulb. How will we find it out?
We switch
what
the switch.
Switch is which?
Yes, you manipulate the cause and you see the effect. Now you know how to do science.
You manipulate your eyes to see the places in the sky.
No. You don't. How do you manipulate your eyes? You talking about Riddick? Come on, bro.
You move your eyes. You move your eyes to see the another corner of the universe.
Just do you, bro. Just do you.
it's not do us or do you. It's we're just trying to teach you about reality. So we're it's like saying, hey, you do you. No. We're trying to do everything and show you what it's about.
So Otis, are you in space?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know the definition of the word outer?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell us how it's possible to be outside of space, please?
No, it sucks.
It's impossible.
The definition
correct?
Can you
sucks.
please tell us
It's impossible, correct? Thank you.
how do we have a gas pressure adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 for vacuum space? What do you mean we're floating in space and we have gas pressure? How did you come up with this? You're just breaking all of these laws of nature.
Is it gravity? Yeah, gravity.
Okay, again, you keep saying gravity, right? And you're saying that it's mass attracting mass. If mass attracts mass, then I should just be able to open my propane tank in the morning, and when I get home at work, there will be more propane inside the tank than outside of the tank, right? But that's not how it works. I have to take my propane tank to get gas for my stove, right? And when I come back, it's 250 psi, right? If I were to open it, the gas is going to spew out in all directions until it reaches equilibrium. How come all that gas doesn't attract more gas? Because you say that mass attracts mass. Gas is material, right?
Yeah.
So how come it doesn't attract?
Whoever's claiming that, can you explain to me that mass attracts mass? Can you explain to me what evaporation is?
Evaporation is something gets heated, it gets less dense because the molecules bounce against each other and they expand.
And then what happens with gravity then? Why is gravity not all of a sudden not affecting that? Why is it going up instead of down?
What up instead? Because it's bouncing against each other, and the force is larger than gravity.
Oh, it goes against gravity and goes up?
Huh? Yeah.
So gravity,
why not?
So gravity is supposed to be pulling down the atmosphere, but when water.
Hello.
Hey, Otis, I have a quick question that's completely off topic.
Gravity pulls down.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, why are you going to say gravity works here, but then in evaporation, we can't say gravity is pulling down gases anymore. Heavy-ass water molecules. Do you know what a cloud is? It's a bunch of fucking water. Why is gravity not pulling that shit down? Why is gravity all of a sudden not working anymore?
Because it's light.
Light.
Because it's vapor.
So
that's right.
It's more
You're
dense.
right,
It's dense than the atmosphere.
I don't get where you're getting at here.
What I'm getting at is that you want to say that we have a gas pressure because gravity is pulling gas down. I'm trying to tell you that in all of our experience of reality and nature, gas expands in all directions with no bias with a down to fill the container with which it's in, and the only difference is density. There's no gravity. You don't see puddles of gas on the ground. You don't sweep up out of your driveway in the winter some helium gas puddles. Because gas, the ideal gas, the laws of gas, they all say through Brownian motion that gas expands in all directions at the same time to fill the container.
Yeah.
What is this?
Which comes from PB equals out of V. Where is your V. If we're connected to an infinite vacuum of space,
because of
we don't sweep up gravity. Gravity expands in all directions. You have no examples in reality. You have no proof. You have no evidence that gas ever has a downward bias.
gravity is that downward force.
No. A helium balloon has no downward force.
Yeah, because it's rising up.
I mean, the opposite force that it's experiencing is going to be the force of the friction of the atmos that it's going through. Yeah, the friction that it's facing on its way up, that's the force. But gas expands in all directions. To fill the container, you fill a box up with gas, it doesn't collect at the bottom of the container. It fills the container. Gas will not collect at the bottom of the container.
The gas is lighter than the air, so it rises up. Yeah.
Okay. So is that the second law of thermodynamics, which quotes entropy, where a system with a higher gas pressure would move into a system of lower pressure. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. We have an atmosphere of 760 torr pressure at sea level, adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. According to the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, the gas from a high pressure system will move into the low pressure system. And you will have the gas getting sucked out of our atmosphere if there was a vacuum of space adjacent to it. Because gas expands in all directions. Brownian motion, ideal gas law, volume.
Well, let's say that you have a bottle, okay, and it's full of oil and water and stuff.
Portal? What do you mean a portal? What does that mean?
A bottle. A bottle of water. Yeah. Bottle.
You got to say it with that nasally white person thing in your voice. Bottle.
Yeah, whatever. So you got that thing, okay, you got a container, okay, and you have water and oil and stuff, okay, and it flows to the right density equilibrium, okay, and you now flip it around and it's the same. Why is that?
It's not the same. It's all going to separate again, where the lightest is going to be at the top and the densest is going to be at the bottom, which is a density disequilibrium, not a force of gravity, which is not even a force. And it's quoted and cited and referenced everywhere that gravity is not a force. You have to think of it as a force. It's clearly that it's a density disequilibrium. It has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with density.
What? You flip it around and it goes to the same position, and you're telling me that
know what you're talking about.
Come on now. If I have some olive oil and I have some vinegar and I flipped it around, it's gonna separate again. It's gonna find that the denser solution will have, a relatively downward bias. But whatever you want to call downward, it doesn't matter. If you had a leftward bias, then the left would be the new down. But that's not gravity, that's density.
That's gravity. That downward bias is gravity. You can't have that downward bias without gravity.
Hey, there's something real quick.
Density bias.
Yeah, so listen, it's density in relationship between the gas and the medium the gas is in. So fluid dynamics explains everything that gravity is supposed to be able to explain. The thing is, fluid dynamics are laws. Gravity's still a theory.
What gravity is a theory? What? No, it's a law.
It's still just a scientific theory, not a law.
Until you have an independent and a dependent variable where you've tested gravity, it's just a conceptual, theoretical, mathematical concept.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It's not even scientific. It's just some fucking theory, dude. It really is.
Well,
right, like I said, it's a story, campfire story. Look at my spear. I sharpen my spear. What if I drop the spear? Oops, gravity works. It's a story, brother. There's no science behind it. But listen, I can manipulate the cause of the oil going down, right? Let's say that I have oil and vinegar, right? And they don't mix. We know this, right? So the oil is not at the bottom of the container, right? But if I remove the vinegar,
it's also aqueous
it makes
and
the oil.
Hello?
What?
It's a little bit. I mean, oil and vinegar, they also separate because one is aqueous and one is like fat soluble. So that's that difference. But if you look at different densities of objects, it all reacts to the density and not due to some magical non-force that you're making up. When you claim gravity, you're tapping into imagination land. It's like building a house on a piece of paper and saying you built a house. You have the blueprints maybe, but you never actually built a house. There's no gravity. It's all density. Your gravity, your big G, your little G. Come on, man.
Well, no. But you just need the idea to prove anything. You don't have to actually build anything.
No, ideas
all you need
are
is an idea
pseudoscience.
to prove anything?
Yeah, ideas are pseudoscience. You have to back them up with research, evidence, experiments, measurements.
Yeah, and they are ideas. The ideas, they work in the metaphysical sense. They're not physical.
Metaphysical.
Correct.
Metaphysical, non-physical.
Right, non-physical.
Right. So this is the second time you've invoked God, right? You're talking about the metaphysical. How many angels can dance on the head of a needle? We're not talking about philosophy. We're not wanting to talk about. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. You're talking about a tether with no material tether, attracting the mass without the rope, right? If I want to catch a horse, I'm gonna need a rope. Because believe me, no matter how much, after I make one out of hemp, right? But before that, in the planets, there's no rope. You keep invoking like maybe God did it, the God of the gaps. Have you heard that? Every time with gravity, it's all metaphysical, like angels and God and angel hair, right? That doesn't really exist. It's not real. It's metaphysical.
Then what are you guys doing with proving stuff? If it's not metaphysical,
We use
I don't
the scientific method. You prove you don't prove metaphysical. It's meta. It's out of. It's beyond physical. You want natural science and reality. How you create pharmaceutical medication, chemistry, organic chemistry, physics, and biology. That's all physical. You're not going to get some metaphysical medicine. You're going to get some metaphysical engineering that's going to build some metaphysical bridge that's going to get you from one continent to another. You require physical measurement. And when you measure gas pressure, when you measure an elevation angle, when you're measuring drift, it's all flat. And all of the documents, there are over 44 documents from all sorts of governmental agencies that claim a flat Earth and have to assume a flat Earth for their technology to even work. Everywhere you experience, you observe, you navigate, and you measure, it's all flat. But you're going to tell me about some metaphysical belief you have about some wish-wash whatever? I'm talking about what you can measure, what you can observe, and what you can navigate on. That's the business.
Yeah. The measurements are metaphysical, are they not?
No.
Well, then what are the concepts of numbers? What are values? What are they? Are they not metaphysical?
They are relative. They are relative. They're relative, and if you want to invoke an argument about what does 1 + 1 = 2 mean, then you can just look up the law of identity. It is what it fucking is. All right, numbers are what they are, and we can agree on that. But when we measure a straight line is a straight line. You can't just go and say, well, I believe because some metaphysical idea that straight line's not actually straight.
1 + 1 = 2 actually means one quantity of a thing plus one quantity of a thing is two quantities of a thing. Is it not? Quantity is metaphysical, but when you observe that thing,
See, in my experience of research, quantitative versus qualitative, quality is more of a metaphysical, a subjective experience. But when you're talking about quantitative, that's more of an objective experience. It's something that you can quantate, observe. Step one of the natural scientific science method, and that's observe a natural phenomenon. You don't have any observation of a natural phenomenon that you can manipulate in effect.
What? But so what's 1 + 1?
What?
It's what? I don't get it. But what should? Okay, so what are you doing? What are the measurements are you doing? Okay. They are not physical.
No, they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what trigonometry? You know what trigonometry is?
Yes.
Okay. You know what a triangle is 180 degrees?
Sure. The angles some
you know what a normal angle is? A perpendicular, a 90 degree?
Yes.
Good. Do you know what celestial navigation? Do you know what celestial navigation is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. Do you know how people navigated the Earth, say, 400 years ago without any GPS when they're in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah.
How did they know where they were going when they were in the middle of the ocean?
They just use the wind, I guess, maybe.
What?
And use compasses. I don't know.
No. They didn't use the wind. They used the stars.
Oh shit! Oh yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. We're about to be on the same page. So the way they use those stars is they use a angle measuring device that measures the angle between the horizon and the celestial object above, compares it in an almanac. You take that angle and you subtract that from 90 degrees, which is a right angle, and you can use that now to then find out an area that you are on the map based on a 90-degree angle measurement that has a baseline that could be over 1,000 miles. How do you have a curved baseline on a 90-degree triangle? Please explain.
Because there's a metaphysical line.
Oh, come on, bro. That's just saying, like, it's because my grandma said so. Come on.
No. Listen. You don't actually need a physical line to do that. Like,
why not? Just an imaginary line? You're just going to use your imagination on this?
Yeah, why not?
Because it's not science.
Okay. How about this? How about a fair test? Okay, you put your navigation tool or whatever and place it on a table. Okay, and you measure the angles and stuff. Okay, with that baseline thing. Okay, whatever. Now, how about this?
No, everyone's lost. Stop, dude. Everyone's lost. Nobody knows what you're talking about right now.
Oh shit!
You got to keep it simple for everybody, right? Well, you're smarter than me, okay? You got to. Yeah, it has to be physical. Get hyper specific about it. How do we make what you're trying to tell us, use our imaginations to see? How can you prove it physically, demonstrate it in reality instead of conceptually?
You use a table, and you remove the table. Done. That's the line you need.
he says a tangential plane. But you're looking at a physical object. You're looking at a physical object, which is the horizon. Why all of a sudden you're using an imaginary line? You're looking at a straight line.
Because the Earth is curved, and there ain't a line there, so you just put a line there. Using an imagination.
Have you ever heard? Wait, hold on. Have you ever heard of a Nikon P900 or P1000?
No.
Oh my God! You're in for a treat. Let me tell you, this camera at 1 foot observer height. You understand, according to your 3959 radius heliocentric model, the horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot, you shouldn't see more than 1.22 miles before an object starts to be obscured by the physical curvature of the Earth. Now you have cameras who are zooming in at, like, say, 1 foot observer height, seeing things that are over 20 miles away that should be obscured curvature.
It's refraction. Refraction's causing that.
What is refraction?
Dude, either you believe in geometry or you believe in the globe. Those are your two choices right now.
Do you even know what refraction is?
Yeah, it bends light.
How? When? What's the law's name? You talk about Snell's law? Yeah, you're talking about light going from one medium to another medium. You're talking about those columns of gas that have different mediums on the atmosphere that are bending it perfectly so you can be like Superman and sing around the curve?
Yes. Why not?
Listen. Do you think that refraction allows you to see around a spherical, I'll say edge, but do you understand what I'm saying? The side of the sphere? Do you think you can look around corners with refraction?
Yeah.
What? I'm done.
I know.
No, you're imagining things, brother.
You could do that with mirrors, yes, but not by itself.
Yeah, tell them that refraction makes the Earth looks flat, right? It makes the curve looks flat. Tell them.
Look, I have my glasses. My glasses bend light perfectly into my retina and then through my lens, and it compensates. But that's glasses. That's a crystalline structure where light goes from one medium to another and bends. You're talking about atmosphere. Say there is a lot of differences in the atmosphere, but to the point where it's bending it into a perfect curvature. And second of all, you require terrestrial refraction for that, which is 7 over 6
the radius.
R. And you know what R is. You want to tell me that light is bending around the Earth at the perfect way, but you don't even know what the radius of the Earth is, and you're not going to give me some calculation that says based on that imaginary radius, light's bending at this round. But it's all imaginary because you don't even have a radius.
Why do you... I mean, I don't know if you need a radius or not, but if you want that, you Google it. It's there.
Hold on. And how did Google get that answer?
Science.
Okay, and what science was performed in order to directly... Hold on. What science was performed in order to directly measure from the center of the Earth to the outer edge, i.e. determining radius?
Hearing from others.
No. Who went there and did it? Did somebody dig a hole all the way to the middle and say, okay, it's this long? Like, if they didn't do that, they don't know the radius. I hope that makes sense.
I forgot. It's probably some guy walking on the Earth. I don't know.
Probably, yeah. Now you're getting it, yeah.
No, wait. No, I remember now. There's someone, okay, he walked from one side of the Earth to the other and back to where he started. Okay,
Yeah, Forrest Gump.
What? No, he measured the whole thing.
What are you talking about?
And used
Admiral Byrd?
pi r squared. Okay, he used pi r squared. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, he moves somewhere.
Right
okay, right back to where he started, and he used pi r squared.
There you go. Case closed.
So what?
There's an interesting video about someone actually trying to drill down to the center of the Earth. It was performed in Russia, and they went at it for like 24 years, and they only got 7.6 miles deep after all that time. And what happened is they hit a barrier which they couldn't penetrate. They weren't making any progress for like 5 years, so they just covered the hole and gave up. There was a material that they could not penetrate. It just the drill bit would just stay there and spin. And they tried. Yeah, 5 years. It's called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. So we have no way to know what's beyond 7.6 miles. Even under the ocean, when you go under the ocean, about the same depth, you see these black pools of water in the ocean. And there was a guy in a submarine, I think it was a National Geographic or whatever, he was making a documentary about the ocean. And he's in this little submersible. And he tried to dip down into this pool of dark water. And it was so dense that his boat would not submerge. His U-boat, his little submarine, it wouldn't drop into it. It was like a super dense, different type of water. So I don't know if that's what the Russians were hitting or they were hitting something else. That it was like a barrier. I'm not saying that water under the ocean is what the Russians, it might be below that, but I think there is a layer where you can't penetrate it. There's a layer down there. There's no such thing as a core of the Earth.
Sounds like a bedrock in Minecraft.
Yeah, pretty much. That's where they get the concept. And if you look at, my nephew is a flat earther and he plays video games like that. He also plays Fortnite. And he told me, he's like, they tried to crack the sky in season 4. They shot a missile at the sky and they tried to crack the dome. And there, you can go look at season 4 on Fortnite. They shoot a rocket at the sky and it cracks. Like the model most flat earthers would use has some kind of barrier, like be it a dome or whatever, a containment over the Earth, over a circle. And there's a containment over the sky that holds the atmosphere in. So the dome would obviously, it'd be a hemisphere. That's the sky. But the ground beneath us is flat. You can prove that just by the water. If you do experiments over water, you can prove that it's flat. You can prove that it's level. When something's level, it's flat in all directions. There's no curve anywhere. So according to the globe, all of the water on Earth should have a convexity. It should have a bulge in the center, a high spot. But it doesn't.
Don't have to do that. They don't. Why? Why does it have to be level?
Like, if 70% of the Earth is covered in water, the water has to conform to a ball. So that means it all has to be curving around this ball. So if you can prove that it's not curving in one section, let's say we use one section of the water, be it a lake that's 10 miles across, if we can confirm that that particular water is dead flat and level, it's safe to assume the rest of the water is level as well. And we've tested it everywhere, and we come up with the same result. It's dead flat.
No, you gotta be further than that.
No, it's not, dude. It's that simple. I mean, if you could prove convex water, then you can shut us all up. But none of us have. None of us have ever seen. The only time you see it is in a small scale, like a micro scale, like water droplets or like a teaspoon. When you get a teaspoon of soup or coffee or whatever tea, you can make it hump, but that's due to the surface tension. Once you break the surface tension on something that's the size of a coffee cup, the surface is dead flat.
I'm pretty sure someone has done that.
Yes,
That's not very hard.
Sorry, let me say just this. Some guys in 2012 from Brazil did travel to Lake Titicaca at Peru. 69 miles, no curvature on that water. So here you go. I have the data if you want. I'm gonna post. So
Also,
if you want to prove the globe, go there and show us the curvature there.
The Suez Canal is over 100 miles long. There should be a curve of over 1 mile from end to end. So a deviation of a mile worth of a giant roller coaster with a 1 mile high hump. And there's none of it at all. If you've seen videos, there's a video where a ship is going through the Suez Canal. It's a time lapse, and you see it's dead flat across the whole thing. I mean, what makes you think a ship could climb up a 1 mile high? You know what I mean with a propeller. It's this heavy ass container ship's going to climb a 1 mile high hill. That's ridiculous.
Why not?
Why not? Oh god. Do you ever observe water with a curve in it? Yeah, you see waves and such, but I'm saying, like, let's say in an undisturbed body of water, it's always flat. You wake up in the morning and you go to the lake, if there's a peaceful lake, and you wake up and the water's like a mirror. It's a flat like glass. That's the way water always is when it's undisturbed.
No, because you're viewing it in a very small scale. You're very small compared to the water.
It doesn't matter. There's people. Okay, there's pictures across Lake Michigan from 60 miles. What the guy said there from one in Peru from 69 miles. It's not just a one-off experiment. You could try. This is something you can do for yourself. Don't take our word for it. Go look for yourself. Go get a picture out. If you've ever been to a lake or to the ocean and you've taken a picture of the water, go look at it, put it on your computer, and draw a dead straight line over the water, and you'll see there's no bulge in the center.
How about this? You go to the another side of the earth, and then you tell me you can see the person that's on the other side of the earth. Okay, then
you can't see are limitations to your eyeball. Your eyeball is not some superhuman device. Everything has limitations because you're looking through air. Have you ever seen air that's perfectly clear? It's not. When you take air, it might look clear at a certain distance, but there's always a limitation. Plus, your eyeball has a focal distance. Your eyeball can't see infinite distances.
Then according to you, your measurements shouldn't make sense.
No, it makes sense because it's something that's not bending. If I've taken a measurement on one sample, right, and it's everything, we know all water is homogeneous. I don't have to measure the entire length. I could do that. I could survey it. If you want to look, go Google something. Go Google the surface elevation for Lake Michigan and tell me what it is.
What the hell? Okay.
Go do it real quick. Surface elevation for Lake Michigan.
What the hell?
Just go to the other side of the earth, maybe?
Just go do it real quick. Go do it real quick. Lake Michigan's 300 miles long.
Nah, I'm lazy.
You're lazy. Well, just do it. You're on your computer, right?
Nope, I'm on my phone.
You're on your phone? You can do it on a phone as well.
Nah, fuck it.
I know. If he can't find it, I'll tell you.
Well, he won't trust you. I want him to do it for himself so he could actually get the result. Like, get the result and say, okay, here's the result, Google. He's going to think we're lying.
You picked a great spot to do it, too. Lake Michigan is perfect.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Yeah.
Not gonna do it, right?
Yeah, because I'm lazy.
Well, that's
You know,
obvious.
There are other proofs of the Earth that's round and stuff. So I don't care. I don't care about the observations of the waters and stuff.
Oh,
This is
observations and measurements. Okay.
It's
So
it's a
if you,
measurement. It's an official measurement. It's not just an observation. It's a statistic. It's an official statistic. I'll tell you what it is. It's 577 feet above sea level. And if you do the same for Lake Huron, it's also 577 feet above sea level. And it goes from Chicago to Canada, hundreds of miles. And it's all the same. There's no bending. It stays uniform in height. The entire height is a flat surface.
and how about this 1877 miles, 2 buildings? They did the surveyors. They did the geodesic measurement between the top and the downs of these 2 buildings. You know what the measurements was? The same. So no curvature. 1877 miles. This according to the sea level. So where is your globe? You see, these are surveyors. Okay, they know what they are doing. So where is your globe? There is no globe.
What? He used the angle of elevation and stuff. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, this is from INCRA, Brazil. It's a government institution. So one of top 10 in the world. Okay, they know what they do. Okay, if you want, I can give you the coordinates, all the data, the equipment they use it, and you go there and bank these guys. Okay, because 1877 miles away. Okay, those 2 buildings should be tilted. But you know what? There is no curvature. The same measurements at the top and the downs of these 2 buildings. Okay?
Okay, sure.
So where is your globe? Have you any proof, or just indoctrination they give you in the school? Nothing. You have nothing. You have to go to the field and prove it. Just talk.
The others will do it for me. I won't. I don't have to do it myself.
Yeah, because you are lazy and you buy all the fantasy. You eat fantasy through the TV, all CGI talking about space, whatever.
If I have proof, if I have one proof, then I'll just run with that one proof. I don't have this proof. This much things, it's too troublesome.
Yeah, you know what? I have 2 guys, one lady and one guy that they do work at NASA, and they talk about flat Earth. Okay, how about that? Ex-employees from NASA talking about flat Earth.
What? He believes in flat Earth.
No, he doesn't believe in flat Earth. Okay, this lady, the lady was passing by, and two top guys from NASA were talking about flat Earth, and they are asking to each other why people don't wake up that the moon landings were fake. So this was inside NASA.
What?
What? Yeah, what? What you have? You have nothing.
He believes in moon. He believes in moon landing. Otis believes in moon landing.
What?
You believe that man landed on the moon?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why not?
Have you seen the rocket launches from NASA? They all look like this. They have this
different. Different story. We gotta back it up a little bit.
So, do you also believe that Santa Claus lives at the North Pole? You saw that on TV, right? Or were you
What?
too
Wait,
lazy?
hold on. Right, I'll get back to this thing. Okay, I see now. Continue.
Yeah, you said you believed in the moon landing. And I said, why? Because you saw it on TV? Did you get tricked?
Because I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Oh, really? So everything you
Yeah.
see on TV is true, huh? So, like I said, do you believe in Santa? You believe in Santa Claus delivers the
Well, he
presents?
has no reason. He has no reason to believe otherwise.
Right. That's right.
Because why would they be lying? That's stupid. Why would they be lying about the curve?
Santa Claus is different,
Dude,
right?
that's
All
their
the
whole
children in the
job.
world in one
The
night.
whole purpose is to lie. The whole purpose with NASA was invented was to lie to us. The same thing with the Soviet Space Agency. Same thing.
If your girlfriend cheats on you, right, and you find out about it, right, but you ask her and she says no. Well, I have no. Why would I lie to you? And you say, "Oh, okay, my bad."
No, she has a reason to it. You know, she has a plausible reason to it. She can lie.
Right,
She can
but
lie
just because,
because she wants.
right. Right, of course she does.
When
But
NASA does it, it doesn't make sense.
sorry,
Yeah,
just because you can't imagine why they would lie to you doesn't mean that they have no reason to lie.
Well, because I've simulated the possible outcomes in my head multiple times, and it's enough for me to conclude that they have no reason.
The lack of your imagination to imagine why someone would lie to you does not mean that they aren't and can't be lying.
Well, it's how do I say it? It's true enough. It's true enough for me to conclude that.
Okay. I mean, you can conclude that for yourself. It's true enough. It's true enough for you, right? But we're here trying to show you evidence that maybe you didn't simulate in your head before.
And you didn't want to look because you're lazy.
What's the reason?
Which means
What's
that
the purpose?
because you're lazy. Because you're
But
lazy.
if you think about it in terms of like a murder trial, right? We don't necessarily need to understand what the motive was to prove that someone murdered someone. Just because you can't figure out why they would do it, or they won't say why they did it, it's just that they went and murdered someone, and we have the weapon, we have the fingerprints, we have everything. You know, just because you can't figure out the why, that doesn't remove the what.
The why is the what? How about that?
We have the smoking gun, and we have the video, and we have everything, right? We got the body. It's an open and shut case.
It can be faked. The videos can be faked.
Right, but what he's saying is that because we can't say definitively why they would lie, then therefore it negates the entire argument. If there's not an obvious why, yeah.
They were specifically created for that exact purpose of lying to us. That's the whole purpose of NASA, is to deceive us. And if you look up the word NASA in Hebrew, it actually means to deceive.
Oh, come on! No. Why the hell would they openly promote that they are lying? What the who on earth does that?
They don't tell you they're lying.
No. If they name themselves NASA, which means lying, then they're telling you that they're lying. But why would they do that if they're lying?
Because it's funny to them.
It's not a cover up there, is it not?
It's called hiding in plain sight. They rub your face in it because they think we're so fucking stupid. They can rub your face, and most people are that stupid, unfortunately.
I think there's another angle to it other than that, Otis. It's that, and someone back me up here. I might be wrong, but from what I've read is that part of their religion has a component to it that if you tell people what you're about to do to them and they take no action to avoid what it is that you're doing to them, that it absolves them of any negative karma.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. And so there's a component to it where it's like, if I tell you I'm going to run you over with my car, hey, you better get out of the way. I'm going to run you over with my car. And you don't move and get out of the way, and I run you over and kill you. It is their belief in their religion that absolves them of any wrongdoing. Do you understand what I mean by that, Otis?
What? Why?
Well, there's a bunch of examples of this where a tragedy will happen or some large event will occur, and we go backwards in time and we look, and there's a bunch of signals and tells that preview what is to come, and that's pretty hard to explain.
It's called predictive programming, and they put it in movies and things like that. They'll drop little breadcrumbs in these movies, and you only know after the fact. You're like, oh my god.
We're kind of we're kind of getting it's like, wait, I've seen this before, but we're kind of getting into the weeds a little bit. But basically, Otis, I think even if we could give you here is the exact reason why they are lying, I don't know if that would necessarily make a difference to you, would it?
No, it will be a difference.
It would make a difference?
It will be. Yeah, it would make a difference if you have the motive. The motive determines everything.
Well, what if God were real and people who were opposed to God wanted no one to believe in God, and so they said, I know. What if we tell everyone that we live on a tiny speck of dust floating in space, and that you are a tiny speck on that speck of dust, and you are insignificant and meaningless? There's billions of you. What's the big deal? In the cosmos of space and in the universe, you're so insignificant.
Gravity is your God.
Life actually doesn't matter.
Gravity is your God, and the Big Bang is his father.
Yeah. And so there is no afterlife. There was nothing before you were born, and there's nothing after you were born. And really, your purpose on this planet is quite meaningless.
But it's not a planet.
Would that be good enough?
Themselves above God, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry. Say that again?
Exalting themselves above God. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they want people to not believe in God, whether they put themselves above.
Why would they do that?
Because they believe in something that might be opposed to God.
Why? Why on earth would anyone do that?
Because you're easier to control. It's called nihilism.
I don't necessarily believe this, but if I were one of these people that believed that worshiping Lucifer or Satan or whatever have you, that he would reward me in the material world and not reward me in the afterlife. And so I would do his bidding here on earth to be rewarded in earth. Okay? That's the theory. So, people that are rich and famous, you can pull together a compilation of it on YouTube that say quite often that they sold their souls to the devil to get what they have. And did they mean that literally or metaphorically, right?
They mean it literally. I know that they mean it literally, but
so when they say they sold their souls to the devil, then you think that they mean that literally?
Yeah, basically,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so then they are worshiping something that is opposed to God. And if in that opposition to God, part of that is, hey, the devil would love more people worshiping him. And so to worship the devil, you probably have to not believe in God or worship God. You would abandon God. And one of the ways to do that is to convince everybody that, hey, there is no God, there is no heaven, there's nothing above, you don't have a creator, and you're insignificant, speck of dust on a speck of dust floating through space.
How about I tell you that?
It's a three-headed beast. Evolution, the Big Bang, and the globe Earth are all like part of the same beast. It's like a hydra with many heads, right?
Notice, I'm not trying to give you an answer that this is the absolute reason why, or I even think that I know the absolute reason why they would lie. But I'm trying to give you a hypothetical example. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the point being is that I don't think it really matters in the end of the day why they're lying, because we're trying to present evidence to you to show you that you have been lied to, regardless of why they would lie.
Well, I can tell him why they lie. It's
Okay,
if you control the populations of the world, right? The government is not a necessary entity, right? But they want to make themselves feel. They want the people to look to the government to protect them. So what they do is they create these fake enemies like Russia. Russia was the enemy of the United States. We had the Cold War with them. China was allegedly an enemy of the United States. Oh, we got to watch China. China's our enemy. But yet China, Russia, and all these countries that we're at war with, they all signed on to the Antarctica Treaty. It's like, wait a minute, we're in a Cold War with Russia at the time, meaning that they want to annihilate us and we want to annihilate them, whatever. But why would we sign a treaty in a remote area with Russia and China and all these other nations? What's the point of it?
I tell you what, they're in the same system, okay? They are from the Masons and the Illuminatis and stuff, so that's why these stuff happen, okay? I tell you what's even more mind-blowing, okay? Flat Earth itself is a conspiracy. It contains New Age stuff and all of this anti-science stuff, and it's gnostic and all of is part of
There
the
is no
plan.
anti-science in flat Earth, and there's no New
Okay,
Age stuff.
sorry about
You mixed
the
it up with someone else, dude.
New Age and gnostic stuff. They're here. They're literally the secret knowledge that you guys are getting. Okay, these are what the gnostics believe. This is
okay, that's fine. But that's okay, Otis. They can believe whatever they'd like to believe. Just because if you have beliefs, right? But if Hitler believed the same things you believed, would that negate your beliefs just because Hitler believed it too?
Yeah, if Hitler breathes, I would breathe too. I don't care. Yes.
But
yeah, exactly. We don't care. We don't care if Gnostics.
It's
Yeah,
not a
we don't
belief.
care if Gnostics believe all of New Earth or whatever the fuck, right? At its core, it's Earth flat. Period. Other people in other places can add on to that a trillion other things. That doesn't matter. That doesn't negate what we're saying.
What the fuck?
Belief requires faith. We don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat. It's not a belief. It's something we can measure and we can confirm it. We know for a fact that it's not a ball. We know it's flat. And it can be measured. Everything can be proven. That's science. There is no science.
Believing isn't knowing. How about that?
Sorry, what?
No, belief is faith. Belief is faith in something you can't prove. You believe in it, but it requires faith. That's what belief is.
Everyone believes in at least one thing. That's even the atheists, they believe something.
Okay, but you're confusing the two words. We don't believe in flat Earth. It's not a blind belief. Like you can believe in God, but you can't prove God. I can prove there's a creator, but I can't prove what this creator looks like. Is it a man with a long white beard? I can't prove that because I can't see him, but I see his works. All this, the flat Earth proves intelligent design. It proves it was designed by a creator. And there's
you have to believe in something to make a logical assertion, bro. You need a belief. You got when you know something, it's a belief.
You have evidence. You don't need a belief. You have proof. You have evidence. There's a difference.
No. It creates faith. Okay, knowing creates faith, and it makes you believe. Okay, but when you believe something, it doesn't mean you know something.
You physically can't prove something. You just have blind faith in it. You have faith. Like you could say you believe in God, right? But there's a difference between something you can prove.
It's just like saying that you believe in God. Like no, I mean sorry, you can't say that. But this is a good analogy. You know that he exists, okay, and then you also believe that he exists, okay.
No,
it's how
it's not a belief. It's different at that point. You don't have to believe it. You can prove it.
Can you prove? Otis, can you prove anything?
What?
Is there anything in your life that you can prove to be absolutely true?
Yeah, God.
What?
No, I mean, I can prove that I can walk.
Okay, could you prove that your mother is your mother?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
By
you could
DNA.
you could do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you just know that that's your mom?
Yes.
And you believe that that's your mom, and you know that that's your mom, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But separately, you can prove that that's your mom. So those are three different things. You believe that when she says that I'm your mom, you say, yes, Mom, I believe you're mom. And then you're pretty sure, you have a knowing that that's your mom. And then if you were unsure a little bit, you could pluck her hair out and take it to a lab. And then you could prove, oh shit, that is my mom.
Yes, so?
Okay, so what we're trying to say is that belief and knowing and proving are three different things.
They're different, but that doesn't mean that one can't be the another.
You've crossed the threshold. When you cross a threshold, you're like, you know what? I don't believe the Earth is a globe. And then when you pass the threshold where you have evidence that it's flat, now the flat part is provable. It doesn't require belief. Belief is a blind faith in something.
Belief can also overlap with a proof.
What?
Belief can overlap with proof. So if you prove something, you can also believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
It becomes factual. It doesn't. The two
Yes,
are not
it becomes
the same.
factual. It's possible to believe factual things. Belief and fact and proof can overlap. They are different, but they can overlap.
No, it's not the same anymore. Once you have evidence, it's no longer a belief; it's a provable fact.
It's still a belief.
But you can still believe it, but it's not just a belief, right?
Right. It's
So
not
when you're
just a
telling
belief.
us, when you're telling us,
there's another layer here where you're incorrect about what the facts are. So just see any glober for an example.
So what we're trying to say is that when we're showing you provable measurements, that there is no curve, that it is no longer just a belief. It's something that we're proving. Where you cannot show us measurements of a curve, it is still a belief.
No, it's still a belief. It's the fact. You know it. Why not?
It's you. It might be your fact.
For a second? Can I interrupt, please?
They're not polar opposites.
Hold on. I just want to speak for a second, and I'll give the mic back to the other gentleman that took over for me. Okay, I just want to say something. I should have said it from the beginning. What is truth, sir?
Truth is something that's true.
Okay.
Something verifiable?
Yes.
Provable? Demonstrable?
Yes.
You can demonstrate it? You can show everybody. Right, and it doesn't require belief because you have first-hand primary knowledge.
No, belief is the fruit. Belief is the fruit of truth.
Not the way we understand it.
Well, it is what it is.
Go ahead, you can take back over. I just wanted to do that. Try it again.
All right. So I'm going to pick up where Larry. Okay. So let's say that, Otis, that you murdered someone and you went to court for it. Okay? Hypothetically. Okay? Now, it's proven in court. They got you on camera. They got your fingerprints at the scene. It's your gun that was used, etc. They proved in court with beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed that murder. Your mother, who gave birth to you, she might not believe it. She doesn't want to believe it. She refuses to believe it that she raised a son who would murder someone. Okay? So whether or not your mother believes it to be true or not, it is true.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so
why not?
belief is not a requirement of truth.
It's not
Facts are
required.
independent of belief.
Said it's a fruit of truth. A good fruit cannot bear no, a good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit.
I think he's got a language barrier. As English is probably not his first language.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. I think I understand the quote that you're trying to use. But I guess, do you think that for something to be true, you have to believe in it?
No.
Okay. I thought you were saying that earlier. So my bad.
No, I never said that. No.
So I think there's just a difference in like obviously it's not his first language, so there's a misunderstanding. He thinks the words are synonymous, but they're not. Belief are not the same. They're not the same thing. They're not equal. They're different. They're different meanings.
A square can be a rectangle. A square can be a rectangle, but a rectangle cannot be a square. I'm not saying that they're synonymous. I'm saying that one thing causes another.
Well, something square has a 90-degree corner, so 90-degree corners are square.
Do you think it's a fact that the Earth is round?
Yes. Yeah, it's basically a fact.
Real quick, I'm going to go to bed, but I wanted to ask him one question. One quick question. Sure. So merely believing something to you is good enough, is just as good as knowing it. It's the same thing to you, right? Belief and knowledge are the same things to you, correct?
No.
Oh, good. I rest my case.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys. Good night.
I think we're making progress. Good night, man. Well,
what? It's over?
No. So what was I just asking you? I already forgot.
I forgot too.
Well, being lazy and being curious are
different
things.
Sorry,
you're not curious. You're not going to figure this out.
I asked you if you believed that it is a fact that the Earth is round, and you said yes. Pretty much, it's a fact. Pretty much a fact, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the difference between a fact and a pretty much it's a fact?
It's the same thing.
So why did you
have evidence, man? If you have no evidence, can you provide one piece of evidence that the Earth is a globe? And if you look into it, you'll come up empty-handed. There's actually a reward. 3 Bitcoins if anyone can find proof that the Earth is a globe. You win 3 Bitcoins.
3 Bitcoins. Holy shit!
Planets orbiting each other.
What?
The sky. You look in the skies and you see that the planets orbit each other.
Right. All the planets, you know what they are? What are they? They're little lights that we observe in the sky. We observe the planets and the stars, and you know what? They all turn the same direction.
Yeah.
And
Otis,
there's one central star in the middle, and it doesn't move, and that's Polaris, and it lines up with the magnetic pole, North Pole. There's one right in the center. They turn like a record.
It changes position in 10 or 20 or 100 something years each.
Polaris?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
and it
no,
always
it's not
remains the center.
Hold on,
always
Otis.
remains the center of rotation, Polaris.
Yeah, real quick, what you're saying about the planets, though, when you look up at the planets, right? So, if you could, can you imagine that you are shrunk down to the size of an ant, and you are standing on a pool table, like the game, pool, the game that you can play at pool?
No.
It's like where you have a pole in your hand and you hit a pole on some balls that roll around on a green table.
Billiards.
Oh, I think I know what that is. Yeah, just continue on.
Yeah, there's like multiple balls and they have numbers on them, and you hit them in the holes on the sides of the green table in the order of the ball number.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the game?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So there's like 9 balls on the table or whatever. And so, yeah, there you go. Are you looking at chat? Can you see chat?
Oh, shit. Fuck, I have to. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it now. Yep.
Okay. So imagine you're shrunk down to the size of an ant and you're standing on that green table and you look up and there's nothing but balls. You can't see anything, but there's just all of these balls around you, okay? Would you look down on the green table that you're standing on and say, "Oh, well then I must be on a ball as well"?
No.
Okay. Now take that same thought to what you're standing on right now. You look up and you see a bunch of balls in the sky. That's all you see are balls in the sky. And so what I think you just said a little bit earlier was, then I must be standing on a ball.
It doesn't have the same effects. They don't orbit each other, so.
But you're looking up at things that are doing something, regardless of what they're doing, and then you're saying, because of what I see above me and only what I see above me, therefore what I am on must be the same thing.
No, because they carry the proof of gravity. So when I see gravity, I see the Earth as having gravity, and thus making it a ball.
You see gravity.
Yeah, I see proof of gravity.
You do.
Yes, proof of gravity.
Do you know gravity has never been proven?
No, because when you drop a pen, it falls through falls to the floor.
Okay.
Okay,
that proves gravity. Does that prove mass is attracting mass? That's never been proven. The mass attracting another mass, because it would work in all directions horizontally as well. Just because something falls down doesn't mean it's being attracted.
No, the mass is in the sky. I'm saying they orbit each other.
They don't orbit each other.
They're turning at the same speed.
No, Otis, planets don't orbit other planets.
They do. Why not? They do.
Look at the star trails. Look at the star trails.
No, just in general. I'm talking about, Otis, in your model, okay? Planets do not orbit planets.
What? They do. Why not?
No. Moons orbit planets, and the planets allegedly orbit the sun. But planets do not orbit planets.
Yeah. If you have to be technical about it, yes, that's how it works. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, actually, there's sometimes planets orbit planets, but whatever.
No. If something is orbiting a planet, it's not also a planet.
Okay, fine. Yes. If you technical about it, yeah, it's not planet orbiting planet. It's a moon orbiting planet. Okay.
Well, yeah, but okay. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page because these words have meaning attached to them. But just because you're looking up and you see spheres, I'm still confused as to why you would then look down at your feet and say, this must be a sphere as well.
Because
just because the pool balls, let's say all of those pool balls on the table were green, and then you look down on your feet and you're standing on something green, and you're like, well, that must be another one of these balls.
No, because it's because gravity has a property which makes a planet a planet. Okay, it pulls things towards the center, which makes it a ball. It has a distinct property.
Have you ever watched gravity turn something into a ball?
Yes. When planets merge together, they become a ball.
I think
because of gravity.
Time for Larry to step in.
Larry was just here. Larry left.
I'm still here. I didn't leave.
Oh.
I just let you guys share the microphone.
We'll take it back, Larry.
Okay, I can. So far, all you've done in here tonight is told us stories like the island man near the campfire, right? There's stories that are cool stories, right? And they sound interesting, you know, balls and space and heavens and, you know, tetherless balls getting tethered in orbit without the tether, but it's like there's a tether and all these, you know, magical things about gravity and how you say that this proves gravity, this proves gravity. Am I coming in clear?
Pretty much.
You're good, Larry.
Okay, cool. Cool. So yeah, you just told us a bunch of stories like the man around the campfire, but you haven't given us any knowledge. You haven't demonstrated any first-hand primary experience. Like,
instead of knowledge.
no. You have given us stories.
Wisdom.
It's a story. No, it's just a story.
No, it's a law. Okay. When someone says something that resembles wisdom, they say something that's like a law of something, and I've given you that wisdom. So I'm
But
giving
gravity is a theory, not a law. It's still a theory. So what law is that?
What law is what?
Gravity. It's a theory. Search it on Google. It's not a law. Gravity. Google it. Google it.
Works with. God,
If you
okay.
don't know, Google it.
Fine. Is okay. Shit.
It's still a theory, but even if gravity were a law, laws are not. We didn't fall out of the dirt.
Dude, it comes the first. It's the first thing that pops out. Newton's law of gravitation, statements that any particle of matter in the universe attracts any other with a force varying direct as the product of.
No. Otis, did you Google law of gravity?
I said, is gravity a law?
Oh, really?
Yeah. It says it in red text.
What year did it become a law?
I'll just send it here. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, post it.
Oh fuck! I can't post a picture. Wait, can you give me a permission to post a picture? Oh, wait, hold up. Yeah, I can't post a picture. What the fuck? Lobby. I can't post a picture.
Even if it were a law, right? Who makes laws? You know, does that? Humans make laws. Humans are infallible. Yeah. Every law that is declared, there might come a day when a law is broken. Okay, yeah. Just because a human or a group of humans declare something a law, doesn't make it infallible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, laws are things that describe things. So yeah, I agree.
Are we talking natural laws? Natural laws are things that we observe to happen or experience to happen always, without exception.
No, okay, how it's a group of things. Okay, there are laws that are true and laws that are not true, and your definition is one of them. How about that? Yeah.
So what makes gravity a law?
It's something that's has sequence. It has sequence in it.
So
it has
how was
sequence
it established? How was it established to be a law?
Oh, okay. Here, I think I got it. I'll post the answer. There is the law of gravitation and the theory of gravitation. The law just explains the rate of gravity. The theory of gravitation is an attempt to explain what causes gravity.
Yeah,
Right, so we're talking
yeah.
9.8
so those are two
second per
different
second.
two different things. Yeah. So I just posted.
So we're talking about the observation. Well, they call it an observation, but
right.
It was really
Right.
just
So
a consensus, a voted upon average figure, right, of 9.8 meters per second squared. Drop rate, fall rate.
But either way, just even if gravity was a law, okay, and nowhere in there is it saying it's pulling things to make a sphere. My point is, you're still looking up and seeing things, and then saying that must be what I'm standing on as well.
No, because they reveal something that's that proves that the Earth is a globe. It refutes things.
Here's a question. Here's a question for you, Otis. Let's say I constructed a cube, a space station that orbited the Earth, and it was in the shape of a cube. It was very, very large. Let's say that it is the size of the moon. And the material that I made my space station out of was so rigid that even if there were the same amount of gravity that the moon has, it wouldn't be strong enough to collapse my space station into a sphere. It would always remain a cube. So my cube, about the size of the moon, is rotating around the Earth, and I'm born on that cube. Okay? Now, I look up. I walk around on this cube my whole life. I know nothing other than this cube that I've walked around on, and I look up into the sky, and everything above me is balls. What shape am I standing on?
Oh shit! It's a cube.
Exactly. So I'm just trying to show you, with this hypothetical, that just because everything above you is balls and has gravity, that cube that you're standing on too has gravity as well in your model. But at the end of the day, it is still a cube and always will be a cube. Okay.
Well, the Earth ain't that rigid, is it?
Well, we don't know. We don't know that. But what I want you to see is just a moment ago, you knew, right, that it was a sphere because everything above you is a sphere and everything that they all have gravity and the Earth has gravity. And so that must be what you're standing on. But if you can just take a moment to try to imagine a scenario where that logic doesn't apply, which the cube space station that we just did works, your logic and your reasoning of this is how I know that the Earth is a sphere, it doesn't work.
But water isn't that rigid. Water, we observe water on Earth.
But even in your model, right? The water, okay, is held in a container of Earth. It's not like the ocean would go all the way to the core of the Earth and like half of the Earth is water. You know what I mean? So we're not talking about water being rigid. We're talking about stone. Stone could be rigid, and stone is what's going to hold all that water.
Well, the water is it has large enough amount of water.
My argument isn't even about rigidity. So we don't have to talk about the rigidity of water or land. All I was trying to show you is that the logic that you applied of I'm looking up and I see spheres that have gravity, and the thing that I'm on has gravity, and so gravity must have condensed this thing into a sphere as well. That logic is false. That's faulty logic based on the example that we just walked through. I could give you 10 more examples that have nothing to do with rigidity. My point is that your logic that you were using that assured you that you live on a globe isn't correct.
Well, we can use the ratio between the rigidity or something. Okay, and if we do, we know that it curves because it's not enough rigid.
Well, I beg to differ because, I think somebody was talking about in the examples a little bit earlier was that, you can only go so deep into the ocean before you can't dig any deeper, and you can't you can't dig through the ground until the drill bits stop working. It's actually pretty shallow. So we don't. I would say that we're probably not very sure of how rigid the actual core structure of the Earth is.
Well, it doesn't. Okay, how? So it doesn't matter. Whether it doesn't matter whether the core is hard or not. The water above it is not rigid. So it coats it, and what we're trying to observe is the surface. If the surface is curved, then my point makes sense. So the water coats the core, so it doesn't matter what the core looks like. It just matters what the outside looks like, and it's in a sphere.
The physics of water tells us it's flat. The surface is flat.
No, it's a different wording. It's not. When they say level, it's not actually flat or something. It's flat according to us. I think. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure someone else can answer that.
No, I'm talking about hydrostatics.
What the fuck is hydrostatic? I don't know.
So the physics of water tells us that a body of water, the surface of a body of water at rest, measures flat and horizontal.
Oh, not this again. No. Why not go back to the gravity thing?
Is there any experiment that I could run that I could take a container of water and make it curve with gravity? Is there any way that I could test that?
Yeah. You measure how rigid the water is, and boom, there you go.
No, I'm saying, is there any way that I could create a container of water and I could measure the curve over that container of water? Is there any way that I could do that by measuring how gravity is affecting the water?
Probably.
Like if I made a really big pool, like a Olympic-sized swimming pool, should there be any degree of curve over that water? Is there any way to measure this?
If it's large enough.
How would I do that?
You make a large pool.
How would I measure the curve?
You use rulers and stuff. And the angles and stuff. You find the angles, and there you go.
Do you know the rate at which it should be curving?
Downwards.
Is there a rate, like a measured rate?
I did not just hear downwards as an answer. I did not.
It's okay. English isn't his first language.
Yeah.
So we're going to give him a break.
Fair enough. My bad.
So the rate of change in elevation is going to be curvature, right? Because you need vertical drop. Like if you stand Army Man on the top of a basketball, right? The horizon away from him is going to be dropping down, right? Because it's a small ball, but you get the point. The ground is going to drop lower exponentially because it's a ball, right?
What?
This is your model. I'm trying to get you to understand that your model has curvature, right? In order for it to be a sphere or a spheroid, like you said, it has to have curvature, right?
Yeah.
And the elevation is going to be dropping down because it bends down, right?
When it's elevation, it's not gonna be dropping, is it not? Wait, no. I'm being stupid here. No, yeah, totally, yeah.
Yeah, when it drops, it's going to drop away from you. At what rate? So how fast or how slow is what he was asking. Okay, so at what rate is the Earth dropping? That's what he was asking. Do you know?
Go Google it. I'm too lazy to answer that or search that up.
I'm too lazy, bro. I can't. I just. Oh.
Too lazy, man. Hey, I'll give you the answer. I'm your Google tonight. It's
I don't know where I live, Flat Earth dude, but I'm too lazy, bro. I'm too lazy to find out where I live. It doesn't matter, right?
I Googled it. It's 3,959 miles. Check it out.
Miles? No, we're talking about rates, right?
We're talking about radius, not rates. Rates of drop. There has to be a rate of drop for 3,959 miles, correct?
Probably.
All right. And it for every mile, it's squared. So the first mile is 8 inches. The second mile is going to be 32 inches, right? And exponentially squared out. There's a chart in the.
Oh, it's this one. Okay.
There's a chart in the live stream text. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Check it out.
Okay. So, what am I supposed to see here?
Well, how much curvature is in 100 miles on the chart there? What do you see?
300,000 miles.
What? What are you looking at? Look, 100 miles is left column, far left column is miles, right?
Far left is miles. My gosh. Oh, shit. I see the clue here.
He's looking at it on a phone, so he's probably zooming around. He's panning.
Sorry. Go down to 100. And then the third column is drop feet. How many feet does it drop for 100 miles?
For 100 miles? What the fuck? You know what? I'm too lazy to even think.
Oh, my. You're too lazy to look at a graph. Okay, never mind.
It's 80,000 inches. Is that right?
No, it's in feet. Yeah, there's some inches.
Oh, I'm looking at the inches. Yeah,
there's inches. Yeah.
Or 6,600. Yeah.
6669.41.
Oh my God, 3 6s. There's that double shit again, dude.
9 and a 4 and a 1. And if you divide the 4 and the 1 and you carry the 2, you get never mind. Anyway, there's inches. Yeah, it's done in inches. Yeah. That. But I like the foot thing, 12 inches, feet drop.
Mm-hmm.
At 7,000 feet, man, is basically what it is for 100 miles. So that's a big giant mountain. Last time I checked, I've hiked up 7,000 foot mountains, and damn, that's way up there, man. It's way up. It's big. 7,000 foot hump of earth it's noticeable. It's very noticeable. Yeah, but we don't see it. That's the problem. We don't see it.
Do you get what he's saying, Otis?
Sorry.
I have no idea what he's saying.
He's saying if you travel 100 miles, have you ever traveled 100 miles before?
Yeah.
Like 100 miles away from where you were born?
Yes.
Okay, he's saying that if you travel 100 miles in one direction, then there should be 7,000 feet of drop.
Drop of what?
Oh,
the curve you would be experiencing. If you drove 100 miles,
it's not going to work.
Or you flew 100 miles in one direction, the Earth below you would drop 7,000 feet. That's the rate of the curve. 7,000 feet after 100 miles.
Do you got that? Do you get?
Do I need to convert that to centimeters? Or what unit of measurement do you use in your land?
Fuck it. I give up. Okay, you win. Okay, bye.
What?
All right. I knew that was going nowhere. I could tell. He's like, I'm too lazy to Google it. I'm like, I'm too tired to look at your chart. I'm like, okay, well, that's you're done.
Oh no! Was it the 7,000?
Man.
He's like, shit, dude. I don't think that is a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, it is. 2 strikes, you're out, man. In my game,
a bit of a language barrier as well.
Definitely language barrier and a little bit of an attitude barrier as well, man. Poor guy. Anyway, how you guys doing, man? I just dropped in and take a cheers with you guys.
I must say though, I think that guy was actually, in contrast, kind of polite in contrast to most people that are like that, because normally they just yell cuss words or the N word over and over again, and then we kick them out.
Well, we get all kinds around here, but
we take
I muted him when he left, so when he comes back, he's gonna have to listen for a little while. And I think he developed space AIDS. Also,
yeah,
no. Did you give him the tag of space AIDS?
I mean,
certainly did.
To come into a flat Earth server and not know anything about said globe, you're asking for trouble, man. Straight away. So,
well, he was just so lazy he couldn't even Google stuff.
Yeah,
he couldn't even look and verify.
He wouldn't even look at the chart, dude. Yeah, look at that 3. It's got 5 columns, man.
I'm imagining he's really sick. He's got space AIDS. He can't even look at the Google thing. He can't press the button with his nose.
He's totally fluoridated, man, to the max. Fluoridation to the max or something.
Not the fluoride jack. No, not this one.
Hey, for a pretender clown with a language barrier, I'll give him a C-.
Dude, generous of you.
Yeah, he can come back. It's just somebody's going to have to unmute him for him to.
I give him a D for showing up, but
Yeah, D for different.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I will not add to that. All right.
No, he wasn't that bad. He can come back. He's welcome to come back.
Anyway, did you guys have fun today in here? Was there some good stuff? Dude, I totally checked out today, man. I was listening a little bit earlier, maybe. Just for a minute. Didn't hear anything. You guys I don't know, they were talking about growing tomatoes or something. Wasn't too much going on, but anyway.
Only the best conversations for you.
No, I come in to just make fun of the worst conversations like that one. Oh my goodness, that was bad. But yeah, was there some good ones in here today? You get some anti-flat earthers in here today, or?
Yeah, Woodsit had a debate. We recently replayed that today.
That was yesterday. I was listening to it live on my way home, and it sounded like that guy was just saying. All he kept saying was, "Oh no, that's not true. You're lying. Oh, that's not true. You're lying." And I was like, "That's your defense."
Word salad.
It was word salad shit. Yeah, and even you were, Jamesy, you were all over that.
I don't understand that. That's word salad.
It was just like, oh my goodness, this is not going well. Nobody was presenting here's a fucking picture or graphic or fucking something, man. No. Here's an article that backs up what I'm saying. I don't know. Nothing. It was just word salad.
Well, someone presented that stuff, but not the Globe side.
Exactly. The Globe didn't present shit. That's my point. Exactly.
Well, they can't. There's no Globe. It's not their fault.
I believe in curvature.
So I think when I hear people, they say that they overhear me debating, and they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I can't understand everything that you're saying. So
right.
I think sometimes we need to remember that we got to break it down like MC Hammer, like itty bitty, so that people can understand it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just trying that with this guy, man. I was like, real simple. Okay, here's a graph. Can you follow this? We were talking about drop rate, and I'm like, okay, that's a perfect thing to talk about drop. You know, it couldn't get any better. Pythagorean theorem. It's the best. It works every time, man.
See, I know a lot of people probably get frustrated with me because I let them go into space a little bit because, that's like that's kind of like my niche to, show them that you don't know shit about space.
Right.
I love taking away their gravity. You don't know shit, and you're just telling stories because that's all it is. It's like, history.
How much propane? How much propane to get to space?
That proves we went to the moon. It was the fuel, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's guaranteed, man. It was they.
Do you know how much paperwork they would have had to fake?
Exactly.
That's yeah. I mean, seriously,
Yeah, that's
do you
just
think
not
about
feasible. They had to go 250,000 miles away.
Yeah. How would they fake the paperwork? I mean,
It's not doable.
They don't have no
They had to go to
reason.
the
They have no reason to fake the paperwork.
We know they went to the moon.
How much propane, though? How much propane to get to the moon?
Good question. Hank is the only one qualified to answer that.
Right. Hank knows.
He's qualified.
Hank, I need my propane adjacent to a vacuum. Can you handle that for me?
Yeah, I would say that if you do about 3 minutes worth of propane, you'll have a near-death experience, possibly. A sudden realization that you don't have to be here. I wouldn't recommend that, but about 3 minutes will send you to the moon and back.
Well, that's a
if you
lot
do
of
any longer, you may not make it back.
What propane is that?
This is not medical advice, and I do not give medical advice. And this Discord and channel does not.
We can go back and get the cameraman on the moon, man. Can we do that? We left him there, man. That'd be cool. Can we get him back?
Remote control.
Yeah, we can gather enough propane to get to the moon. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Propane.
Told you about 3 minutes worth. But you better cut it off at 3 minutes and get some fresh oxygen after that, or you may not make it back.
3 minutes without oxygen, you're dead. We know that. 3 days without water, you're probably going to die if you're in the desert. You might make it longer if you're not, but and then about 30 days without food, for average. Some people can fast, longer. But
what if we had a propane refueling halfway there?
Well, it's a good hypothetical, man. It's pretty hypothetical, and it's an interesting thought experiment. I'll give you that. But that picture of the flag with the astronaut and the Earth above it, dude. All right, that picture right there, man. That is impossible if you look at where they landed on the moon, man. Supposedly landed on the moon. The narrative says they landed on the moon. And that you'd have to look straight up to see the Earth because it wouldn't be like that far down on the horizon, man.
Hey, man, are you talking about how the Earth looks really small and actually smaller than the moon does from,
Right.
Oh, that's a different argument. He's talking about the angle. He's saying you'd have to look straight up to see the Earth, not straight outwards.
Right.
In front of you.
Look up. It would be straight up. I checked the angles on those, man. They're almost at like 80 degrees or 90. It's pretty, good luck with that. Let me know how it works out.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, you just mentioned the guy they left on the moon who would point the camera upward as they're taking off. I was just thinking, you know, 2 days from now, it's Memorial Day. We should make a memorial for that guy. Or we should make a memorial for the globe.
Hey, we left that man there. We left him there.
Right. He's still there. We need to go back and get him, man. I think it would be the right thing to do.
But we had an hour's worth of air. Which, you know, he's gone by now.
He's
you know,
gone? Shit. Shit. Yeah.
Don't you think?
I think we should go get his bones and bury him proper. Give him burial.
Don't you think it'd be pretty
he's still
easy
sitting
to,
in
like,
the studio alone.
What you gonna do like when we're in a hurry?
He's still there. He's still there on the moon.
Yeah, look,
He's still
you can see his footprints, right? This is the best photo we have. There you go. Look at all the tire marks.
The flag is down, man. The flag's down, dude.
There it is.
Yeah. Really?
Oh, not the flag, man.
They had a windstorm or something, blew the flag over, apparently.
Who took down the war flag?
Who took it down?
Those boys were out there playing golf, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. I was listening today that they actually have a picture of the golf ball that was hit on the moon. You think I'm kidding?
No.
The guy was sitting here talking about, he thought it was a bullshit article at first, but then he started looking into it a little bit more. Apparently, you can just type it in Google and say they got a picture of the golf ball that was hit on the moon, and they took a picture of it. I was like,
did they bring it back or leave it there?
They left the golf there, but apparently, that like NASA took a picture of it recently, like.
With what? With what? Because
exactly.
The photo that I just uploaded is the highest.
I don't know. One of their satellites, right? They took it from one of their satellites orbiting the moon, and it shows the golf ball and the fucking moon.
Way. Okay, I got to see this. So Google.
Yeah. And I was
does
like,
Google?
I'm like, oh my God, it's hilarious, man. Really? You can take a picture of from a satellite to the golf ball on the moon, and it says Titleist on it. I heard it said Titleist.
What? Okay, so but they haven't taken a high res photo.
Apparently, he only hit it a few hundred yards or something, and he
40 yards. I heard 40 yards today.
Oh,
that was
40 was it? Okay, so and apparently when he when he hit it, he said, "Oh, I hit it for miles and miles. It went for miles and miles."
Right? Yeah. Fuck off. That bullshit, man.
You know what I wish? You know, like years ago, I believed that stupid nonsense of, the reason why we didn't go back to the moon since 1970 something or whatever is because aliens are there and they told us to, fuck off and stay away from there. It's their territory. I wish they, instead of putting that stupid nonsense story out there, whoever did that, I wish they put the story out there. They don't want us playing golf on their turf. That's why they told us we need to come back.
Be golfing on our moon, man. Get out of here. Bastards. It's ridiculous, man. The stories are I call it the preponderance of evidence of ridiculousness, man. And it just gets more ridiculous as the story keeps growing, man. And I hope you guys are enjoying the story as much as I am, because it's just a fucking story, man. This whole moon landing shit, man. Come on.
Instead of being like, hey, you damn kids, stay off my grass. Can you imagine being like, hey, you damn astronaut, stay off my regolith.
Stay off my moon, man. Anyway, you just add up the pieces, man. You don't have to be super smart to say, okay, at some point, man, where's the... Hey, I heard I was just flipping through Yahoo News earlier today, and I'm like, they got another picture of a black hole. Oh my goodness. How incredible is that? Oh man. Not only one, they got two. Fuck off. Fuck
and
off.
It looks like we got someone petitioning to be released from the early release program. Someone, Yuri, he's in the... what do you guys think?
It does look identical to the first picture they took, but, who am I to judge?
Well, they all look the same because of refraction.
Picture of a black hole.
Who put Yuri, man?
That's more ridiculous than the fucking moon landing, man, by far. I got a picture of a black hole. Fuck off. It's data sets, and we put it all in trillion billion pieces of data together, and this is what came out, and that's our picture of the moon, black hole, and it's beautiful because we put the data together. Fuck off!
It's photoshopped because it has to be.
It's fuck off because it has to be, because it's just bull. Come on, you didn't take a fucking picture of a fucking black hole. Fuck off.
Without a spirit to see, it would be a catastrophe. Nobody would believe that which they cannot see. Sorry.
Yeah, it was in today's Yahoo feed, man. I just flip through it. Every once in a while, you got to look through there and just, what the cucks are selling today, And that came up, and I was like, fuck off. You did not get another picture of the black hole, man. Oh, I love that, man. You got the dude on the green with the spacesuit. That's great. Thank you.
That's Faxman, Larry.
That's awesome.
Larry's
I
talking
love
about
that.
Faxman up in the VC check-in.
Okay, you want to let him in?
Yeah, Yuri man was trying to
he's
get
brilliant.
After what he said to KJ, sorry, no more opportunities to that guy. And
Miguel.
He's only rude, send me pictures of himself with a finger. I mean, he's
an asshole. But Miguel, he was talking to KJ a whole bunch the last couple of days. Like even like a couple hours ago, I saw him in there talking to her for a while, and she seemed like she was on okay terms with him. Like, did he tell her off? Like, was that like a little while ago or what?
I did post at the lock room that when I did a screenshot about what he said to KJ. So
yeah,
1 month ago.
Should I give him the highly suspect rule?
Yeah, he's highly suspect, but I mean, we know what to suspect at the same time. So,
well, everybody's going to now.
You call it highly sus, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Sus, man. That's a whole term, man. I've learned this decade. I think I learned that one. Sus, bro.
He was with me. Elif Septic was with me at the VC check-in, and he gave him an opportunity, and then he said that to KJ. So,
like today or
no, like 1 month ago.
Yeah, because she's been talking to him a lot, and she seems like somewhat okay with him, I guess. But I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
Yeah, I'm not verifying anybody tonight. I don't think that's a good idea.
I mean, whatever it is, he does the same thing with everybody. Like he will suddenly just start spazzing and swearing and shit and calling you names.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa.
I don't mind the swearing, calling names. That's a whole nother ball game, man. Fuck off.
I mean, from this guy though, I can't do anything but laugh.
All right, well, we'll just keep it tight here. Let's chill out for a minute.
Yeah.
Let those guys up there, if they send them down here, that's on them, right?
Yeah, it's on their hands.
Yeah, so whatever, man. I trust those people up VC check-in, man, 100%. They know what to do. For the most part. I fucked up a couple times. I let some guys, it was really cool chatting with them. Like I'm chatting with you guys. We're laughing about shit. He's like, oh, you guys are cool, blah, blah, blah. And then they get in here and then they go full retard. And it's like,
yeah, you just see them turn as soon as they get in here. It's like a whole other person all of a sudden.
I'm like, no. Really? Oh, I got burned. Thanks.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah, that's happened to everybody.
How do you suss that out?
I don't know, man. You got to feel it. You learn by those experiences. I'm more intelligent now. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's different though, one-on-one. Like there's a whole different dynamic, the way that you talk to people and stuff.
Totally, right?
When it's that situation, and they get into the live stream and it's all these different people, and I don't know.
It's totally. I warn them. I go, dude, man, this is the hot house, man. You're going down to the big house, bro.
Yeah, and everything we're talking about is going to trigger you, and it probably will end bad.
You warn them?
Good conversation.
I always warn them. I go, dude, you going to the big house? I go, I go, these guys are going to eat your lunch, dude, because you don't know nothing about the globe. You better learn the globe before you even go down there. That's my advice. You got to know everything about the globe. If you're
Maybe
going
we should gate it. No, that's a good point though. What if there's a step in between VC verified where first you're being interviewed, and then okay, we did an interview. Okay, now you need to go. Here's the information you need to read about, and then the second stage we ask you 5 questions, and if you can answer those 5 questions, then you've done the required research to now join the chat, and you can start off on a little bit of a footing.
Like a graduate.
Just one extra step.
Classroom, yeah.
Why do you gotta know about globes fake?
Well, you got to know everything about it. I mean, you got to know a lot about it, man. How big they tell us it is, and how fast it's spinning, how far it is from the moon, the stars. You got to know the rotation, radius. You got to know the circumference. You got to know a lot of shit, man.
Respectfully, very respectfully, man, you may have a logical, I gotta tell you, if everything is fake, and if that is the Satan is, if that's all fake, then why should we have to know the measurements, and why should we have to know the geometry of the fake? We could just trust our senses.
Hey, smart. Exactly. I mean, that's next level class, though, man. That's not, right out of the gate class. You gotta learn. You gotta learn the deception, man. You gotta learn what they've told you it is, and then test it for yourself, man. That's the smartest way to do it. What did they tell me?
Man, I'm just saying, dude.
I mean, at the very least, they should come in here and already know that boats don't disappear over the horizon. Like if they can, because if they just understand that alone, that at least gives us a jumping off point. Because if they come in and start saying that, it's like, oh my, they haven't looked into it for a minute.
Right. It's a clue. It's a giveaway. It's a tell. It's one of those things, man. You just, somebody didn't really, they don't know shit. I mean, you could stop 100 people tomorrow and go, hey, man, what's the circumference of Earth? And be like, I don't know. It's big. And that's it, man. Nobody's going to go 24,901 miles and go, yep, got it. 100 people. You're not going to get one that knows it. Not one.
There's one that.
I'm not agreeing with you. I'm just pointing out, I trust my eyes, my senses, and
Amen, bro. I couldn't agree with you more, man. Trust your eyes and senses.
Dude, you're crazy. You need to trust the experts.
We've been debunked.
Wow.
Why don't you trust the science?
Your senses have been debunked. Trust the experts.
My senses have been debunked. I cut my finger off using the table saw because I don't know.
Space is safe and effective. We know this.
Dude, I always know where the saw blade is, man. I can trust my senses, bro. And depth perception and eye-hand coordination. Good with that.
No, the human sense is all debunked.
I love that, man. Somebody make a meme. All human senses have been that's a good one. Oh, shit.
And that's how we know that the perfectly measurably flat Earth is a globe.
Yep.
Just because you're wrong, basically.
Can we sense refraction?
Well,
it's one of the few things we can sense.
I got to think about that for a second, man. Shit, I'm gonna have to get another beer for that one. Damn.
Go ahead, I'll give you another drink.
Refraction.
One of the only remaining senses is refraction.
Can we sense refraction? Great question, man. Best question I've heard all year. That's the best question I've heard all year, guaranteed. Fucking
no. I got a better question. Can we find a glober that can make sense when he's talking about refraction?
Well, that's reality, man. We don't want to live in reality. We want to live at Disneyland and magical thinking and fairyland. Whatever.
Yesterday, somebody was talking about real reality versus fake reality.
I'm gonna create this new land at Disneyland called Fuck Off Land. and that's it, man. That's my new land. It's called Fuck Off Land. You guys can, figure out what the hell's in Fuck Off Land, but I own it. Fuck Off Land.
But I'm about to fuck off this land. Sounds great.
I just want to say thanks to Flatty 2.0, Sleepy Joe, and Central, and more people that have been in the Vichy check-in.
Yeah,
check-in people. Thanks.
No problem, bro. Thanks for the shout out.
So keep going, and one of these days, one moderator will give you a gold.
Hey, you're not going anywhere. You're gonna stay right here.
All right,
Stop
You're
You're not going anywhere.
Noise.
Yeah, man, it's all good on the gold. Even I'm just here because the flat Earth.
Fucking
We need
Sleepy
to,
Joe.
get people in on the deal here.
I agree. Thanks.
Good. Cheers, everybody, man. Cheers. Having a beer.
Yeah, cheers. Me too.
And then I probably got about 45 minutes. I got to split, but
We get that Russian dude to come back and slam a vodka.
you can do a slam of vodka. Go ahead there, Smurfy.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Roger that.
Roger.
Not here for the gold, just here for the flat Earth.
How does one learn how to be a VC verifier? Is there a training program?
Yeah, well, I learned it the hard way. I just said, I'm going to go. I went and checked them in. I never actually said, okay, you're allowed to go down there. I don't check people in that way. I'll go in there and talk to them. Say, great, you sound good. I'll put in a good word for you. I'll talk to a moderator, and they'll let you in. And that's kind of the way I roll with it. I don't want to be responsible for sending somebody in here and having them fuck it up, man. But you guys are so good. You guys are so good at smelling out bullshit that I've seen very few people last more than a minute when they try to go fucking full on fucking Mongotoid on us. They fucking don't last more than a minute. They're gone.
I think you should accept responsibility.
So I feel pretty confident that I can send almost anybody down here, and you guys are going to sniff them out in less than a minute. Boom. Done.
I think you should just take up that responsibility, man, and just embrace it, dude. Just do it. Just do it, man.
But
I'm
Howard,
not afraid to send people down here, but
Howard, it's silver FE and up.
Yeah, I can do it. I know I can do it, but I usually
someone get Smurf Silver. We need him in the check-in.
Yeah, go Smurf. I thought he was silver.
Smurf, go up to VC. Just go talk to those people, man. All right, go up there. Go see how it's going. Report.
I don't know how to do it, but man, if you could transfer or move me, is there a way you could move me there?
I don't know how to move people to different rooms. You have to click on it yourself, man.
Handle that. I'll be all over that thing, man. Somebody just do it. Just move me there.
Okay. All right. Oh no.
Right. Cool, man. Move me there.
I can't move you from the live stream.
Just a moderator can move you to there.
All right. I can move you. I can move you from the interview VC. Join the interview VC.
Nah, fuck it, all good.
I will try to join the interview VC. I'll try to.
And what do you guys need a moderator for?
To move Smurf to the VC check-in.
Smurf need Smurf to VC check-in, man. I told him to just click on VC check-in. It's right above here. Yeah, it's not far up.
Oh yeah, I can't get in there. It's locked. It's locked for me.
I can go in there, man, for sure. but
Well, bring me in there. I'll go in there.
All right. I'm not bringing anybody in anywhere, man. Smurf went to interview. Okay, now Smurf is in the VC. He made it. Thank you, Larry. Woo! You the man, baby.
Cheers.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna go up and have a listen.
All right, you guys go check those guys in, man. Because
I don't think I did anything.
well, whatever you did, you brought the vibe that made it happen, Larry. Thank you.
I try to bring the good vibes.
I don't know.
Vibe.
Half the time I'm going to call you Hank. The other half of the time I'm going to call you Larry, man. And
You call me Harry. I don't give a shit.
It's going to be one way or the other. You understand what I'm talking to. Oh, Smurf's back. How'd it go, Smurf? Did you check him in?
It didn't work very well because my microphone's muted. I'm going to go back there. Please unmute me. I will
do my best,
jump into this.
Hey, I'll Smurf it out, okay?
Okay, buddy. I'll be there in a minute.
Smurf has had a lot more to drink than I have.
I'm ready. I drink enough. I'm going to be there. Just unmute me when I get there.
Okay, we'll do that, man. We're on it, Smurf. Relax. Wow. Okay, well, that was interesting. Hey, welcome to Late Night Saturday Night, man. If you live in America, man, and you got a 3-day weekend, this is kind of the first night of that weekend, Saturday night. And you get to enjoy yourself, and be respect the apparently you got to respect, you got to respect some things this weekend or whatever, whatever, man. It's a weekend. It's a beautiful summer. It's getting close to summer. I hope you guys are enjoying the weather like I am. Doing a little swimming, like just getting out in Creation. I love Creation. Is the coolest place to go check out, man. Guess what? We live on Creation. We get to go check it out. Isn't that an amazing thing? Oh my. I checked it out and it came back and I measured a few things, man, and it's pretty much a flat earth, man. Wow. But the thing we live on is amazing. Waterfalls, oceans, clouds, rain, snow. You got, oceans and waves. I love waves. Which gets trees and ants. I don't know. Ants are an amazing thing. The list goes on, man, forever and ever and ever, man. And we live on Creation. And it's just a cool place, man. And we can check it out and measure it and do different observations with it. Yeah, really cool observations, man. Stars, you can observe the moon, the sun. Look up and observe Polaris and observe Orion's belt. That's a cool one, man. I dig Orion's belt, man. It's a good one. Beautiful lights in the sky, man. Beautiful. Scientific evidence for what they are. Anybody? Does anybody have any scientific evidence using the scientific method to prove that stars are made of dog poop or whatever? Whatever they say they're made of. Yeah. I don't think you have scientific method evidence for that shit. I don't think you do. But we can observe here on Earth that hydrogen burns at this color 10 trillion miles away. It burns the same there. Therefore, it's definitely hydrogen up there in those beautiful, shiny little lights in the sky. It's just burning hydrogen, man. We know that because of the color. And there's no other place in the world that has that color except hydrogen. That's it. Guaranteed that those things in the sky are hydrogen burning. Guaranteed.
Spectrography.
What? Run that by me again there, Kenny. Oh shit. Do I have a scientific method for that? No, man, I don't. I don't have that. I got lights burning in a lab that produce a certain color that tells me to guarantee without a doubt those things that are burned in the sky that produce the same color are the same thing, guaranteed. There's nothing else on Earth that looks like that color. It can only be hydrogen. That's it. Therefore, burning hydrogen lights in sky. Got it? There'll be a pop quiz on this later Friday. Pay attention. No, they blue light, red light shift. I call blue light, red light shit, but that, you know, I get it, man. They do these little laser burning hydrogen experiments in the lab, and it looks good, man. It looks good. But you don't know what the fuck the closest hydrogen burning thing is 26 trillion miles away. The closest one of those beautiful lights in the sky, the closest one is only 26 trillion miles away, man. So therefore, you know, it takes us about 4.5 years to get there. If we were traveling at the speed of light, yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. We're traveling at the speed of light, which they don't know. That's a whole nother completely different topic. Speed of light. It's highly disputed, man. It's highly disputed. That's the best way I could put it. So VC check-in must be good. Everybody cruised on up there, man. Checking in some new people. So we'll be holding tight here, man. It's pretty busy up there in VC. So I'll just hold it tight here for a minute. Anybody want to jump in, talk about lettuce or rain or lights in the sky? We can talk about that.
I just grew lettuce the first time.
Yeah,
in my garden. Yeah,
see?
yeah. It was a little too bitter though. Do you guys know why that would be?
Thanks for unmuting me. Hello, my name is. Hey, I went to the VC check-in. It didn't work out. That was a mistake.
It didn't work out. I thought it was going to work out so good, man. I knew that if you had like 6 beers and go into VC, that it would be okay. It would be fine. I get it.
I believed you, man. I
had faith in you, brother. I had faith, man. I mean, if I had 6 beers, you guys would like, get that fucking guy. I know you're at
Cabernet into this, and you know, I'll tell you what,
Cabernet Sauvignon. With some cheese. Did you have cheese tonight, sir?
Some cheese sounds pretty good too. But let me tell you, the Earth is flat.
No shit, the Earth is flat. Hey, I checked it out. I measured it, and it's coming back pretty flat, man. It's pretty much flat. Yeah.
Kind of flat like a pizza. Yeah, like it's some terrain.
It's got some pepperoni in the middle, but it's pretty much flat. Yeah.
Got it flat all across. Yeah, pretty much.
Chicken in there.
This VC thing didn't work out, man. Sorry, I'm back here.
Hey, you know what? Don't be sorry. Be grateful. Be thankful. Be generous. Be kind. And don't be sorry, my friend. There you go.
I try to count my blessings and control my breathing. Thank you.
Exactly, man. Keep it real. You'll be fine. These are like simple things we do in life, man. Be generous. Be kind.
You're right. It just didn't work out for me over there, but you're right.
You know, it doesn't work out for everybody in every situation, but you know, you gave it a try, and I commend you for trying.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, good try, man. Good try. Hey, dude, VC check-in is an art, man. It's not.
I didn't even last 1 minute there.
I know it's tough, man. It's tough. It's a tough room, man. I've had some great VC check-ins, man. Great ones. I've checked in a few really good people that converted to the flat Earth through VC check-in. So I feel pretty proud that I spent a bit of time in VC check-in and brought some people down.
I believe that you should be very proud of yourself, and I'm proud of you.
I just do what I love. I love like, hey man, what do you know about the globe, man? What do you don't know anything?
Well, I know that the globe is fake. Did you just ask me what I know about the fake globe? No,
well, that's the wrong approach, man. You got to bring it in a little softer than that.
Smurf, you just answered all the questions at once. You can't do that.
You can't go in so hard. You can't go like that hard. You can't be that hard, man. You got to be a little more tactful. You got to be a little more thoughtful and a little more kind, man. You can't just go, hey, the globe's fake and you're a fucking retard. No, that doesn't work, man. It's like, hey, man. You got to go in like, that's a beautiful blue marble, man, we live on, right? And you're like,
can we just go at it here? Can we just talk about it, speak about it here, how fake it is? Can we just do that?
Well, I think that's what we do here 24/7, but I could be wrong.
I mean, I just wanted to say it's fake. Does anybody, you know that? I mean, I know you know that, man.
There's nobody in here. There's nobody in here that doesn't believe every single word you just said, by the way.
Well, I'm just trying to put it out there. Just throwing it out there.
Put it out there? Okay. Well, that's what we do 24/7 here. We put out that this globe be spinning ball shooting through fucking space at miles an hour is 100% not what we experience, and it's not reality, man. So get over it. That's what we do 24/7, 365.
You're right.
How's that feel? What's that like? Well, I tell you what it's like. It's amazing. And you guys are really fucking good at it.
Lifestyle. It's not a hobby. It's not a thing I do on the side. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life, dude.
Yeah, it's a way of enjoying your reality, man. And if those cucks don't want to enjoy their reality as much as we do, yeah, fuck them, man. I mean, you want to be cucks? Go ahead. Be a globy cuck. Enjoy yourself, man. Have a nice day. But if you want to like step into some like realization of your own senses, man, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
You just say to trust your own senses and trust your own eyes.
Yeah.
Are you speaking about the eyes that God has given us in the image of God, that we have our eyes that we trust and that we can see? Are you talking about these instruments we can see? Talk about how we have sight and that we can see that the earth is non-movable.
Here's a cooler thing, Smurf, man. When I go out into nature, I think I look at everything as a creation.
Beautiful.
Instead of nature, I go out and I just look at creation. And if you actually look at creation, I don't know. That's all you need to do, man. You don't have to fucking like believe me or trust me that water's level. You just go out and look at creation.
Do you have a citation for that?
Self, man. You can see if you're Central. Please help me, man. Help me out, man. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just being a jerk. Sorry. No, I'm with you every step of the way. I was just,
I know you are. I'm just
fooling around. But I would like to hear more from this dude that was just speaking Central. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just kind of piffing out. So Central, man, piff out, man.
Dude, I was just clowning. What did I even just say?
Well, I was talking about creation, man. Everything we look at is, you can look at it as, oh, that's just nature, and we just came from a monkey's fart.
Right,
or
right.
you look at it like, okay, some amazing fucking entity created all this shit, man.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about the creation is self-evident, and I made a stupid quip about like, do you have a citation for that? Yeah,
yeah. Hold on, let me take a piss, and I'll get back to you on that.
Do you have a citation for God?
Look, if the earth is moving thousands of miles an hour, you take a piss instead of flying your face.
Make it rhyme. Central.
If these Glovers met God, they would ask him for a citation of his work.
Citation for the creation, please.
Yes.
In voice text ASAP. Thank you.
You can't just take a piss if the earth is revolving thousands of miles an hour. It's going to fly in your face.
Hey, the only time when I take a piss, I see sandy water. That's the only time I see it. Help me. I hope you guys are laughing, man. I'm laughing. Just, come on here late at night, just kind of like kick it around.
I'm just trying to hold steady. This thing is moving thousands of miles an hour, and I'm just trying to hold on, man. It's moving in 5 different directions, and at any time it's fluctuating. You're trying to take a piss right now. Who do you think you are?
If God doesn't have any scientifically peer-reviewed research published in Nature Journal, then I can't listen to him. He's not credible.
Scientifically peer-reviewed God citation. Anybody got one?
Yeah, no. What peer-reviewed articles does God have published in Nature? Tell me.
He's got the Bible, I guess.
I find that as funny as I do, man. That is hilarious, man. That's ace. The scientifically peer-reviewed paper for God. That'd be cool. You got that? Well, actually, he does actually. He does a pretty good job for that, but it's been a while.
That's not a published peer-reviewed scientist. I can't trust him.
QE basically put together like a thesis for God, man. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it's self-evident. I mean, the complexity of the creation, the fact that nobody can duplicate it, just by smashing different molecules.
Dude,
and
I learned back in the 90s, man. It's like, as great as humans are, man, they have never, ever even created one blade of grass.
No, can't be done.
Nothing.
It's way too complex.
It's impossible. It's not going to happen. It'll never be done. And that one stuck with me, man. I was back in the 90s, early 90s. And my ex-brother-in-law, man, just like dropped that.
Genetically modified grass. Come on, man. The grass has been modified.
You can modify things, but you can't create something from nothing. It's never been done. That's never ever been done. You cannot create a fucking redwood tree from nothing, dude. It's not gonna happen. All right.
You know what we can do? What we can do is we can inject you with heavy metals. And that's important.
Man. We can inject this with flat Earth, man. Check it out.
The heavy metals. That's the one thing God missed.
I'm injecting you with the globe Earth, and this thing's going to save your life.
Yeah, guys, look.
Come on.
God fucked up and made a plane. Just bear with us here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Central.
I just said that God fucked up. It was supposed to be a globe Earth. He accidentally made a flat Earth instead. Just bear with us here. We'll get it together.
That's perfect, man. That's a great analogy. Fuck.
I don't want to but you just need some more mercury in your bloodstream. You get some more mercury in there. Yeah,
that's another part that he fucked up. The human anatomy, it's supposed to have more mercury. Just one second.
He did. He screwed up, man. Damn, that creator guy, man. I'll tell you. He fucked up, man. Give us all of what we need. I got some special sauce here, man, and I can give you, and you can, put that in your circulatory system, man, and have a nice day, man. Yeah.
Hey guys, my wife is forcing me to hang out. I'll see you guys later.
Central, take fuck out of here with you. I got to go too soon, man.
Yeah, yeah, I got to peace out.
Yeah, peace. Cheers.
Good to catch you guys, though. See you guys
Yeah, it was
later.
fun, man. I had a good laugh. I'll remember that. That was
It's
good.
always good.
I need the scientific paper for.
Yeah, God, I need to see his peer-reviewed work. Yeah. What published work does he have in a peer-reviewed journal? Yeah.
We'll be looking for that, man. I'm
there
sure.
were some other good ones in there too that I forget by now, but I'm going to rewind it and find them.
All right, man.
Anyway, cheers,
Take care
bro.
of your wife, man.
Yeah. See you guys.
Cheers, man.
Cheers, brother.
Taking care of your wife, your family, your kids, son, daughter. Just the people we dig, man. People
Hey,
dig.
man. You dig your neighbors. Take care of your neighbors. Love that neighbor as thyself.
Dude, I mean, if that's one thing I've like gone to a different level on with flat Earth is that I've just been way more kind to people every day, just dealing with them. Like, there's a shopping cart next to the lady's car, and she's trying to get in, and she drops her bag. I'm like there to like just help her pick it up and figure it out. Yeah, I'm just like I'm more aware. I'm more in the moment. I'm more like really willing to help as a general rule, man.
Hold on. What if the Earth is moving thousands of miles an hour? You cannot catch that shopping cart. You can't catch it. It's moving.
It would spin over to the other side of the parking lot and dent the most ugliest car in the parking lot. Because I'm just kidding. How many people have you seen where they have a really nice brand new car and they got like
that shopping cart's gonna be moving so fast, it's gonna knock out an old lady. You better catch that thing. You better put that away right where it belongs. Put that shopping cart right where it belongs. Otherwise, it's gonna knock you out.
Anyway, I think it's funny that people still believe that they're spinning on a ball, but they don't know the first thing about the ball, man. They don't know the first fucking thing about it. They don't know the fucking radius. They don't know the circumference. They don't know the speed, the trajectory. They don't know shit. And they come in here and say, we're like we're ridiculous people. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're ridiculous, but they got nothing, and it's just still it's comedy hour for me, man. I hope you guys appreciate that. I find it very humorous to listen to.
Yeah, but what about the really big asteroid that's headed today?
All I can do is hold on. I'm sure it's been done. I'll Google it. I'm sure it's been done. I'll Google it. I'm sure I have the measurements. I'll Google it. This is the perfect. Let me Google it. It's like it gets ridiculous, man. Come on.
There's something about a big asteroid headed your way, and it's really big, and it's made out of stuff. An asteroid, man. You're just gonna walk away from the asteroid, man. I told you there's this huge asteroid. It's like a really big. It's a big block of shit. It's probably shit. Things. It's all shit. Anyway, there's an asteroid headed your way, man. Come on, dude. It's the end of the world, dude. I see this thing every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, there's an asteroid, and it's coming towards us. I've seen this for 2 years. There's every 2 weeks, they're saying an asteroid is coming at us. What are you gonna say about that, huh? What about that? What about, still coming this way, man? Okay, so I guess nobody believed that. I didn't believe it either. If y'all just want to act like there's not an asteroid coming this way, then fine. Fine. Either way. What's up, Bendy Water?
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Bendy Water, how you doing, man? I heard about an asteroid. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. I've heard a lot about it, actually. Don't worry,
Oh, yeah, I heard that we're all gonna die.
Yeah, no, NASA got it. They're gonna laser it with you pew pew. You shoot it out the
Oh,
sky.
yeah, we've got to throw a lot more money. Yeah, you're right. It's a lot more money. That's it. You're right.
Yeah.
Money, a lot of money. Dude, I can find it at my pockets. Guys, got to empty my pockets here. Hold on. Empty everything I have. Throw everything I have. Save the earth. That water is bendy, yeah?
Yeah, thanks to gravity. Thanks, gravity.
Oh, cool. Gravity. Wait, hold on. That theoretically, has anybody proven that yet? Wait,
Realistically, no.
are you speaking about that theory of gravity?
The one that's a theory and not the theory one.
Oh, that thing that's not actually measurable, but that's just in my head, in my mind, that I believe in because propagandists and spin doctors have just, told me repeatedly something about gravity that. Okay, is there anybody else here that wants to talk about? Are we just gonna talk about how ridiculous and absurd this is? Does anybody want to challenge the? Does anybody have anything, or am I just gonna be talking? And I'm.
Hey, I got something. So I was working in an Italian restaurant earlier today, and I was making some pizzas, right? And there's a bunch of cheese on the counter, and I'm like, gotta move some of the extra stuff to like a trash can away from where we're making the pizzas. So I got the idea when I was bored and I had some extra time to make it into a cheese ball, And then this guy I'm working with, he's kind of, he's a wonderful guy, but he's a globe believer. And so I was like rolling up the cheese ball, and then I started to hold it up in the air and kind of move it towards him and jokingly talk about it being a cheese ball coming from outer space, coming to destroy the Earth or whatever. And I was just thinking to myself, what if I were to make the claim that a giant cheese ball is coming to destroy the Earth? It's like equally valid as saying a giant rock is going to do it.
Well,
how do you falsify it?
Well, we know that cheese curds don't have that sort of causative power to destroy, and so it could be possible, but people are going to be skeptical. We've seen a rock, hit something like a boulder, and I guess people think of an asteroid as essentially this big rock coming from quote unquote space. So they're willing to believe it a bit more than just a cheese curd because of the range of causation that they're used to seeing with rocks versus, like a cheese curd or something, even though it is bullshit, basically.
It had olives in it. Olives kind of gave it that texture that, gave it the shape that they show in the CGI images.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. How big is this cheese ball? What is the mass and weight and scale of the cheese ball?
That's a good question, Smurf. I mean, I think basically the asteroid narrative is, frankly, there to hide the flood. I think what happened is during the flood, you have scooped out areas of land where the torrential water either broke open from the deep or the water came down and just scooped out a portion of land. And they're like, well, how do we cover over this flood? We're just going to say a meteor came down from heaven and hit the earth. So I think of it as just a big cover up of, the biblical flood, basically, and the rest of it's just, bullshit. Basically.
Hold up. I gotta tell y'all, But you've humbled me there, Lemon. And Lemon, can you elaborate, man? Do you know more about this?
I mean, the firmament essentially broke apart and a chip fell off of it, and you might get a little chip of dome, but you're not going to get this huge rock coming from some other planet or space or whatever. Or rather, the only thing that's coming from space is a little chunk of the dome. That's it. Nothing that's
Well,
broken.
I got a good one for you. What about shooting stars?
Shooting stars, light shows off of the dome and or a chip off the old dome. You get a chip off the dome and it comes down at high speed.
Okay, you're right. You're right, dude.
Did you mean comets?
Okay, now
Comets and light shows off of the dome. You get similar effects with comets when you shine a light through any sort of solid surface. If you shine the light through the surface at an off-cocked angle, you get a comet, basically.
I declare this attack Lemon time hour. This is the hour to attack Lemon. Lemon, can you tell me more about these shooting stars?
I believe there's something other than we're being told. I think it's just a chip off the firmament that comes down at high speed and or ejecta from a volcano.
Okay, so now that we've established that you have deep mystery knowledge, I'm going to have to attack you with additional questions. Are you ready?
It's not mystery knowledge. It's just common sense based off of assuming that there's some sort of solid sky covering.
What's the difference between Lucifer and Satan?
They're basically the same thing. Lucifer's the nice part of Satan. Satan's the mean part of Satan, where you do child sacrifice and stuff.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to now back up and try to come up with a better question. Don't go anywhere.
Your questions do have a bit of a random drift to them. But anyway, Lucifer is just basically the wisdom and the knowledge, basically the nice part of the evil one. The one giving us this occultic knowledge, this occultic wisdom, supposedly the light bringer of false light and false wisdom. Satan's the meaner one, the one that's a bit more about power and, control and domination and stuff like that.
Okay. Who runs America?
I don't know. The conversation's too random to really engage with. Swearing me out.
I've been drinking, but I tell you, I'm going to try to come up with more questions for you.
Well, if they're as disconnected as that, I'm probably not going to engage with them. Not at this hour, anyway.
Well, then you just, what about the people in the future and stuff? What about the future?
They'll figure it out.
Oh God, that's a good one. That's a good one. They'll figure it out. Hey, let's figure it out. 2020, 30, still gonna figure it out.
When you asked who runs America, are you talking politically or financially or just kind of in general?
All together, everything, all combined, everything.
Yeah, you have the what do you want to call it, the leftover, the survivors of the great Roman Empire, who are mostly Italian. They have a lot of Italian names.
Black Venetians.
Oh, very possibly. And you have there's somewhere between 12 and 15 families that have been running the world for the last 1,500 years. There's no such thing as nation states or countries. They're all little puppet prime ministers and presidents, and you have basically 12 or 15 families that sit around and decide, how the world is run. And you have 20 families in total that own 93% of the world's wealth, and because of influence and money and everything else that goes with it, death squads and human trafficking and sex trafficking and drug trafficking, they pretty much control it all. And they've decided in the last 27 months just to kind of come open and come clean what they're trying to do. If you look at the Pfizer CEO at what he said the last couple days over at where everybody flew to, climate change, haha, everybody flew to. He basically said that his goal and goal of a lot of his people was to reduce the world's population by 50% by the year 2023. That is next year. And he said he's well on his way to getting there. You can actually see that. You can find it online. I have it right here on my phone. He said that in the last couple days, and they're psychopaths. We don't understand them, but nobody that we vote for or see on TV runs the world. They're people that we never see and never vote for, and they own 93% of the world, and that's kind of how it is.
Hey, Lemon, can you comment on this? Lemon, can we get some help here? Radio check, Lemon. What about the elites trying to scale us back 50% in the last couple of years? Lemon.
I don't think he's here, man.
We've got to summon. Okay, the way you've got Lemon here is you say ether 3 times. Ether.
I'll try to get that clip in voice text. I have it over on Instagram. I'll see if I can get it over here to voice text.
Yeah, okay. You do that while I'm going to get Lemon here. Hello, Ether. Hello. Okay, this is not working. We have to get a hold of Lemon.
I posted it. It's an Instagram post, so I don't know if you have Instagram, you might be able to pull it up. If you don't, you may not be able to. So I did post it just now in voice text.
Well, I tried to get a hold of Lemon. Lemon's not responding.
Hello.
Hey, is that you, Lemon?
Hi.
Hey man, I was asking you about the genocide that's ongoing worldwide. The big genocide, trying to kill everybody. What's going on?
Well, it's gone crazy.
Hey, I was just trying to reach you, man. Can you elaborate?
Well, it's gone pretty
Elaborate.
crazy.
Elaborate. Hello, Lemon. Lemon, come in, Lemon. Radio check. You know what? Fine, be that way. The world has gone crazy. It's crazy, dude. Lemon, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I did post that in voice text. If you don't have Instagram, you may not be able to get it up on and see it. If you have Instagram, it will probably show up and you'll hear what the guy had to say. Thanks.
Yeah, I saw that one, dude. Come on, man. Just inject yourself with a bunch of nanobots. Nanobots. Nanobots, man. Come on, man. You know, we've got this graphene oxide that we could just inject right into you, full of nanobots. So we can connect you to the Internet of Things, and we want to wirelessly read your mind. We want to shove this Q-tip thing up your nose and shove it way up in there and break your blood-brain barrier. We just want to shove right into your brain this nanobots, and we want to just these nanobots
Why
connect
are you saying all that
wirelessly.
for?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just wondering why you're getting all into like medical advice and stuff.
Oh, dude, I'm just talking because nobody else is. I'm trying
Okay.
to get Lemon in here, but he doesn't want to talk anymore.
Lemon?
He knows what's going on.
I'm looking for his name right now. I don't see him.
Say
Are
what?
there any Globers in here? Are there
There's
any
no.
Globers in here?
That's it. We've defeated them a long time ago with the Black Swan.
That's right. Good stuff. That's right.
So anyway, we're gonna shove this Q-tip up your nose, man. What do you think about that?
What'd you tell him about the Black Swan?
You probably should.
No. You said you said you shut them all down with the Black Swan.
You got
The
something else
Glober.
better than
It's a good argument. Where'd you get that name from, Smurf?
Can you say that again? You asked where I get my name from?
Yeah.
I came in here and I said that the Earth smurfs around the sun and smurfs around and a bunch of shit, and then people thought it was funny. But the truth is that I came in here with the name Satan, and a lot of people didn't really appreciate that. It was just a random. You know, you asked me, and so the truth is that I ended up with this name by chance. It was an accident.
You know what it means?
Do you know what do I know what means?
Like to smurf, when you smurf for something or you go smurfing, you go from place to place collecting little things to make one big thing. That's called
No, I have
smurfing.
no idea what that means, man. I'm just smurfing around, man. Do you have an idea?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you what it means.
No, I don't really know, man. Your guess is as good as mine, honestly.
No, I wasn't guessing. I was telling you that's what it means.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. Okay, the Earth moves around in a flat way, and it doesn't really smurf around. So
It's cool. Have you had a couple of drinks tonight?
yes.
Excellent.
Thank you. How about yourself?
I don't really drink too often. Maybe like once or twice a year. I usually drink whenever I drink. I get really, really drunk. So I
I
can't.
suggest that we all drink tonight and have a couple shots. Do you have any reserve?
I'll smoke my weed and my cigarettes. That's about it.
Cool. Well, that's good. You know, I appreciate that. That's a good thing.
I drink my orange juice. You know what I mean? I make fresh
Where
squeezed
the
orange
hell
juice.
is Lemon? I was trying to call Lemon. He's not here anymore.
Lemon appears to have left the building, but don't make lemonade out of lemons. You know what I mean? When life hands you Minute Maid. You know what I
mean? Yeah.
Quiet.
Just eat that. Put dog in the grill, man. Just eat that.
These little dogs are something else, bro.
Eat that dog. Eat it.
Eat the dog? What?
Eat the dog.
Man, you sound like you're a couple Excedrin tablets short of a full medicine cabinet.
Yeah, clean that out, man. You got one? Medicine cabinet?
No, I said you sound like you're a couple Excedrin tablets short of a full medicine cabinet.
Hey, do you have a medicine cabinet?
Sure. But this is not medical advice in any way, shape, or form. Strictly for entertainment and educational purposes only. All rights reserved. Void where prohibited. Batteries not included. Each sold separately.
Hey, I got a disclaimer for you, okay? That Energizer Bunny just keeps going.
Yeah. Do you know anything about aerospace?
Hey, man, you're just beeping all over the place.
Yeah, I just got in my car. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hot mic.
Don't be sorry about that. You're beeping all over the place, man.
I never meant to hot mic you, Smurf. I never meant to hot mic you on the mic.
Man, I don't care. You're asking somebody that doesn't care. Do you think I ever cared? I'm only here because I don't care. I don't care, and they're gonna try to get me.
They're gonna try to get you? Oh no, you don't want that to happen, do you?
They're gonna try to mute me. That's what they do here, you know.
I felt like saying Zoiks right now when you said that. You know what I mean?
Dude, I'm just chilling, but one of these days they're gonna try to mute me, and then I've gotta get unmuted, and then they've got to complain, and then we're in a circle and stuff. But you know, I told you what. Go ahead and beep that car. Go ahead and drive that thing right into the.
I'm gonna drive that thing right over the horizon, bro. I'm gonna drive this car right over the horizon. You know what I mean?
Go ahead and find it first. You can find it.
You have any idea where it's at?
Why don't you just take that car and why don't you just drive that thing right in the horizon?
Yeah, I'm gonna drive right over the horizon as we speak right now. I'm going over the rainbow.
Go ahead. Go ahead and speed over that curve, man.
Hey, bro. Hey. I just drank a fifth of orange juice. Dare me to drive? Remember that song by Phil Collins, In the Air of the Night, about that one guy who thought the Earth was a globe, but it wasn't? And we saw it all, and in his concert, we found him.
Hey, just do it, man. Just drive over that curve, man, that horizontal thing.
Drove a big Lincoln car over the bridge. So with a kid.
Report back to us whenever you've made it over.
Chauvinist kid, driving a 4Runner over the bridge.
Hey, man, when you get over it, just let us know.
Okay, lettuce, like kind of like spinach, but lettuce.
It's kind of like that, but it's kind of like I eat chicken, man. But get over that curve, man. Come on, do it. Just come on. Go do it. You don't have the balls to drive that fast. You've got to go 155 miles an hour to get over that curve. You're not doing it.
I have to go 133 miles per hour to get over that curve.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I used to have to walk 911 miles barefoot in the snow in September. Now, there's some food for that.
Yeah. I myself had to walk 2,400 miles to get to school.
Nice, bro. Nice. 24,091 miles, huh?
Yeah, I had to walk 2,400 miles to get to school each day.
I heard the address to your school was 10 to the negative 17th Tor. Is that true?
Yeah, it was kind of one of those sub atmospheric things. Yeah.
All right.
The boomers gave me a special school suit. I used a school suit to get to school.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I had to, yeah. True story, man. True story. It really happened.
Well, actually, I thought I was watching it live via satellite, even though it was millions of light years away. I was seeing it in real time.
Of course. Of course, you're watching me from thousands of miles away. Of course, I believe you. Yeah, dude.
And they're fucking hammered, dude.
Oh, nice.
You're not as hammered as I am. You're not hammered.
Smurf, you are totally fucking hammered, bro. Just give it up, bro. I love you, man.
I love you, bro, man. I'm just standing here because somebody has to do something in the meanwhile. There's nothing going on here. But go ahead and take the floor. It's all yours.
Hey, digital currency has been quite the topic of recent. I actually see commercials now, man, for Coinbase, and NFTs. I don't know if you guys know about those kinds of like digital currencies, and it has to do with transactions on the computer, and it's not something you can hold in your hand, but it is something that apparently can make us some profits, or you can use it to maybe purchase a motorcycle. I don't know, man. I've seen all kinds of activity in the digital currency world that I find very interesting. And if anybody wants to chime in on the digital currency, NFTs.
Yeah, I got you covered, buddy. I know everything about it. I will help you personally if you want to message me how to set up a wallet on your personal computer. I will walk you through that.
All right. Yeah, I've seen some other guys walk through, get a wallet, deal with different exchange companies, and apparently there's this thing called
your own bank.
These things called gas fees, man. What do you know about gas fees, man? What do you know? You guys
That's
know?
some kind of made up thing you read on a blog somewhere. But check this out. Just be like Gaddafi. Just be your own bank, dude.
Be your
I'm
own
going
bank.
to walk you through how to be your own bank.
Man. Is there an acronym for Be Your Own Bank? Hold on. Be
Bob.
Your Own Bank. BYOB, man. Be your own bank. BYOB, man. Be your own
Hey,
bank.
dude, I'm here for you. I'm here for you, brother.
Dude, that's the best advice I've heard all fucking
brother, man. I'm gonna if you want to talk about banking and being your own bank,
be your own BYOB, baby. Be your own bank. Have you ever heard that? Hey, bring your own booze? Fuck that, man. Be your own bank, mofo. That's amazing.
I'm the adversary and arch nemesis that CIA has been trying to take me down for since. No, for real. They're still coming after me. Now, I'm gonna share with you how you could be your own bank, and it starts with a Bitcoin wallet. You could get a Monero wallet, and even some other currencies. There's a very Exodus wallet. It does multiple different currencies, and there's many different ways to go about ordering LSD on the internet. But these sort of things are sort of like it's sort of the way, man.
Well, see,
do anything illegal.
Yeah, I just been talking to a friend of mine, Alex, for about half an hour on crypto and NFTs and how this stuff ultimately I think it's traceable. And there's nobody going to trace my $100 exchange with the dude around the corner because he has got a table. It's like, hey man, how much is the table? It's $100. I like give him 100. I carry the table home and I put it in my living room. And it's like, oh, that's a nice table. Hey, where'd you get that, man? Like, I bought it from the guy around the corner. Nobody knows that fucking table ever existed. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? At the end of the day, they glow. You just gotta run them down.
But there was a beautiful thing to cash. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing. It's worked well for me for a lot of years, decades, and it works, and nobody knows about it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knows.
Let me tell you something, okay? That one of these days, the government is going to approach you, and they're going to be glowing hard. They'll be glowing brightly, and you're just going to run down with your car.
Yeah, but it's a table, man, in my living room, man. There's no evidence.
You're going to have to throw your table. You're just going to have to throw it. You're just going to have to.
I'm taking the table, and I'm going to throw it at the cop.
Get out of here.
You're just going to have to run them down with your car because they've been glowing.
That's smart, man. You're my.
I love all of y'all, man. The earth is flat. We know this earth is flat, and God created this earth, and God created LSD, and God created Apple computers, and God created Apple computers.
Do you guys mind asking a few flat Earth questions?
Far out, man.
Go do it. Go ask the questions. Ask it. Do it now. Ask the questions.
Wait. You talking about Earth the planet or Earth the brown stuff?
Yo, when they landed on the moon, right? They left a flag. Could you still see it?
Okay,
no,
come on, dude.
Flag. It's not seeable. I saw no pictures of the flag since they left it. No,
I'll tell you it's on the dark side of the moon, dude. Come on, really?
Can't see the fucking flag, man. Come on. Ah, shit.
If they landed on the dark side of the moon, how do they knew where they were landing? Get real.
Who landed on the dark side? It's called the far side of the moon.
If the object is bright, if you move closer towards it, is it going to get dimmer?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Thank you.
No, it's not going to get dimmer. It's going to get brighter. Hey,
like
man.
I've got a flashlight, and when I move the flashlight towards my eye, right, it gets brighter. Right, it gets brighter. I'm not making this up, right?
No.
Okay. Just making sure.
You're not making that shit up. That's a fact.
Hey, you just said thank you to him for no reason, and I just wanted to say you're not welcome.
Orion, nobody's ever been outside of space, okay?
You know what? I'm going to start using that. You're not welcome.
You're not welcome, dude.
You're not welcome to Flat Earth, Mongos. You fucking globe tards. Fuck. You're not welcome.
Love retards.
I see a lot of welcome to Flat Earth. You know, that's kind of like, you know, once they realize that the radius and gas pressure without a container is not possible, and we can see too far, we're like, welcome to Flat Earth.
You're talking about the same crew that got vaxxed. And they got
Hey, wait. Don't say that one. Just say got the Coco Poco.
Yeah, they got the Coco.
Okay, my fault. I'm sorry. They got the Coke. They got the Coke.
I always got your back, Smurf, man. Don't sweat it, man. We got it. Coco.
Appreciate that. You could do.
How many of you guys got the Coco dance?
How many of y'all got the poke?
If you live in Poland, you like polka music. They love polka music in Poland. I checked it out, and polka music is the number one music in Poland. Polka music. Check it out. Polka music. So yeah, man, I love to decode things differently. Everybody has different codes for different algorithms, and it's cool to drop some new codes on the algorithms occasionally because that confuses them, and they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with the Coco Poke. Polka music. You got the polka music dance. Did you guys drop in and get the polka music dance? Because nobody's.
You guys ready for this one? I got somebody stole $50 million from me, and I said I was upset, and I have to go to court, and then they might try to poke me with a test. I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna fight to the death. I'm not going silently. I'm not going away. They're going to try to test me. I'm not going to be tested with. I'm not doing it. Somebody tried to steal my money, and they tried to take all my money, and I'm not. And then this really happened. This is a real thing, and I'm not. I'm trying to be vague, But somebody tried to steal $50 million from me, and I'm just gonna fight to the death. If they try to test me.
Smurf, man.
I'm not getting tested.
Smurf. It's like calling you the Fonz, man. Smurf. Fonz. Same thing. Anyway, it's not worth it, man. Don't just enjoy this beautiful place we live on. Enjoy today. Enjoy the globies and masqueraders that you run into every day.
If you ever said something that that there's things that are illegal to say. Did you know that it's illegal to say some things?
No, it's not illegal to say some things. It's illegal to say a lot of things. But that's, where we are way more creative than those cucks, because we can say things without saying things, and there's no chance that they're ever going to know fucking Cocoa Puff you got the Cocoa Puffs. They got no chance to ever figure out what the Cocoa Puffs is, man. They're
Hey,
not that-
dude, I got drunk and I said something that was too direct. You know what I'm saying?
Yay, Smurf, man! You got a leash. I'm gonna give it to you. You know, just don't go beyond the leash. I'm not gonna let you out on the free range yet, man.
This is my last couple of months until I have to fight to the death or surrender.
All right, man. This sounds like a Ruby Ridge kind of situation, man. Have you ever heard of Ruby Ridge? You know what that means?
I forgot, but it's kind of like Waco. Is it like Waco?
Yeah, it's kind of like a Waco. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm in one of those circumstances that I don't want to be in it. I want to escape. I don't want anything to do with it. But yeah, I'm kind of in a Waco situation.
Well, if you're in that kind of situation, man, I would say get the fuck out and just
weird.
Travel your own path to.
I was thinking about that.
Travel your own path to a better situation, man.
Dude, I've been thinking a lot about, man, traveling out of this thing. Like, if I
travel your own path, man. Sometimes you just walk away, man. It might be the best thing, man. I've done it like at least 6 times, man. I just like say, you know what? I'm not gonna fight this. I'm just gonna like cruise on and.
Man, I thank you for this, man.
Yeah,
you know what? You're right, man. I'm gonna think harder about. God gave me these legs, and I can just start walking. And this is
walk, man. Walking is an option, dude. If you got legs, you can walk. Is definitely an option. And that's in any situation, man. Whatever you find it, man. Sometimes it's just best to walk.
Yeah. Everything I do is out of love because I try to be like the sun, and I try to be like God is a transmitter of energy. And as rabbis have explained, that you want to be God-like, and you want to transition from a receiver, conduit, and transmitter, ultimately a transmitter. You want to become God-like as you give energy. And giving is a helpful thing, and I may have to walk away from everything I have, and I may have to just start walking. I may have to just start walking.
You won't be the first, Smurf, man. You won't be the last, man. Sometimes it's just prudent to say, you know, it's just not worth it. I'm gonna not get entangled into this web.
I'm gonna do it because I'm trying to get out of it myself.
Yeah, and I just experience that I've been in situations where you're like, I'm out, man. Fuck this. I'm gonna go back to work and I'm gonna go do this, or I'm gonna go do something else other than think about this bullshit. I'm gonna go rebuild that motor or whatever.
I'm about to go be an outlaw. I have worked for the current and former heads of state and etc. Fuck all that shit. I'm about to go walk. I'm about to go start walking and start giving away all my personal belongings and just give it all away.
I got Jesus. I got a friend, Larry, it's kind of like doing that, man. So just giving it up to God and saying, you know what, I'm just gonna walk, and we'll see where I end up. And that's an incredibly powerful position to be in, to just leave it to some unknown entity. Or it's going to work out just fine. And that's, we start getting into the belief system at that point, which is fine, man. There's nothing wrong with it. If I'm a thought provoker to say, hey, man, if you think of beautiful things can happen to you, man. I mean, it might not be riches. It might not be, you might just see some little kid, 2-year-old do something just blows your mind and like, oh my goodness.
Well,
That little
You're
kid.
talking about how we can, with the law of attraction, we can magnetize stuff.
Sure, man. It definitely falls into that realm of.
You want to pray?
If you put out good shit will happen to you. If you put out bad shit will happen to you.
Do you want to pray right now?
That is my prayer, man. If you put out bad shit will happen to you. And if you put out good shit will happen to you.
Well, that's my observation. I've observed this is how it led me. Well, hold on. These observations have led me here. Now I'm asking you if you like to pray right now.
You can pray all you want, brother. Go ahead.
I don't know how to do that. I'm asking a holy man. Is there a holy man in the building?
I don't know if I would answer as holy, but I can show you how to pray.
Hank, is that Hank?
Hank's a holy man.
Hank, we're going to enlist you to pray for us. Make a prayer now. Hank, help us. Help me pray. Hank, pray.
So, Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Amen.
And give us this day our daily bread. Thank you. Amen.
Hey, that's basically what we said earlier. It's like if you treat people like shit during the day, you're gonna get treated like shit.
Well, hold up. Can we get an encore? Can I get a second prayer from? Can we do that again? Can we get a real heavy prayer, man, from Hank? Hank, lay it down, man.
Hey, man,
I just did. That's a pretty good model for anybody of any religion.
Yeah, man. I think Hank, you laid it out, bro. That was it, man. It's like
Yes, that was it. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish,
Amen, brother, and God bless. I wish I could hear more from you, Hank. But if that's all you got, I believe, and I'm on board, man. Amen, brother.
Amen, bro. Yeah, that was very timely, man. It kind of fit into what I was talking about. Like, just
I was wanting to talk about what you talked about. I was hoping Smurf would let me get a word in because the way that you said it, you got to put out good, right? So what you were talking about is the law of vibration, right? Everything, nothing's at rest, everything is in motion. So if you put out good vibrations, right, like you're talking about, put out good, and you match the frequency of the higher things, not just necessarily like, animate objects, but the higher things in this life, and you match the frequency, and then you start using, speak things that are not as though they were, right? Some people call that the law of attraction. It's in the Bible. Speak things that are not as though they were. That's the law of attraction. And then you'll bring those things to your life because you match the frequency, and then you allow the universe, and you marry your belief, right, with your thanks. So you're thanking the universe for it while you're believing in it at the same time. Thanks.
It's a little bit esoteric, isn't it, Larry?
Yeah, what I just shared with you, the way that we're supposed to pray.
Well,
and it's not for yourself. It's not supposed to be like for personal gain.
Exactly.
I just showed you how to pray.
Dude, man, I do it every day. I go out and I actually do, what I think is the right thing to do. Whether it's help somebody, fix their piano, whatever it is. I'm there to bring positive to what in a situation where they're not so sure, they don't know, but being a professional, I know how to take care of their problem. I know how to fix their fucking piano. And I can make it work properly because I have the experience, and I bring positive energy. I'm not there to, fortunately they do pay me in these things called dollars, and it works out, man. It always works out, and I enjoy the experience.
Can we get an additional prayer from? Can we get a? Hank, can you elaborate? Hank, say another
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, sure. Yeah, in Jesus' name I pray.
That was it. I love you, Hank. That was classic.
Hey, you guys want to know something pretty awesome that's better than Black Swan?
Don, man, we always want to know something awesome. What do you got?
Okay. So, did you know about the circumference of light, the Rayleigh scattering? It's a law. So, the incident of a light, if you put the sun in a less denser medium, right, there, that fraction.
Dude, you're breaking up, man. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
All right. So, if you, the Rayleigh scattering is a law, right? So, if you, it's just like reflection, Snell's law, just kind of similar. But if you put the sun in a less denser medium, you get a scattering effect with the lesser waves and longer waves. So you get a circumference of light over a flat plane. And higher you go in altitude, broader that circumference is with this 360 view. And due to light bending down and up, you'll get a sphere-like object. Apparent. Yes, over flat Earth.
Wow.
I have been watching.
I need you to drop a couple of links or something, man. Take your time, man. You're still kind of breaking in and out, Don. But I kind of caught the gist of what you were saying about the light scattering. I kind of get that.
Yeah. So the molecules in the air, different densities. You got like helium, nitrogen.
Right.
So different densities, right, will reflect.
Water.
Yep,
air,
that too.
hydrogen. Yeah, fuck yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it casts a circle or circumference of light over a flat plane, and it will appear as a sphere.
Everybody.
I like where you're going with this, man, Don. It's something I have never. I mean, I know about corpuscular rays, anti-corpuscular rays, but light scattering, man, is a whole. That's a deep subject, man. We should be definitely into around here.
Yeah. So, but higher you go, depending on the aperture that you have with the focal length that you have, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so depending on the focal length that you have, like 30 millimeter camera lens up to like 100 millimeter, you might have more barrel distortion, but it's not the Earth; it's the circle of light and the not retina but aperture of the camera lens. That both globers and flat earthers are correct on sun rays. Light does come in straight, parallel, but it also diverges out at the perimeter. So it will cast a circle of light over a flat Earth, and it will appear as a sphere. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it.
Interesting.
I got to cut you off. You said it does travel straight at 90 degrees, but at the end, it does. Are you talking about the end being the Atmos, when it hits the Atmos and hits the clouds, and then it starts doing?
Yes. Yep. It diffracts.
Okay. That makes sense, because at first I thought it was a.
That's the corpuscular rays and the anti-corpuscular rays that we see.
Yep.
We see it scattering like that, man. And that is the most beautiful thing I've seen with my own two eyes, man. One of the most beautiful things is the scattering of light from clouds in the sky, shooting those rays in different perfectly symmetrical dimensions of light, particles being lit, whatever it is, man. It's absolutely incredible. You guys have seen corpuscular rays coming through the clouds, right?
Right. So corpuscular rays
we
and
love
anti-corpuscular. So corpuscular rays and anti-corpuscular rays are due to the Rayleigh scattering due to the molecules in the air. So it takes shape of. I subscribe to a firmament like dome. There's no way around that. There is definitely a dome, globe, or flats,
Well,
regardless.
hey man, Ron, have you ever
It
seen a
doesn't
rainbow?
have to be.
Hey, has
Sorry.
anybody, you guys, you Mongos, ever seen a rainbow?
Yeah.
Dude, that is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. Would you guys not agree?
Especially when you know what it means that we're not going to be flooded again.
You know what?
That's nice.
Tomorrow morning, man, if the sun's out shining on my pool, coming from the east, I can get up at like 8:30, 9 in the morning, and I can go out and water my pool with my hose, and I can make a rainbow right there in my pool.
You can't do it inside your house. You can't do it inside your house.
No, I can't do it inside the house with. It doesn't matter what kind of light I use. You can
Not even
never,
carport. Can't
nothing.
do it.
You can do it with a hydrogen bulb, or I don't give a fuck what kind of light bulb you have. You know,
That's why the rainbow is proof that we're, his firmament's there. It's holding the water back.
bulb, whatever you got, man. Light that bad boy up in my garage and make a rainbow. No, it's not going to happen. So
that's proof, right?
To conclude on the rainbow is in a lot of ways it can prove a dome, right? That's my point.
How else do you make a rainbow other than outside?
Yep.
You can't make them underground.
You can't do it.
So yeah, it's like a physical, not physical because we see that it's not actually like tangible, but it's like a physical projection of the safety vault dome of the sky.
It's crazy, man. I mean, to have that
I
perfect
know,
arc,
it's crazy.
and you can see it right there. I mean, I shoot my hose across my pool, and I'm like, "There's the rainbow." Like, what the fuck is? Why is it round and curved? I could say, "Oh my god, we live on a globe because it's round," right? Or I could say, "Well, there's something that sun is hitting and reflecting this perfect shape." I don't know. It's a fascinating phenomenon. You guys know it. I know it. And don't ever forget the rainbow, man. The rainbow was one of the first flat earth things that I was like looking into. This guy's like standing over his yard just going, "Hey man, check out this rainbow." It's a dome. That's basically what it was saying. You can't do this shit indoors. I don't care what kind of light source you have. You cannot make a rainbow inside a building with lights. Oh my God. That's incredible.
Not without an artificial mirror.
Right. You have to have a mirror to make it
or
work.
a bowl or a glass.
A glass.
You
have
to bring your own bowl because the rainbow is shaped like a bow for a reason. It's actually, I've seen high altitude footage of, these so-called rainbows, and they're actually circular.
Nah.
It's only because of perspective that makes it look like it's setting on the left and right. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, they're actually circular in the sky. So here's the deal. When you're looking up at the rainbow, you think that it's like half of a circle, right? And sometimes there's a double bow, right? So how does that happen? Is there layers to this thing or what? So anyway, so when you look up at the sky and you see the rainbow, like the highest part of it, is closest to you, and the lowest part of it is the part that's furthest away from you. It's due to perspective that it looks like a bow, like an archer's bow. Yep.
Wow.
Facts.
That's why we hang out here.
Yep.
Hey, Smurf.
Look for it.
Smurf, you got the worst echo of any microphone I've heard in the last year and a half.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I got a phone. People pick the phone. My fault, man. I just talking some shit here, man. The Earth is flat. The Earth has always been flat. Dinosaurs are fake.
Hey, I heard there's a new dinosaur movie coming out this year in 22 called Jurassic Park. Have you guys ever heard of this Jurassic Park movie? I've seen television commercials where they're eating hamburgers and hiding from flesh-eating dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus Rex. Have you guys heard of this new movie coming out called?
No.
Anyway, don't get mad at me, please. Don't get mad.
Hey, Jacob Rothschild is in the building.
You know, Jacob, if you really were the guy, the one guy, then that cameraman wouldn't have been able to get that close to you, bro. You just a puppet, homie, just like the rest of them.
Puppets. Hey, puppets on strings, man. Hey,
Yeah, man. I'm dealing with Alf.
Alf, puppets on strings. There you go, Alf. I saw some puppets on strings, man, and it's pretty obvious that the puppets are on strings. And that's all I'm saying, man. You don't have to believe me. Check it out for yourself. I've seen puppets on strings at NASA.
You gonna say ad nauseum?
At NASA, at nauseum at NASA. Yeah. It's been a fun ride, boys and girls. I hope you enjoy it. I gotta go. All right.
Okay, peace out. Safe journeys. Don't forget to say your prayers. You should meditate at least 15 minutes a day. Yeah, but back to that affirmation thing.
I pray to God that good stuff happens and amen and stuff.
All right.
Yeah, that's right, Smurf. I wanted to point out something real fast. So, if you look at the Lord's Prayer, like I said, it's a prayer that anybody could say. I don't think your religion would be offended just by saying those words, in my opinion, from what I know about other religions. So, I guess unless you're a Wiccan and you think the Earth is like Mother Earth, so except for you guys, I apologize. But for everybody else, notice that Jesus wasn't asking. It's kind of like if I tell you, hey, we're going to come over and eat dinner at my house tonight, and you show up and I say, take off your shoes. Like, I'm not asking. So he spoke things into existence in the prayer. And he told you that the faith of a mustard seed could move a mountain. And if you marry your belief with your thanks, in other words, you believe it at the same time, you're going to go ahead and thank the universe or the Most High for providing it. I think that's how it's done. And this has been hidden from us for a long time. So I can't point to one scripture that says all that in all in one spot. Although I did just quote several different scriptures, and I do not have the address, but I suppose if you wanted to know, you could rewind it back. The only part you couldn't find is probably not in the Bible. I think it's in the book of Thomas. That's the marry your belief with your thanks part. Anyway, hope that helps.
No, I got confused, man. But cool, dude.
Don't be confused.
I'm just what I am. My name is Murph. I love y'all. I had a great time talking with y'all. I'm gonna be still here, kind of drunk, so I'm gonna probably just lay down here and I'll be listening. And y'all just keep on. I thank God for stuff and uh, go ahead and laugh.
No, man, thank God for stuff, bro. Thank God for stuff. And
yeah,
I'm down with that, bro. Thank you.
You guys are great. I love you guys.
Love you, brother. Get some rest. I'm gonna crash out too, man. Somebody else take over and
Hank's got it, man. He's all over. Hank's got it.
there's plenty of you guys in here. You can start talking about whatever, crypto or
I got 2 things, man. Gotta go because I'll come back next time when I drink less or didn't drink as much, man. But you guys, I love you guys. Everybody,
Yeah, Smurf, hey,
great.
come back and see us, Smurf.
Peace, dude. Peace.
You guys are awesome. This is the best place in the world. It's here.
hey, it's the best place on earth to talk about Earth. You want to
That's
talk about Earth? This is the best place to do it.
Say hi to Smith for me.
So I'll stick to that. Best place on earth to talk about Earth. 24/7 flat Earth Discord.
I mean, half of the time I'm just talking because nobody else is, and then the other half of the time we got some brilliant people here that are talking, and then I don't know what to do because I'm hammered, man. So I'm just gonna love you guys, man. You guys are the
All
best.
right, man. You're good. Smurf, man. I'm done too, man. I got to go to bed, man. I'm done.
Yeah, dude. You and me both,
Cheers.
man. I'm out, man. You have a great night.
You too, brother. Be good.
Everybody, have a great night.
All right. Cheers.
Oh yeah, cheers. It's a good idea.
Cheers.
Okay, later, Hank. Everybody, I'm out.
Peace, bro. Be safe.
Be safe. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my phone on. I'm just gonna hit the mute button. But you guys keep on going. Like I don't know. There's like a dozen people here with their microphone off. I'm gonna. Y'all have a good night.
There is a dozen people here.
Then I'm gonna pass out. Good night, everybody.
Good night. All right. You dozen muter peoples. Step up, man. Click. All right. Take over, man. I got to go to bed.
Yeah, it's up to you guys. Unless you're offended. Like Hank was talking about prayers.
Offense
I'm
is
good.
taken. Offense is taken, not given.
Kenny, I'm making a meme for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm making a meme for you. I'll send it to you. Have a look at it when you wake up, dude.
All right, I will. You guys carry on. BYOB, man.
Carry on, waywards. Waywards. Is that a word? Can I make that plural? How do you say waywards? Waywards. If I say it again, it's going to lose meaning. Sometimes I think the old world is just waiting for America to finally go to sleep. Every last one of you Yanks need to shut up. It's our turn. No, it ain't like that. It's more like the colonists are in bed. Good. The colonists are